Welcome back to the live show. You know what time it is. Yes, yes, y'all. I am back. I am back, people. What time is it right now? I am back, people. What's up? What's up? What's up, guys? Yes, it is currently 4:31 a.m. and today's date is the 22nd of November 2024. Ooh-wee. Yo, I am back, people. I am back. Yes, so as you all know, the 47th, who happens to be the 45th as well, Donald J. Trump has been having some issues with his cabinet picks. Okay. And one of them is Matt Gaetz. So Matt Gaetz, for a fact, has withdrew. Matt Gaetz withdrew his nomination to be the Attorney General. And it's like, I was having hopes, high hopes for this guy. But all of a sudden, he's not going to be anywhere close to being the Attorney General. So now there's a new news saying Trump picked another Attorney General nomination. Now, is that or has that been his plan all along, pick somebody else? Or is this like, this is something new for him? Because everybody knows Trump do not like to lose. Something, I mean, Jesus. Trump never likes to lose anything. But here we are. Here we are, people. Here we are, people. So let's get straight to business today, man. People are saying, was Matt Gaetz' pick strategic for Trump? Was it strategic moves by Trump? Let's see, man.
I think there are many Republicans across D.C. breathing a sigh of relief today.
He went out on a limb on this one, and it got sawed off pretty quickly. My advice would be, don't do it again.
We need to be concerned about who he's going to nominate in place of Gaetz. Let's just realize we're in the chaos again, and here it is. It's just beginning.
All right, not too surprising. Reactions over at MSNBC there, and to Matt Gaetz' decision to withdraw from consideration as Trump's attorney general to go through the process. So the question is now, who will it be? It's an extremely important position and someone who will shake up the Justice Department, which is clear. There was a mandate to do that. I think a lot of people, in terms of polling before the election, said they wanted to see a complete overhaul in a lot of ways in the government. Let's bring in Tomi Lahren, host of Tomi Lahren is Fearless on Outkick, and Mark Thiessen, a Fox News contributor. Great to have both of you with us. I'm not sure how much we need to really belabor the fact that Gaetz has dropped out, because that is the fact. The only question that remains is whether or not he'll serve in Congress. He could go through a process and try to reinstate himself in the next Congress because he was elected and then he dropped out right before that ethics committee report was about to come out. So the big question for the country, Tomi, is who would be next, and what would that pick mean? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I'll tell you this, Martha. I think this whole thing was very strategic. And in my estimation, it has the art of the deal written all over it. Obviously, Matt Gaetz was a very controversial pick. Some would say maybe the most controversial pick that Trump could have selected. So now whoever he picks as his second choice, they'll probably receive a little bit less scrutiny. They won't have as much heat on them. So I think both the nomination and the withdrawal of Matt Gaetz was very strategic for the Trump team. It also took some of the heat off of the other picks that were also controversial, but perhaps less so than Matt Gaetz. So I think it kind of gave cover for some of the other controversial picks. And whoever he picks as his second choice, I think that they're going to have a much easier time because they will not be as controversial as Matt Gaetz. It'd be hard to find somebody more controversial for that pick. So I think this was very strategic.
Do you think Matt Gaetz was complicit in that plan that you lay out, Tomi?
Listen, this is all just my theory and my speculation, but I wouldn't put it past him. I think that this is a very strategic team. You watch the media and Democrats melt down over this for an entire week. I think, as Senator Fetterman said, this was an epic troll, maybe all part of the plan, the art of the deal.
All right, Mark Thiessen, your thoughts on this and who you would like to see next?
Yeah, so first of all, nobody bats 1,000, and Donald Trump is doing a great job. He's got great picks from Elise Stefanik to Marco Rubio to Doug Burgum, all the way to Tom Homan. I mean, most of his cabinet is going to sail through, so this is a small bump in the road. But what it shows is, look, it used to be you'd do recess appointments because the opposition would filibuster a nominee. Well, the Democrats got rid of the filibuster for executive nominations, so he can basically he just needs to get somebody that can get 50+1 votes in the Senate in his own party. So the lesson from this is take your time. I know you're in a hurry and I know you want to move fast, but take your time. Pick somebody that can muster a majority of Republicans in the Senate and vet them first with the Senate. Go to the Senate. I mean, if Donald Trump's team had gone to the Senate and said, hey, we're thinking about nominating Matt Gaetz, they would have gotten big flashing red lights saying, don't do this. And they probably could have avoided this whole week's disaster.
Mark, is there somebody that you would like to see on that short list?
So I hesitate to give the president advice on cabinet picks. There's a whole host of great lawyers who have been defending him in these cases. There are a lot of great lawyers who appear on our air all the time, like Andy McCarthy and others. There is the conservative legal establishment is replete with fantastic options for him to choose from. So I would say take your time, do it right, vet them. Make sure that they've got enough support in the Senate and pick one of the great conservative lawyers.
I mean,
look
Todd,
at the list of people that he considered for the Supreme Court.
Absolutely. Well, a lot of them
last
have
time
gotten
around. There'd be some great AGs there.
Well, you know what? Katie Pavlich just posted this on X. Trump could put Justice Alito up for Attorney General and then fill a SCOTUS seat. Tommy, what do you think about that?
I think that certainly is very interesting. But, I think he's got a deep bench. I think he's got a lot of people to choose from, a lot of talent, a lot of people that he knows are loyal to him. He's had many years to figure this out. So I think that this is very strategic. I don't, as I said before, think this was a misstep. I think this was actually calculated. And I think it was a brilliant, genius move. I can't wait to see who number 2 is.
Okay. Thank you both. Mark Thiessen, Tommy Lahren. Great to see you both.
I'm Steve Doocy.
One thing is for sure, the 47th has so many steeds when it comes to figuring out who and what and where to make his moves. And Matt Gaetz, I really liked Matt Gaetz. I'm not even going to cap. But with Matt Gaetz being out, Pam Bondi is the new nomination. Let's check it out.
Breaking tonight, a lot happening during this show. Just announced, the president-elect has selected Pam Bondi as the next Attorney General of the United States. I'll read from this announcement from the president-elect. I'm proud to announce former Attorney General of the great state of Florida, Pam Bondi, as our next Attorney General of the United States. Pam was a prosecutor for nearly 20 years, where she was very tough on violent criminals and made the streets safe for Florida families. Then, as Florida's first female Attorney General, she worked to stop the trafficking of deadly drugs and reduce the tragedy of fentanyl overdoses deaths, which have destroyed many families in our country. She did such an incredible job that I asked her to serve as our Opioid and Drug Abuse Commission. During my first term, we saved many lives. Again, he goes on to say she's smart and tough and is America's first fighter who will do a terrific job as Attorney General. Again, Pam Bondi from Florida, the next nominee for President-elect Trump, who obviously saw today that Matt Gaetz pulled his name from nomination as the votes were not there on Capitol Hill in the Senate for Matt Gaetz as Attorney General. Pam Bondi, now the name that the president-elect has put forward in that position.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
Shout out to the OG. He is speaking somebody else, Pam Bondi. What do you guys think about that? What do you think about that? Because at this point, it's like, wait, she's not going to, go through all of this rigorous movement that Matt Gaetz had to go through,
This horrific individual.
So, what we have here. So, of course, Tom Homan, the border czar, Trump, has something to say.
Incoming Trump border czar Tom Homan is here. Tom, first of all, congratulations. When you hear these Democrat governors and people like AOC saying that they're going to block any attempt to deport, what's your reaction?
They're obviously not very smart because President Trump is clear. Out of the gate, we're concentrating on public safety threats and national security threats. What politician, whether you're a mayor or a governor, is saying, no, I want public safety threats to remain in my community? I mean, give me a break. But, ICE is going to do it. And here's the thing. They don't let us in the county jail to arrest the bad guy, which means they're going to release the bad guy back in the community, put the immigrant community at greater risk of crime. It forces ICE agents into the community, which puts ICE agents at danger, but it also puts the immigrant community at danger because when we find a bad guy, and we will, there's going to be others with him, others that weren't even on our radar. So what they're saying is they're going to force us in the neighborhood to arrest more illegal aliens than what we originally planned to do. So their idea is just, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, they're going to invite more federal strength into those communities, and you're just going to wind up grabbing more of them and deporting them. AOC is saying the answer is mass amnesty. I mean, it would save you a lot of work, but what do you say to her?
It's ridiculous. You're going to reward illegal behavior. You award amnesty, you're never going to fix the border. This country's shown over and over again that if you don't have consequences, they're going to keep coming. Awarding amnesty means millions of them are going to come saying, look, I can cross the border legally. I can lose my case in front of an immigration judge, and I still get to stay. And that's what people don't understand. People say mass deportation is a bad thing. No, we just had historic illegal crisis on the border. Millions of people crossed the border illegally. Every one of them committed a crime by crossing the border illegally. If you look at the immigration stats, 9 out of 10 of them will get an order removal. They have to be executed, because if we don't execute those orders, then what the hell are we doing, Jesse? Just shut down the immigration court. Doesn't mean anything anymore. Take the border patrol off the border because there's no consequences. The law is clear. Now, we'll give you a due process. You can have your day in court, but when your order removed, you're going to leave, and we're going to make you leave.
Are you going to deport doctors? They're saying that there's going to be migrant doctors in the middle of surgery, and ICE is just going to be dragging them out in their scrubs. Have you heard of that happening?
I have never heard of that happening. I heard the other day that we're going to deport U.S. citizens, too. I heard that one. But look, public safety threats, national security threats, fugitives, those who had due process at great taxpayer expense were ordered removed and went into hiding, fugitives. And look, if you're in the country legally, you're not off the table. It's not okay to cross this border. It's a crime. Every illegal alien that crossed that border committed a crime. And it's not okay if you be in this country illegally. I don't go 200 miles an hour to come to this interview tonight because I don't want to get a ticket. I don't lie on my taxes because I don't want to go get tax evasion. Well, it's not okay to be in this country illegally. So if you're in the country illegally, you got a problem.
All right. We don't want you getting pulled over, but if...
Yo, Tom Homan, man. This man ain't playing around, people. This man is not playing around. He's saying, yo, we're going to get you as long as you are illegal, okay?
And it's time for the hot topic of the hour. President-elect Trump filling up his cabinet with 2 new appointments. Former acting attorney general under Trump, Matt Whitaker, tapped as NATO ambassador. He'll be tasked with pressuring countries in the alliance to increase their defense spending, renewing an effort Trump undertook in his first term. Trump also nominating Michigan GOP chair Pete Hoekstra for U.S. ambassador to Canada. Hoekstra was the U.S. ambassador to the Netherlands during Trump's first term after serving 18 years as a Michigan congressman. He also chaired the House Intelligence Committee for a moment. VP-elect Vance returning to Capitol Hill today, meeting with senators about cabinet nominees, securing support for Defense Secretary nominee Pete Hegseth and Attorney General nominee Matt Gaetz, who met with Senate Judiciary Committee members yesterday, along with incoming Majority Leader John Thune. The House Ethics Committee failing to reach an agreement over whether to release the report on its investigation into Matt Gaetz's alleged sexual misconduct allegations. Outgoing Pennsylvania Congresswoman Susan Wild says the matter is not closed and the committee is reconvening on December 5th. Illinois Congressman Sean Casten, meanwhile, pushing for a floor vote to force the release of that report. Meanwhile, the search is on for the next Treasury Secretary. An announcement could come by the end of this week. Trump met with Apollo Global CEO Mark Rowan yesterday as new reports reveal he's looking more seriously at Tennessee Senator Bill Hagerty, who was spotted in Texas with the president-elect at Elon Musk's SpaceX launch Tuesday. Other contenders include former Federal Reserve Governor Kevin Warsh and Scott Bessent, the founder of hedge fund Key Square Group. The president-elect also reportedly mulling a position dedicated solely to cryptocurrency policy, which would interact with regulators, including the Securities and Exchange Commission and the Commodities Futures Trading Commission. Trump also expected to name Russ Vaught as director of the Office of Management and Budget. Vaught would be in charge of developing the proposed budget and implementing the president's agenda across the federal government, having a large influence on the agencies Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy's Department of Government Efficiency want to cut to or eliminate. Got a lot coming up this morning on all of that. Tricia, your reaction?
Anyone who hasn't yet read that Wall Street Journal piece by Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk, I highly recommend it. Very much a blueprint for how they're going to cut savings, cut regulations, cut personnel. It's going to be very essential, but also looking at the mechanics of this. While it's going to be on the outside of government, Vivek and Elon, they also are going to have people embedded, definitely lawyers. I don't think that they could have gotten this done during the first Trump administration because they didn't have some of that Supreme Court precedent, like West Virginia versus EPA, which is basically saying some of these federal regulations simply are not constitutional.
Yeah, and Musk and Vivek laid it out, as you said, in that op-ed this morning in the Wall Street Journal. It's their vision for the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE. The agency will pursue three major kinds of reform: regulatory recessions, administrative reductions, and cost savings. There'll be a focus on driving change through executive action based on existing legislation rather than by passing new laws. It will focus on cutting the federal workforce, identifying the minimum number of workers to perform agency functions, and require employees to come into the office 5 days a week. The agency will work to end federal overspending by taking aim at the $500 billion plus in federal expenditures that are unauthorized by Congress. They'll also conduct large-scale audits of unexamined federal contracts during a temporary suspension of payments. Vivek Ramaswamy told me a bit about it on Sunday. Watch.
We want to go right in through executive action to do the failures of the executive branch that need to be addressed. Because the dirty little secret right now, Maria, is the people we elect to run the government, they're not the ones who actually run the government. It's the unelected bureaucrats in the administrative state. That was created through executive action. It's going to be fixed through executive action. We're going to be cutting costs. Over $500 billion that's spent every year right now was not even authorized by Congress in the first place. Part of this is exposing for the public the extent of that rot and waste, but then to take steps first through executive action and then laying the groundwork for broader change through legislation as well to rein in that deficit, to rein in that budget. We expect mass reductions. We expect certain agencies to be deleted outright. We expect mass reductions in force in areas of the federal government that are bloated. We expect massive cuts among federal contractors and others who are overbilling the federal government.
Yesterday, Musk posted on X that he shared famed economist Milton Friedman's opinion about how bloated government has become, writing Milton Friedman was the best, and shared this interview.
Department of Agriculture.
Abolish.
Gone.
Oh,
Department of Commerce.
Abolish.
Gone. Department of Defense.
Keep.
Keep it. Department of Education.
Abolish.
Gone. Energy.
Abolish.
From 14 departments down to four
basic
and a half.
fundamental functions. What are its fundamental functions? Preserve the peace, defend the country.
All right.
Provide a mechanism whereby individuals can adjudicate their disputes. That's the Justice Department. Protect individuals from being coerced by other individuals. The police function.
Great that Musk tweeted out that interview. Mark Tepper, your reaction?
Well, I mean, the great thing about Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy is that they are business owners, right? They understand dollars and cents. And when you look at, this whole potential of us eliminating government agencies outright, you got to ask yourself a question. Do these agencies add value? Is there a positive ROI, return on investment? And if the answer is no, if you can eliminate a department or an agency and the results, the outcome, the performance. There's no degradation in any of those areas. You don't need the agency. It's wasteful spending. And I love, one of the things Vivek mentioned during the primary debate, the very first one, was zero baseline budgeting, which a lot of businesses use, whereby you don't just roll over expenses from the prior year. You start every year with no expenses, and then you start to add in what's relevant at that point in time. And the issue with our government is we have a track record of allocating money to certain programs, and no matter how unsuccessful those programs are, we keep putting money there,
And Congress is going to also be assisting here in its own role. Look, this is one way to really start attacking the $36 trillion in debt. Jonathan.
Yeah, this is great that we're doing this. And something similar was tried in 1982 called the Grace Commission. And they found out that 1/3 of every tax dollar was either wasted or abused or was just basically lost.
One thing is for sure, everybody knows Elon Musk is a successful person, not just a successful person. He's been a add-on to the universe. He's been a positive influence on Earth. You know what I mean? And Vivek is a businessman. His net worth is over $1 billion. So who is better to kind of like figure out what the government is spending on if it's not these two guys? What does CNN have to say concerning Pam Bondi's becoming Attorney General for Trump's administration?
Good evening, I'm Erin Burnett. Out front tonight, the breaking news. Trump has a new pick for Attorney General tonight. 6 hours after Matt Gaetz suddenly withdrew his nomination, Trump has a new choice. That is the former Florida Attorney General and longtime ally Pam Bondi. Certainly raises the question of whether maybe this was the plan all the way along. Maybe this was just to get Matt Gaetz out of Congress without an ethics report coming out. We'll see. But meanwhile, only 6 hours did it take for Trump to write online just moments ago, quote, Pam will refocus the DOJ to its intended purpose of fighting crime and making America safe again. I have known Pam for many years. She is smart and tough and is an America First fighter who will do a terrific job as Attorney General. Now, of course, Bondi has been a very successful fighter for Trump. In the 2020 election, she was on the front lines pushing Trump's election lies. She said, quote, we've won Pennsylvania and we want every vote to be counted in a fair way. Of course, he did not win Pennsylvania. During Trump's criminal trial in New York, she was one of his top defenders.
This is just one big press conference trying to smear Donald Trump, trying to hurt Donald Trump. The gag order is completely illegal.
Bondi also making it clear she is on the exact same page as Trump when it comes to his claim that the Justice Department has been politicized.
When Republicans take back the White House, and we will be back in there in 18 months or less, you know what's going to happen? The Department of Justice, the prosecutors will be prosecuted, the bad ones. The investigators will be investigated because the deep state, last term for President Trump, they were hiding in the shadows. But now they have a spotlight on them, and they can all be investigated, and the House needs to be cleaned out.
I mean, that is as clear as it gets. That is where she stands. That is what Trump wants. She was also, though, very present on the campaign trail this year. She was a staple, joining Trump at campaign rallies across the country. And as I mentioned, her nomination came in just 6 hours after Gaetz dropped out. Meantime, just a few moments ago, Gaetz posted, I look forward to continuing to fight to save our country, just maybe from a different post. A different post. Important word. Sources telling CNN that Trump himself is the one who called Gaetz this morning to let him know he didn't have the votes to be confirmed. Now, we understand that Trump did not ask Gaetz to drop out, despite the serious allegations involving statutory rape and sexual misconduct. In a shocking turn of events, though, I mean, just 24 hours ago, Gaetz showed no signs he was stepping down.
Moving on, folks have been very supportive. They've been saying we're going to get a fair process. So it's a great day of momentum for the Trump-Vance administration.
We were told Trump was standing by his staunch ally, full stop, and the sources close to the president-elect were optimistic. But then reality struck. Around 11:30 this morning, our Paula Reed reached out to Matt Gaetz' team. She had new reporting that there was a second alleged sexual encounter between the Republican and a 17-year-old. So his team asked for an hour to respond to Paula's reporting. They never did respond. Minutes before she was about to go on CNN to break her news, Gaetz issued this statement, quote, there is no time to waste on a needlessly protracted Washington scuffle. Thus, I'll be withdrawing my name from consideration to serve as Attorney General. Now, This was a major setback for Trump. I mean, even if he had thought this wasn't going to go through, and it was helping Gaetz and getting that ethics committee report to not come out, and he had a backup plan of possible Pam Bondi, even if all that is true, he did back him. He did say he wasn't going to step down. And he said he was doing very well, but at the same time did not want to be a distraction for the administration, for which he has much respect. Those are the final words from Gaetz. Sources telling CNN that the president-elect was all in on Gaetz. They had told us that he didn't have someone waiting in the wings. Well, that's a big question, right? So either he was ready on Pam Bondi, ready to go, or he made that decision as quickly as he had made the Gaetz decision. We don't yet know. But we do know that many of Trump's biggest supporters in Congress, like Josh Hawley, were happy Gaetz is out.
My plan is to support all of them. I think they've got momentum. I thought the meeting today with Gaetz went great, and it's full steam ahead.
That was just yesterday, maybe barely over 24 hours ago. Today, here's Hawley.
Well, I'm sure it's the right decision. He feels like it is, and the president feels like it is.
Right decision. Well, Kristen Holmes is out front to begin our coverage near Mar-a-Lago. And Kristen, I was just talking about how one would go in 6 hours from Gaetz to Pam Bondi if you didn't already have something in your head about how this would go. But we just don't know. I know you've been learning more about exactly what happened. What have you found out?
Okay, so we do have some answers. Now, obviously, we don't know if she was waiting in the wings, but we are told that this wasn't quite a surprise, that she had been on the list originally as someone who could potentially pick to be Attorney General. And I am told that almost as soon as Matt Gaetz withdrew his name or told Donald Trump that he was going to be withdrawing his name, Pam Bondi's name started circulating. A source of mine said they first heard about it early afternoon, so roughly an hour after Matt Gaetz withdrew his name, noting that this was circulating fairly wide, that he was likely to pick her and pick her as soon as possible. The thing to keep in mind here is that Donald Trump still believes that Attorney General is the most important position in his administration and in his cabinet. So he wanted to get this done and done as quickly as possible. Despite the fact that there are still other names out there and other positions that are looming, he thought it was most important to get this done. Now, I will also tell you, I've spoken to a number of Republicans, including some of Trump's staunchest allies, who are breathing a sigh of relief. There had been a number of conversations about how exactly this confirmation process was going to go. Trump himself had been briefed on the fact that they didn't think that Gaetz had enough votes, and Trump had said to others, and obviously, as we know now, that he had called Gaetz and said the same thing, but he had admitted to others that he did not think that Gaetz could potentially, at this point, get confirmed in the Senate. When I am talking to these various allies, they are saying she is a solid pick. They believe her chances of getting confirmed are much higher. She also still carries a couple of things that Gaetz did. The same viewpoint about the Department of Justice, talking about dismantling it, how it's been weaponized. Same thing we've heard Donald Trump say over and over again. But also, Aaron, I bet it wasn't that hard for your team to find those clips and find them quickly. Just a reminder, it was just 30 minutes ago that he named them. The reason why is because Pam Bondi likes to go on television, and she's good on television. One of the things that Donald Trump really wanted in an attorney general was a bomb thrower who could go on TV and say his message, effectively communicate. That's what I was told about Matt Gaetz, and that applies here as well. Clearly, we've seen it applied to a number of cabinet positions, but that is part of the reason that he chose her and liked her.
All right. Well, Kristen, thank you very much. All those new details. Let's go to Manu Raju on Capitol Hill. Manu, again, it's been just about a half an hour since we found this out. What's the response so far of the Pam Bondi choice?
Well, silence right now, Aaron. One part because the Senate is now, they have left town for the weekend. So senators will have the weekend to digest this news. And this will become, senators will look at this nomination more favorably, undoubtedly, than the Matt Gaetz nomination. Gaetz came in with heavy baggage. A lot of senators knew Matt Gaetz for the way that he conducted himself on the House side for many years, the way he battled with his colleagues. Of course, those ethics allegations, those investigation that was going on about sexual misconduct and the like, and they wanted nothing to do with Matt Gaetz. They'll look at Pam Bondi much differently with a fresh set of eyes, someone that they will have to assess. Now, that doesn't mean that she definitely will be confirmed, even though her chances are much higher than Matt Gaetz is right off the bat, because senators simply don't know her. They'll have to vet her. They'll have to question her. There will be an exhaustive background check. There will be those hearings that, of course, will be all important early next year. And how does she do in all of that? And will any red flags come up during their vetting process? Those will be the big questions. So senators may, while the Trump team believes that she is much more confirmable and she could certainly get the post. That process still needs to take place in the United States Senate because she's not very well known to these members, and perhaps she will sail right through, but we'll see. These processes are complicated and sometimes they can trip people up.
Absolutely. All right, Manu, thank you very much. And everyone's here with me. So, Lulu, 8 years as Attorney General for Florida, outspoken Trump supporter. Trump and his foundation had put a lot of money into her election campaigns. I know our Drew Griffin back in the time had done a lot of reporting on that and whether that was in any way linked to decisions she then subsequently made as Attorney General. The big question, though, is Lulu, does this, 6 hours, do you think this was basically, in a sense, a backup plan all the way along?
I mean, I don't know if it was a backup plan, but Pam Bondi is a pretty obvious choice for him. She's telegenic. She defends him. She worked on his impeachment trial. She was then at America First Policy Institute overseeing their legal operation there, something that's very allied to Trump. I mean, she's had a very long relationship with him. You just mentioned, I'm a Floridian, and you mentioned that relationship with Donald Trump. I mean, it was back, I think, in 2013 that he gave money to her campaign, and then apparently there were some questions around.
Thank you for tuning into the live stream. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis. Okay, so Pam Bondi. What do you know about Pam Bondi? I was having high hopes concerning Matt Gaetz. All of a sudden, yesterday, I woke up and I'm like, what the heck is going on? Matt Gaetz withdraws his nomination to be the AG. Now, is this something that the 47th has always had in mind that, okay, I know for a fact Matt Gaetz is never going to be confirmed. Let me just push him forward. Like, if you've read the book, The Art of the Deal, you would know this man really prides himself in negotiations. He prides himself in making the best deals. So, do you think this was intentional? I personally, I don't really know. It's like a 50-50 bargain for me because I know this man is smart. I know he's been in the game for a long time. He's way more experienced now than in 2016. However, it's like the way he talked about Matt Gaetz, you would think for a fact he knows that Matt Gaetz may be confirmed. But now it's like, well, thank you, Matt Gaetz, and you have a bright future. So wait, you've always known it was never going to be confirmed, and you've always had Pam Bondi on the reserve. Like, okay, if this guy never gets confirmed, I'm going to just put my best player in. Maybe. It may just be. I mean, who knows, bro? Who knows? One thing is for sure, they have more information than we do. Certainly. That's just something that I know for sure. We get what we get on here, but he definitely has more information than we do. I mean, this is a former president of the United States. He has more information than we do. It's just what it is. All right. What do we have here? Now, who is interested in Bitcoin and crypto market and all of that stuff? Bitcoin is about to get to $100,000 today or tomorrow. Who knows? It's going to get to $100,000. And to think about the fact that Bitcoin was at what? Bitcoin was at like 60 or 50 something $1,000 like 2 months ago. And now it's around September, right? It was around 50 something or 60 something $1,000. Now it's going 100K. It's like, did you catch that vibe? Because I don't think I caught it. Did you guys catch the wave or the rise or whatever? Because I didn't catch it. I'm not even gonna cap. I didn't catch it. Okay, I'm not gonna cap.
The Bitcoin cavalry is coming to Congress to help the hero who's been holding down the fort all by herself. In fact, Bitcoin magazine features Senator Lummis from Wyoming just recently on a post that was talking about the strategic Bitcoin reserve. It said it's a modest proposal, but has huge upside. So let's bring in Republican Senator from Wyoming, Cynthia Lummis. Senator, first and foremost, listen, I know you love that. You look great, by the way, with laser eyes. Let's talk about the Bitcoin Act of 2024, because the most important thing for a lot of people is establishing a strategic Bitcoin reserve. On the other hand, though, some people say, why would we need such a thing?
Well, first of all, Charles, I want to compliment you on your newest book. I read it, I loved it, and I recommend it to everybody.
Thank you.
And among the things you raised, Charles, in your book is the importance of having diversified assets, the importance of having some things that are a long-term store of value. And Bitcoin is certainly that. So why Bitcoin would make sense as part of our strategic reserves is that we recognize other long-term stores of value and put them in strategic reserve. We have a gold strategic reserve. We have an oil strategic reserve. I think it is fitting that Bitcoin, now that is really digital gold, be included among our reserve assets. So I'm proposing in the Bitcoin Act.
If you're watching this live stream, guys, double tap your screen twice. I'm going to show you right here. This is how to like the stream. Just go twice. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, okay? Consider liking this live stream and subscribe to the channel, man. And let's enjoy the show.
That we purchase roughly 200,000 Bitcoin a year just by converting money we already have into Bitcoin and hold them for 20 years. If we did that with, say, 5% of all the Bitcoin that will ever exist, which is roughly 1 million Bitcoin, we could cut our debt in half in 20 years. And in the meantime, we would have an asset that's growing in value while our own dollar is decreasing in value. And thereby we could shore up the US dollar as the world's reserve currency. What that does is help us protect ourselves against inflation and protect the US dollar on the world stage.
So you also have here, so that's the Bitcoin purchase program, proof of reserve system. I want to shoot down to the bottom of the list and come back up because this is something that it seems really critical. Protect Bitcoin property rights, a firm's rights or of self-custody. Talk to us about this because this is, I think, an area where a lot of individuals in the retail side are concerned about.
It's very important that we protect Bitcoin and people who hold their Bitcoin in individual wallets. We don't want to see this asset become owned only by governments, and certainly don't want to see it controlled by governments because its great virtue is as freedom money. It is infinitely divisible. It can be used all over the world. It is something that you can send from one person to another at a very low cost and very quickly. Its ability to help bring people out of poverty or into the innovator class and the wealthier class is very exciting. And that's why we want to protect individual property rights in Bitcoin and people's individual wallets.
Right.
There's a phrase, not your keys, not your coin. Your keys are your ability to access your Bitcoin. We want to
Shout
make
out
sure
to
people
Ted
have
for
access
sure.
to
Shout
their
out to
own
Marcy
keys and their own
Talks.
Bitcoin.
Senator, I had a guest on yesterday saying
Malos
that up
Clues.
to 290,
Malos
there are up
Clues.
to
Shout out to you,
290
buddy.
pro-crypto lawmakers now heading to Congress or in Congress.
Shadow
But you
Dance, my guy.
you've been there. How does it feel to sort of take a stand, which at one point was a very lonely stand, and now all of a sudden the whole world seems to have the same epiphany?
Well, I'm delighted to see people have taken the time to understand more about this asset. I'm delighted to see it become part of the U.S. economy, and I'm thrilled that President Trump identified it as something that we should have the beachhead for in the United States. Because thus far, under the current administration, efforts to regulate it through enforcement actions, through penalties and lawsuits, has driven this industry into the arms of other countries, including the European Union. We want to bring them back and have this industry be strong, robust, innovative, and very, very located in the United States, including Bitcoin mining.
Take a look at that. As at September, what does it say? It says what? As of September, Bitcoin was at 52,511 $52,511,000. Just as at September, guys, $52,511. Now it's at $98,000. Jeez.
These are all things that President Trump raised during his campaign, and he seems to be assembling a very pro-Bitcoin cabinet. His leadership understand the assets, not only just Bitcoin, but other digital assets and the opportunities for blockchain. And it then moves into the whole AI culture as well. So I see these things as being part and parcel of creating a 21st century economy that has its anchor in the United States.
Yeah, and let's hope, of course, that the Treasury pick will feel the same way. I got to believe that all the pieces of the puzzle.
Yo, LB things, stuff, and more. I remember you, sister. I remember you. You used to say Kamala Harris will be the next president of the United States. I remember you. LB things. I remember you. Now you're saying, can you pay your light bills with crypto? Just hold on, relax. In the next couple of months or years from now, you definitely will be able to do it. It's a matter of time. LB things. I remember you. I remember you, sister. Okay, if you're watching this live stream, all you have to do is double tap your screen twice. And let's get the likes up so YouTube can know that we're getting enough engagement to send people here, okay? Double tap your screen, guys. Double tap your screen. And let's keep the show going, okay? Let's keep the show going.
We should.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, and let's get it.
Ask Donald Trump. You talked about black men would be with you. Where's a black man being nominated by you for your cabinet? Has anyone noticed there's no black that has been nominated on his cabinet? That needs to be raised.
Reverend Al Sharpton criticizing President-elect Donald Trump for not nominating an African-American member for any cabinet position, I should say, yet. There are some spots to fill. Now, to be clear, he has picked some diverse candidates to be part of his overall team and also in his cabinet. But again, as of now, there's yet to be a black American picked for a cabinet
that might be
slot.
saying too much.
Joining me now, one of Trump's top allies on the Hill, Republican Congressman Byron Donalds of Florida. Congressman, you have been a very vocal and effective surrogate for Trump and for his campaign and, frankly, the Republican Party. What is your response to this criticism?
I think it's criticism where people are upset that they still lost this election. And so if you were going to ask Reverend Al or anybody else in the Democrat Party, they're still licking their wounds about the fact that this did not work out the way that they thought it was going to. That being said, Donald Trump's cabinet is about people who are going to implement his agenda. And he's not done, by the way. You have Susie Wiles, the first woman ever to serve as chief of staff. You have Marco Rubio, a Cuban American who's going to serve as Secretary of State, representing America across the globe when it comes to foreign policy. You have Tulsi Gabbard going to be at DNI. So many others that are coming, and there's still slots to be filled. So I think everybody needs to pump the brakes and just wait and see what happens.
Do you think Democrats are putting form over substance?
Absolutely. Look, even if you look at how the Democrats filled the Joe Biden cabinet, they wanted to have a piece of every identity, but did they get the job done? Did they actually serve the interest of the American people? Because here's what I know. Whether you black or Hispanic, if the border is unsecure, excuse me, Alejandro Mayorkas, if the border is unsecure, does that help people in their everyday lives? No, it does not. And so what Donald Trump's election is about is bringing competency and reality back to D.C. in the White House, making sure that the job gets done on behalf of the American people, regardless of their race, regardless of their religion, regardless of their creed.
Do you think that the current cabinet picks reflect the most competent implementers of Trump's policy across the board?
100%.
You have no pause for any of the people who are being raised, including some who are more controversial figures who've gotten a lot of the oxygen out of the room. Obviously, Matt Gaetz, a centerpiece of criticism because of the allegations. But you don't have any pause about anyone who's been chosen?
No, I don't, because either I know them directly or I've gotten a chance to know them throughout the last several months. All of them subscribe to everything that Donald Trump talked about on the campaign trail. They are mission-minded about getting the job done. Look at Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. wants to make America healthy again. He wants to go after additives in our food that are here in the United States, but not in any other country around the globe. You have suburban mothers who want to see that happen for their children. You have people who've had to deal with all kind of other health abnormalities, and at the time, and now what they're dealing with is going to other doctors, finding other alternatives to address those health issues, finding out it's what they're ingesting every single day. He's going to address that. You have somebody like Tulsi Gabbard, who has not been a fan of forever wars, which, by the way, if you're a Republican or a Democrat, you've not been a fan of forever wars. She's going to be advising him when it comes to national intelligence. These are the picks that he's put in who are going to actually help him implement his agenda. His success as president, this is the 47th president, is going to be on addressing all the concerns of the American people that obviously they had, because if they didn't have that, he wouldn't have the political mandate he's enjoying right now.
Well, let me ask you, because I remember when your name came up as a potential Speaker of the House. There were many who speculated that based on the prominent role you played in this campaign and election, that your name.
That's another thing that we have to stop. Identity politics, race politics. Let's just focus on who can actually get the job done. It should not be about color or creed. It should be about, can you get the job done by merit, by performance, by action? Okay. Now, the law can be for everybody, should be for everybody, but getting a job done should not be by color or by race. It should be who is competent, who is a very, very, skilled individual who can get the job done. That's who we should hire to a position that the American people deserves to get some sort of results from. We shouldn't just say, okay, because, well, we need every type of people, every color, every, whatever. Just, it has to be about action, okay?
Would have skyrocketed to at least the front of the line. We are several cabinet picks in. Are you not surprised that you have not been named? Have you had a conversation about being a part of the administration at all?
All I will say is I am not surprised that I have not been named, but that does not mean I'm not going to do other things in the future.
Has he asked you?
No, there's some other things that I'm looking at going forward. I'm
Like?
not going to talk about them now.
We do this every time.
We're not going to break news now,
I would like
Laura.
to ask you, Governor
We're not gonna break
of
news.
Florida, Senator, perhaps if Marco Rubio is confirmed, or any of those spots enticing to you?
We'll see what happens as things go forward.
Do you have support for the name Laura Trump that's been circling around as a potential person who would step in if Senator Marco Rubio were to ascend to the role that he has been chosen for?
So actually, I think Laura would do a great job as a U.S. Senator for Florida. I got a chance to really know her through the whole campaign process. Number one, excellent communicator, one of the best in our party. Number two, really knowledgeable about policy. Number three, her personal businesses that she's been involved with, different projects that she's done. She knows how to get things done, bring people around her to be successful. At the end of the day, you want to be a representative of the ideals of the state of Florida. Laura Trump is an example of that.
So just to be clear, and I remember the barbershops you had gone through, you talked to many black voters, black male voters specifically on the campaign trail. If the current trend stands and there is not a single black cabinet member named, you'd be fine with that?
What I want right now is for the agencies of the federal government to do their job and no more, and to actually fix the ills that have been going wrong in our country. The voters spoke loud and clear 2 weeks ago. This was an avalanche. This was a political mandate for Donald Trump. And it's very clear that they want our borders secured. They want a thriving economy. They want to be able to get out of these conflicts across the globe. And yes, people want to be energy dominant here in America. And if the cabinet picks help deliver the America First agenda that Donald Trump wants, this will be an unmitigated success. And every American will be happy with that.
I wonder if voters will see it the same way. I want to talk about this House Ethics Committee, though. They have not chosen to release the report that was compiled by the House Ethics Committee on former Congressman Matt Gaetz. Do you think the report should be released?
And that's the thing, like, this man was elected by the popular vote, the Electoral College, and this is a mandate, bro. People voted for this man. I voted for Donald Trump based on the fact that I want a safer border. I want a better economy. I definitely want peace around the world. Okay? Because at the end of the day, I don't care what he's saying and the thing that he's tweeting, and I don't like the way he talks, and I'm emotional about the things he's saying. I don't like the way he talks. No, nobody cares because your bills don't care about all of that stuff. Your bills don't care about your emotions, okay? You have to pay your bills. Your kids have to eat, okay? So all your emotions that you're talking about, nobody cares, bro. So go on ahead and put your emotions on the back seat and then get the job done. It's called performance and action, okay?
If not publicly, to the Senate so that they can have in a fulsome review in their role to advise and consent?
Well, actually, no, I don't, and here's why. A couple of things. First of all, we all know Capitol Hill leaks like a sieve. If the Ethics Committee sends that report over to the Senate, you'll have some Senate staffers somewhere in some office will put it out, and that's frankly inappropriate because the rules of the House and frankly the rules of the Senate are clear on this. If you're no longer a member, those reports do not get released to anybody. That's number one. Number two, the FBI already looked into these allegations over 3 years. A long-running investigation, and there were leaks out of the Department of Justice during this investigation. But what did Merrick Garland's DOJ, or frankly, at that also when it started, Bill Barr's DOJ do? They didn't bring any charges. There were no charges here. So I think we got to be careful. Do we just want to be salacious because it's great to take somebody down or it's good for news headlines? Or are we going to make sure we're serious about making sure somebody like Matt Gaetz goes into the job of Attorney General to make sure that the DOJ is doing its job for the American people, not for the politicians here in Washington, D.C. That's what matters.
But the same could be true and the conclusion different, to suggest if the report is somehow baseless or it's based on unfounded allegations or is entirely critical of the Department of Justice, as has been alleged by Matt Gaetz and others, then that very argument and seeing the report could buttress his confirmation. Why not just see the report? It could be helpful to Republicans who want to confirm him.
Because I'm not going to be naive with you. We know the whole reason why some people are saying release it, mostly from the Democrat side of the aisle, because they're reeling because of the results of this election. Their party is massively divided on which direction they should go.
Republicans also want to see the report. Some have expressed that.
This is fair, but they're looking for a reason to get back on track. I understand that, but we have to be very careful with stuff like this. If we're just going to be throwing allegations around, a la Justice Kavanaugh, where allegations were just tossed around, they weren't confirmed, but they were out there. And then he went ahead and got confirmed by the U.S. Senate and now is serving as a duly appointed justice on the Supreme Court and doing a great job in that role. Are we now going to demonize people because of an allegation where the Department of Justice did not bring charges? They did investigate this for 3 years. And to be fair to Matt, the investigation went through. A lot of stuff was leaked about this investigation. No charges were brought forward. So then what are we talking about now? Because if you compare a potential AG in Matt Gaetz versus the current AG in Merrick Garland, we do know that Merrick Garland weaponized the Justice Department. No matter how anybody might feel about it, there was not an even application of the law with Merrick Garland as Attorney General. And
they, of course, vehemently disagree with that characterization.
Yeah, Matt is already old news for sure. This was probably like a recap from CNN. Pam Bondi is the new news. Anyway, so Nikki Haley, guys. Nikki Haley. First of all, double tap your screen. Let's get the likes up, guys. Come on, man. We have over 600 people watching the live stream, and we have like 22 likes. Okay, can we get the likes to 100 likes? Get the likes up so YouTube can know that we're getting engagement on this stream. Let's get the likes up, guys. Come on, man. Let's get it. First of all, Nikki Haley, like I was saying. Is Nikki Haley for the 47th or she's not for the 47th? I just need to know, man. Nikki Haley is just out here talking about stuff that I believe she's not supposed to be talking about. Like, what is going on here? Nikki Haley is talking about Tulsi Gabbard, that she doesn't really agrees with Tulsi Gabbard being a pick. The 47th already said he does not want to include Nikki Haley in his administration. I guess that's why she's hurt. It's like, if you're not gonna pick me, then I must say something about your pick. Because why would Nikki Haley be talking about Tulsi Gabbard? Tulsi Gabbard is a veteran. She has served the country. She's well spoken, well respected, articulate. People love her. I mean, what's going on here with Nikki Haley, man?
This is not a place for a Russian, Iranian, Syrian, Chinese sympathizer. DNI has to analyze real threats. Are we comfortable with someone like that at the top of our national intelligence agencies?
Donald Trump's former U.S. ambassador to the United Nations slamming his pick for Director of National Intelligence, Nikki Haley, who, of course, took on Trump in the primary, but then ultimately endorsed him, criticized Tulsi Gabbard for meeting with Syria's Bashar al-Assad and argued that Gabbard repeated Russian talking points. Gabbard, a former Democrat, left the party in 2022, and she's since become a staunch supporter of Trump, serving on his transition team. If confirmed by the Senate, Gabbard would become the head of the nation's intelligence agencies. Her confirmation, though, might be an uphill battle.
If we bring in somebody like this, who smells to other intelligence agencies like someone who will compromise their sources and methods and be far too cozy with Russia and other adversaries, then they're going to hold back information that could be really critical to our success. This is a choice that actually puts Americans at risk because we won't have access to intelligence that could be critical to our safety. I think Republicans will likely begin to come around.
So this is one of those picks, Alex, that has, and Mike, you alluded to this, right? It's fallen kind of off out of the headlines in many ways because of the salacious things going on with other cabinet picks. But Tulsi Gabbard is someone who, and in fact, let me just play this. I talked to her back in 2019 about Bashar al-Assad, and I asked her if she thinks that he was an enemy of the United States. Here's what she said. Take a look. Do you think Assad is our enemy?
Assad is not the enemy of the United States because Syria does not pose a direct threat to the United States.
Now, of course, why that comment and framing is noteworthy, especially in this context, is because of the ties between Assad and the Russians and the realities of where we are now. Is there a world where there is a national security contingent in the Senate that starts to take this nomination more seriously?
Yes, because she is one of the biggest critics of the current, not just national security state, but sort of American foreign policy establishment that you've had in many, many decades, perhaps, ever. Like the only thing I can even think close to is, the 70s post-church committee stuff. And that's why you're going to see people like Mitch McConnell take a very, very close look at her record. But, for Trump's base, MAGA, the fact that she's getting criticized by Nikki Haley is a feature, not a bug. This is why people like Tucker Carlson and stuff have really gravitated towards Tulsi Gabbard, because they see her as sort of a wrecking ball to what they see as a national security state off the rails.
Yeah, well, our reporting this morning, Mike, is that Tulsi Gabbard is at odds with the community she may soon be tasked with leading because of her distrust of broad government surveillance authorities and her support for those willing to expose some of the intelligence community's most sensitive secrets. I mean, the stakes here are incredibly high.
They are incredibly high. And to Alex's point, I think there's, some of the things that we forget when we're talking about these individuals being nominated is that there's a difference between a messenger and a manager. And I don't think that she's been nominated to be a manager of DNI. She's been nominated to be a messenger. That doesn't mean that she wouldn't have the power, right? Absolutely not. But we also forget that there are also a dozen other political nominees that will come in to each of these agencies to run it. But again, going back to the point, for not a feature, not a bug, she absolutely personifies a lot of what the Trump campaign was saying vis-a-vis the defense industry, but also the national intelligence. So I think a lot of these nominations, whether it be Gaetz at DOJ or Tulsi Gabbard, it's a way of the Trump administration is saying this time it's going to be different. Whether she makes it through, because there's a lot of hurdles for her to get through in the Senate, is another question.
The one thing I will say is I absolutely agree, because
Donald Trump himself is the one who's been having phone calls with Vladimir Putin. I mean, so putting her there is not such a stretch. We're all talking about her as if she is in isolation. The fact that he is nominating her says a lot about Donald Trump's priorities and what he wants in that role. And that should be the concern.
And it's not new. Donald Trump was president before, and when he was, he actually sided in one instance with Vladimir Putin over our own intelligence.
Thank you for tuning into the live stream. God bless you. Okay, so John Smith just said, no like thumb comes up on your podcast to give a like. So this is why I always hold my phone up. This is how to like. This is me right here, right? You tap your screen twice, just twice, and you would have liked the stream. I don't know why. It's like, I don't know why you can't like it, but like, all you have to do is just double tap the screen, okay? And you would have liked the video, okay? Thank you so much to John Smith. Okay, so Tulsi Gabbard to me is a respected person. I like the way she articulates herself. She loves the United States. She does not want wars. She wants peace around the world. So peace is the main thing, okay? We want peace. We don't want anything that causes conflict. We want someone who is a diplomat when it comes to intelligence. This is my opinion, okay? You don't have to agree with me, but this is my opinion. You need someone who can articulate themselves. You want someone who is a diplomat. You want someone who truly wants peace for sure. Not act like they want peace and saying, we are a state. We're going to have to show you how great we are. We want someone who's going to say, you know what, we want the kids to be safe. We want the pregnant women to be safe in your country. We want the fathers to be safe, the uncles, the grandmas to be safe. Okay? We want peace around the world, especially in the United States. Okay? So that's the main thing. Okay, guys, double tap your screen to give this video a like. I have to find out or figure out why I don't have the like thumbs up on my short feed, but really it's like double tap your screen twice to give this video a like. I don't know why YouTube has it that way.
Services, not to mention the fact that he himself has endangered national security. He is the president-elect. He gets to pick, but the pattern here is loyalists to Donald Trump and his agenda, and we should be very concerned about that when we're talking about national security.
Former presidential candidate Nikki Haley becoming the latest voice slamming former Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard, President-elect Donald Trump's pick for Director of National Intelligence.
DNI, Department of National Intelligence. This is not a place for a Russian, Iranian, Syrian, Chinese sympathizer. After Russia invaded Ukraine, Tulsi Gabbard literally blamed NATO, our Western alliance that's responsible for countering Russia.
CNN's Katie Bo Lillis joining me now. Katie Bo, you've got some new reporting for us on Gabbard's history of really being at odds with the agencies that she could soon lead. What are you learning?
Nikki Haley, man.
Yeah, Sarah, what's really fascinating about Gabbard is that if confirmed, she will be perhaps the most markedly or most publicly anti-surveillance official to ever lead the part of the U.S. government that is tasked with doing surveillance on foreign entities. In 2020, back when she was still a Democrat and she was in Congress, she introduced a series of bills that would have been pretty profoundly antithetical to how the intelligence community thinks. Two of them were aimed at persuading the government to drop its prosecution of Edward Snowden, the former National Security Agency contractor who revealed the existence of bulk NSA collection of Americans' data back in 2013, as well as of Julian Assange, the founder of WikiLeaks. Both of these men are seen really as almost enemies of the state within the intelligence community, even as they've attracted some support from kind of the sort of libertarian wing of the Republican Party, as well as some progressives in the Democratic Party. Gabbard also in 2020 introduced this piece of legislation that would have wholesale repealed one of the most powerful surveillance authorities that the U.S. government has has to spy on foreigners overseas, something called Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. Now, that is legislation that has drawn some criticism from civil liberties advocates who say that it impinges on Americans' data privacy as well. But to wholesale repeal it without replacing it would be tantamount, according to some former U.S. intelligence officials, to effectively blinding the commander-in-chief. This is an authority under which as much as half of what's known as the president's daily brief is drawn from every day. So whether or not Gabbard as DNI would be able to actually kind of dismantle this program unilaterally, probably a really logistically difficult task that would face a lot of pushback. But it really speaks to this kind of profound distrust that she has in the intelligence community and the people that collect intelligence on foreign entities, and in ways that could potentially reshape the way the intelligence community gathers information and spies on American adversaries. Sarah.
All right, Katie Bo-Lillis, thank you for that reporting.
First, before we go to Tulsi, here is a clip from.
See, one thing is for sure. One thing is 100% for sure. Tulsi Gabbard has a higher chance of becoming the next president of the United States. It might not be in 2028, it might not be in 2032, but I am almost sure that Tulsi Gabbard is going to have a high stake in becoming the next president of the United States. You can have your reservations about her, just like people have reservations about the 47th, who was once the 45th president of the United States. But Tulsi Gabbard, I can almost guarantee you, if she runs as a Republican, because now she's a Republican, if she runs to be the president of the United States in 2028 or 2032, and she has someone like maybe Ron DeSantis or Vivek or J.D. Vance, just be ready to be saying, Madam President. You better be ready for Madam President. Double tap your screen to give this video a like. Let's get it.
Is he right that maybe the country would be able to deal with a conservative woman more than they could deal with a liberal woman?
Yeah, I think, and I've thought this for a long time, that it would have to be a Nixon to China kind of moment where a lot of the misogyny on the right that comes out, and it's not just on the right, but it is very much on the right, would be stowed, much like they stow a lot of their beliefs when Donald Trump runs. They would stow their beliefs if somebody like a Sarah Huckabee Sanders ran. And all of a sudden that would disappear, and she would be elected. And so I think he is right for that reason. Unfortunately, I think that the horrible misogyny that you see from some circles, the conservative with a small c, of we've never had a woman before, we've never had a female president before as a commander-in-chief, that would go away if a woman actually were nominated. And I think if somebody like Nikki Haley, who had been nominated instead of Trump, which was laughable, it never would have happened, but if she had been nominated, you wouldn't have seen that kind of misogyny directed at her from the right that you see towards Kamala Harris or Hillary Clinton.
Although I will say there was misogyny directed at,
of course, because
Nikki
she was
Haley,
running against Trump.
by Trump, by the way.
Called her bird brain.
But I mean, Nikki Haley, I think is a very plausible candidate for what he's talking about here.
I don't know if the Republican Party, the way it's currently structured, would go for a Nikki Haley candidacy. Obviously, I think if we had put her forth, I think that she would have beaten a candidate Joe Biden or a candidate Kamala Harris. But I will say, I don't know if I agree with the comments that it has to be a woman on the right. I think it just has to be the right woman. I don't think that anyone at this table would say that Hillary Clinton was a strong candidate. And I think that Kamala Harris was a much stronger candidate in 2024 than she was during the 2019 primaries. But I think that she just wasn't given enough time to prove herself.
Bill Clinton was, he's right, because the Democrats have lost their mind. They've lost their way, and with this craziness, and he knows it. That's why he's saying that. He knows. And yeah.
Oh God. She said, look, she said it doesn't have to be a woman on the right. It just has to be the right woman. So basically, the woman on the right. Because you're saying it's not supposed to be it doesn't have to be a woman on the right. It just has to be a right woman. So whichever way, it's a right woman that you're talking about. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get the likes up, guys. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up, people. Let's get the likes up. Also, we have been monetized by YouTube. Shout out to YouTube, man. It's been a long time coming. So now you can give super chat, super like, super stickers super whatever. This has been a blessing. So thank you guys for tuning in. Double tap your screen and let's have some good time.
Yes, the answer is yes. It's a better chance for a woman as a Republican to win the presidency until they get their house in order. I mean, it's a mess, and he admitted it.
Yeah, and I think it'll be a Republican being the first woman president, just because I'm being a homer and I'm a Republican. I'd like to see that. But the second thing is, I think it's a cop-out to say it was cultural issues that kept Kamala out of the White House, because that presumes that she had opinions on the cultural issues and not trying to run away from them. Look, Michelle Obama would have won. That's just a fact. She would have. Nikki Haley could have won. We are a center-right nation. And if you go back to World War II and you look at the Democratic presidents that did not come into office via assassination, Watergate, or COVID, you are left with JFK, Clinton, and Barack Obama. You need to have an exceptional candidate in this country who is left of center to beat someone who is culturally right of center. That's just the way it's been. We are no more misogynistic or anything else than people of Britain and Margaret Thatcher, than the Italians and Giorgia Meloni.
Let me tell you something. Let me just say this about women, and I truly believe this. Donald Trump won, I think, in large part because he was perceived to be authentic, right? And I think that George Bush, who doesn't even drink, was the guy that everybody wanted to have a beer with, and he was perceived to be offensive, right? And he was perceived to be authentic. You still want to have a beer with him.
You did do cocaine at one time.
You got way off track. I think it is incredibly hard for women, Sarah and Abby, correct me if you think I'm wrong, to come off as authentic. Because women have to jump through 27 hoops. When the New York Times ran a story within 5 minutes of Kamala Harris's announcement about what she wears. I mean, there's literally in the style section this very long story about her Jimmy Choos or whatever else she wears.
No,
and how that was all planned, and how it gives off. She did this on purpose because it gives a vibe. That shows that if she's so conniving as to plan down to her shoes what she's going to portray, she's not an authentic person, and that applies to every woman out there.
When I look at Hillary Clinton, though, I covered that campaign in 2016. She was, if we were talking about toughness, she was perceived as tough. She was pretty hawkish in terms of foreign policy, probably closer to Liz Cheney than Donald Trump today in terms of her ideology. You're talking about right of center. So, I mean, I think Hillary Clinton actually understood.
Wait. So they're saying that Kamala Harris is not an authentic person? These people were saying she was the best candidate to be America's next president. This is why you can never just believe these people, bro. These people were saying that Kamala Harris has been the best since Obama was running for presidency. They've never seen anything like this. We've never seen anything like this. Kamala Harris, this is the new Obama. Now she's not authentic?
Understood what Bill Clinton is saying and actually kind of tried to fashion herself in that way, but it still wasn't enough.
It was the authenticity factor, though, I will say. But go ahead.
I know everybody's agreed. I'm going to disagree with Bill Clinton. I think here's what I'm looking at. If I look at statistics and demographics, right, and you're looking at this sort of, we have this 1.5% popular vote win by Donald Trump right now over Kamala Harris. What does she get? She second most votes.
It's not a huge amount.
It's not a huge amount, right? So I think the far right media ecosystem is so much stronger than the left. Absolutely. I think there's just so much better at that, and I think that they actually coalesce. I was there. I mean, if you're going to run, they're coming behind you regardless, right? I could lick doorknobs and they're going to say, hey, that guy's smart, so because they want you to win. But I think when you're looking at the demographic shift, and I think you're seeing that Democrats and I think center left and even independents are starting to see that they're going to have to message that way. And I think with the demographic shifts, I don't honestly believe I don't think it's going to be a Republican woman. I honestly believe it's going to be an independent to slightly center-left woman. I think it's going to be somebody who comes out of the legal profession. And I think with the demographic shifts, I'm going to say right now, and I know it's 4 against 1, I'm going to say the first woman president is going to be a Democrat.
Here's how hard it is to be a woman. Talking about Hillary Clinton, right? Hillary Clinton was the most prepared person probably to ever run for president. That woman has never shown up to anything where she hasn't studied 27 briefing books, which is, I think, what you kind of want in a president, right? And yet she came across as a Tracy flick. Kamala Harris showed joy consistently, had a great laugh, and she came across as cackling Kamala, which the word cackle you associate with witches, you associate with shrews. So it is impossible to be a woman and not have these kinds of expectations.
This lady right here, bro. This lady right here always capping about how it's hard to be a woman, how it's hard to be a man, how it's hard to be this, how it's hard to be that, bro. Relax. Okay? You guys lost the election because you would not listen to the American people. This is why you lost the election. Talking about how being a woman is hard, how being a man is hard. No. Okay? Everybody deals with life the way they have to deal with life. You lost the election because you always think for the American people. No, the people have spoken. They tell you what they don't want to hear. They tell you the things that is actually affecting them. The economy, bro. Nobody cares about how hard it is to be a man or a woman. Life is hard. I got a 5-year-old daughter, and I see sometimes how she tries to, get some things done for herself. And it's hard for her to get things done because she's learning. She's a baby. Even as an adult, life is hard. So relax with all that whole life. These people be doing the same thing every single time.
Expectations thrust upon you where you don't, and that's a big problem for women.
A new report. Politico says President-elect Trump plans to do a blitz of executive action starting on day one to fix the mess that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning into the live show. Double tap your screen twice to give this video a like. What is going on with BB, guys? It says here that International Criminal Court issues arrest warrant for Israeli Prime Minister. What is going on here?
The International Criminal Court has just issued arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, accusing them of war crimes in Gaza, and also for a top Hamas commander, also known as Mohammed Deif, who is believed to be dead. The court says it found reasonable grounds to believe the prime minister bears criminal responsibility for war crimes, including starvation as a method of warfare. And it rejected Israel's challenge of the court's jurisdiction over the matter. CNN's Nick Robertson joins us now from Jerusalem. Nick, what more can you tell us?
Well, this is a very, very significant escalation. It was first announced by Karim Khan, the ICC chief prosecutor, back in May, that he was going to seek to request arrest warrants for Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant, who was the defense minister at the time, as well as 3 other senior Hamas officials, including Mohammed Deif, Ismail Haniyeh, Yahya Sinwar, the other. Those 3 are all dead. Deif believed to have been killed in July, so unclear why they've issued an arrest warrant now for him. But by overturning Israel's rejection of the jurisdiction and the allegations by the court, this clears the way for something very, very significant, which Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel have never, ever faced before. These are very, very serious charges and allegations, as you read them out there, that the court believes they have grounds to believe that he bears criminal responsibility for war crimes, as you said, including starvation as a method of warfare, and of crimes against humanity, of murder, persecution, and of other crimes. These are very, very serious allegations. These are not the sorts of allegations that the Prime Minister has faced before. When the ICC first made these statements back in May, the Prime Minister's office said that they were absurd, that they were false, and that they were a distortion of reality. It is something that back then the Prime Minister took very, very seriously. He has been in meetings today with the US mediator Amos Hochstein, talking about the possibility of a ceasefire with Hezbollah in Lebanon to the north. But this is absolutely now going to come front and center of the Prime Minister's attention here.
So this is very significant, Nick, but then what potentially could be next? Is this an issue of, depending on where Netanyahu were to travel, he could be apprehended, or is he asked to voluntarily cooperate?
Yeah, this is, it's uncharted territory for the Prime Minister. Certainly, we understand the legal implications for all the countries that support the ICC. These are countries that have signed what's known as the Rome Statute. 124 countries have signed up to the Rome Statute. That includes most European countries. There are other leaders, current and former, like Bashir of Sudan, who has essentially been on the lam from the ICC for several years since they issued an arrest warrant for him. An arrest warrant issued just in the past year or so for President Vladimir Putin of Russia, who continues to run his country and fight the war in Ukraine. But we have seen in the case of Vladimir Putin that there are countries that he has avoided visiting, like South Africa, for a BRICS summit, where potentially, because South Africa is a signatory to the Rome Statute, he could have technically been arrested and taken to The Hague. So will the same fate or limitations on travel face Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu? It appears absolutely so. If he would have set foot today in the Netherlands or in the UK or in France, all signatories of the Rome Statute, he would be, or those countries at least would be obligated to arrest him and turn him over to the ICC.
All right, and now we want to give you an update on this breaking news. The Israeli Prime Minister's office has just responded to the International Criminal Court's arrest warrants. Benjamin Netanyahu's office calls the warrants for him and Defense Minister Yoav Gallant absurd. The statement says, Israel utterly rejects the absurd and false actions and accusations against it by the International Criminal Court, which is a politically biased and discriminatory body. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will not yield to pressure, will not back down, and will not retreat until all the goals of the war set by Israel at the start of the campaign are achieved, end quote.
Now, we are following developments out of northern Gaza, where one medical official says Israel launched deadly strikes overnight on the city of Beit Lahia. A director of the Kamal Adwan Hospital says 65 bodies have been pulled from the rubble. He says doctors and medical staff are digging with their bare hands because there are no rescue teams and no ambulances to provide assistance. And he expects the death toll to rise. He's making a desperate request to international organisations to bring in much-needed medical supplies. Meanwhile, the US has vetoed a UN Security Council resolution that called for an immediate and unconditional ceasefire in Gaza.
Will those in favour of the draft resolution contained in document S/2024-835 please raise their hand? Those against?
Well, only the US voted against the resolution on Wednesday. Ambassador Robert Wood said the US has made clear it could not support a ceasefire that failed to secure the release of hostages still being held by Hamas. Palestinian officials condemned the veto, saying the move only emboldens Israel to continue its crimes against innocent civilians. CNN's Paula Hancock's following live developments for us from Abu Dhabi. And I guess underscoring the need for this ceasefire, Paula, if we can just go back, is what happened overnight in northern Gaza. By all accounts, an incredibly deadly and bloody night for Palestinians.
Yeah, Christina, this latest strike, which has claimed many lives, happened in Beit Lahia. This is in the northern part of Gaza. It's an area which has been, for those who have been living there, say it has been under siege for about 6 weeks now, since the Israeli military decided that they needed to carry out further military operations there because they believed that Hamas was regrouping in the area. So we have seen some very deadly strikes. We have seen some desperate messages from Kamal Adwan Hospital, for example, saying that they don't have what they need to be able to save lives. And this is what we're hearing again. After an airstrike hit a building near that hospital, the director of the hospital says some 200 people were sheltering there. He believes or has been told at the time of the airstrike, and at least 65 people have been killed at this point. Now, he says that that those are bodies that are brought into the hospital. They are also receiving injured. But he says that death toll is more than likely.
Sometimes when I listen to news like this, and it's all about chaos and how leaders of different countries are coming together to just cause chaos, and it's like, why? Why can't you just have a conversation? You must bring the people, the innocent people who are just living in your country, just living life, struggling. These people are not even living the kind of life they want to live. They're really struggling. But you, the leader of the country, you're rich, living life on a different level. You don't even know the realities on ground with the normal everyday citizen. Yet you can't have a conversation with another leader. You want to make sure your people get in the midst of this chaos. Why? Why? You live a rich life. You literally live a rich life. Yet you're here trying to make your people go through all sort of BS. Now, what the heck going on with Russia right here?
Just moments ago, Russian President Vladimir Putin announced that a Russian strike in Ukraine was carried out by, quote, an experimental non-nuclear ballistic missile which has a medium range. A U.S. official made a similar assessment earlier today after Ukraine accused the Kremlin of firing an intercontinental ballistic missile, a weapon designed to deliver long-distance nuclear warheads. These are new photos obtained exclusively by CNN showing the missile debris in the Ukrainian city of Dnipro. We want to get a military perspective now. Joining us is retired Lieutenant General Ben Hodges, former commander of U.S. Army forces in Europe. Sir, thank you so much for being with us. I do wonder about this distinction. The Kremlin saying this is an experimental medium-range ballistic missile. How is that different from an intercontinental ballistic missile?
Well, Boris, first of all, the ICBM, Intercontinental Ballistic Missile, that name evokes something that makes people think of the Holocaust, World War III, nuclear Holocaust, or World War III. And I think that got out and got people overly excited, which of course is exactly what the Russians wanted in the beginning. Now they're saying, oh, well, it's this medium range, not an intercontinental ballistic missile. And also it looks to be, I mean, it's been labeled as experimental. I think that's because it looks like it was not very effective. It clearly was not carrying a nuclear warhead. And when I've looked at the video of these pieces the warheads that did impact around Dnipropetrovsk, it did not cause much damage. So it's hard to say how effective this weapon is. The point is, we should allow our intelligence agencies to do their assessment. Don't take the bait. This is Russian scaremongering to try and get us to stop supporting Ukraine.
And General, there is also, excuse me, there's also something specific about this kind of technology that does hint at some of Moscow's threats over nuclear weapons, right?
Well, the fact that there was confusion about what it was, I think and obviously this is a dangerous weapon. There's no doubt about that. But they have been using nuclear capable weapons against Ukraine from the very beginning. There's 4 or 5 different types of missiles and other weapons that are delivered by various means that are all capable of carrying a nuclear warhead. So again, I think that we should not make too much out of this. In fact, it strikes me a little bit.
This whole debacle started from when Biden went to give permission to the United States to deliver some sort of firepower to Ukraine to be used against Russia. So, like, you have days, actually you have weeks to step down and let the 47th resume office in January. And this is when you want to make decisions like this to give permission to Ukrainians to do what they need to do with the United States firepower. It's just not, it's uncalled for. I mean, just relax. You've been there for like 4 years. You know, this whole thing started like 2 years ago, even maybe more. Why didn't you get to doing all of this stuff now? Why are you doing it now when it's almost time for the OG to get into power and get? He's been saying he's going to end the war, but you don't want to end, do you? You don't want it to end, do you? This is just like, yeah, Lord Jesus, take the wheel, man. All right, ladies and gentlemen, like the live show, double tap your screen twice. That's how to give this video a like, and consider subscribing to the channel, and let's get it.
Of Russian, they're worried. I mean, they're worried because they see that Ukraine already is achieving very good effect with the ATACMS and also with the Storm Shadows, which they can now use against headquarters, against logistics. And so the Russians are going to do what they can to try and decision to move forward on doing this.
General, I also want to ask you about the closure of U.S., Greek, and Spanish embassies in Kyiv. How do you read those closures? Is it a sign?
Is this guy really talking about how Ukraine is making progress? Like, did he just say Ukraine is making progress? Because maybe I didn't hear that properly. Is he actually saying Ukraine is making progress with some TACMs or whatever? Bro. What? Peace is the only way to make progress. Peace. Peace. We want peace. What do you...
That there's concern within those countries of Russia targeting those facilities?
Well, I think there were indications here over the last couple of days, and this points to the excellence of our intelligence and our early warning systems. There were indicators that something like this was going to happen. They may not have known the target, obviously, but if you're going to launch a weapon like an ICBM, or in this case, this medium-range weapon, there are a lot of things that happen that can be detected. So I don't know this, but my guess is that they decided to alert the various embassies that there could be something coming towards Kyiv. And so the different nations took different steps to deal with that. So I think that this was appropriate. We'll probably see our great diplomats back at work. In fact, I'm pretty sure some of them never left. They'll be back at work tomorrow.
Lieutenant General Ben Hodges, great to get your analysis. Thanks so much for being with us.
Thanks for the privilege.
CNN's Nick Payton-Walsh is in Kyiv for us. Here's what he had to say about the attack earlier.
Zelensky has said the speed, the trajectory suggests, the altitude suggests that this was an intercontinental ballistic missile, and his Air Force have been more explicit, directly suggesting that. A Western official speaking on the sidelines of a summit in Southeast Asia has hinted that this may not have been an intercontinental ballistic missile, just a ballistic missile. Look, there's semantics here, the capability, the range, how long it actually ended up being fired. Ultimately, though, I think what appears to have happened here is Russia has used a new type of missile in this particular attack. Their bid, as I say, of showing that there's more in their arsenal than they've used yet. I should point out this obviously had a conventional payload upon it, but much of the arsenal it might be reaching towards are delivery devices that may also contain or may be designed to transport nuclear warheads.
This is straight up fact. Shout out to Shadow Dance 4666. He says, provoking a response before Trump comes into power. Facts. You're provoking a response before the 47th becomes the acting president of the United States. Man, shout out to Shadow Dance, man. That's facts. Slim Barbie say, dang, that thing is powerful. Yo, man, bro.
No suggestion that's the case, but that's sort of the subtext, potentially, of them reaching into ballistic missiles of this particular nature.
I want to bring in CNN Pentagon correspondent Oren Lieberman because, as I understand, you're getting some new descriptors on what was actually used here?
We are now hearing from the U.S. weighing in on this, where officials say this was an experimental medium-range ballistic missile. So not, as Ukraine has initially claimed, an intercontinental ballistic missile, an ICBM, but an experimental intermediate-range ballistic missile. Now, the difference here may not be all that significant. It's purely the range of the missile itself. It doesn't describe the capability of the missile or what it's able to do. The U.S. now coming out and saying they were aware that Russia might be firing this type of missile, although
Andrew Chenkus. Andrew Chenkus. I don't want to butcher your name. I hope I pronounce your name rightly. Shout out to Andrew Chenkus. Andrew Chenkus says Ukraine has to get some wins before Trump abandons them. Who told you Trump was going to abandon them? One more time, bro. Anybody said that? He's not. He's just actually going to negotiate for peace. Peace. When people stop, going to the other side of life, when peace happens, when all this stops, that's when peace happens. Nobody said Trump was going to abandon anybody. Oh, you mean by, okay, what you mean by abandoning someone is when you don't send more money to facilitate the problem? Because sending money facilitates the issues. When you have a conversation and say, you know what, man, sit your head down, bro. Let's have a conversation. Zelensky, you better sit down because you've been a comedian for a long time, way before you became a president. So sit your head down and let's have a conversation. We're not funding none of this stuff right now. What the heck, bro?
the U.S. has not identified specifically the type of missile used, and in recent days, they have briefed not only Ukraine, but on close partners and allies about the potential Russian use of this missile. Now, the U.S. official we've spoken with says Russia doesn't have a lot of these missiles, describing it as, quote, only a handful. So there isn't some unlimited supply of this new experimental type of missile, but it obviously is very significant. The official does note, however, that Russia, or rather that Ukraine has withstood powerful assaults before, including from missiles with larger warheads. So this isn't the most powerful weapon we have seen used against Ukraine. As we just heard Nick Patton Walsh point out, this was obviously conventionally armed. Now, the U.S. official wouldn't say what other more powerful weapons Russia has used, but that may be a reference to the 1.5-ton aerial glide bombs that Russia has been launching against Ukraine for months that have devastated Ukrainian air defenses and cities. Regardless, however, the U.S. does see this as an escalation, a new type of weapon introduced into the battlefield used by Russian forces. This wasn't the only missile in the attack. Ukraine also saying that Kinzhal ballistic missiles were used, as were a number of cruise missiles in this attack on the city of Dnipro here. The U.S. insisting it will continue to supply Ukraine with air defenses, and we saw just another military aid package announced yesterday. But clearly there is a need, and the U.S. is very well aware of this, for more of the types of weapons, missiles, and capabilities that are able to intercept these sorts of attacks that are having a devastating effect across Ukraine. Some of the latest decisions by the U.S. are trying to stem slow, gradual, brutal Russian advances. For example, allowing Ukraine to use its own U.S.-made long-range missiles against.
This is not something that I believe, the president should be doing. He shouldn't be supplying more firepower to, we should be talking about peace. Okay, this should just be peace conversation. Because at the end of the day, Putin wants to talk. At the end of the day, Zelensky wants to talk. At the end of the day, the United States wants to talk. Everybody wants to talk, okay? Nobody really wants all of this escalation. We just think people want escalation. People don't really want escalation. People want to be able to live a peaceful life. People want peaceful lives. It's just when they're pushed to the wall, it's like there's nothing else to do than to, retaliate. However, it's like conversations really stop so many escalation. You can de-escalate things by just having the conversation. And this is for anything in life, like even with your spouse or your family members or your kids. You could just really de-escalate the tension by just having a conversation with them. This is just facts, okay? This is something that works for me. I'm not saying I'm Russia versus Ukraine. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like, in my life, when I talk to people and it's like, oh, Genesis, I didn't even know you were thinking something like that, because you would never know what someone is thinking until you have a conversation with them. Try having a conversation with people, guys, instead of thinking you know what they're already thinking. So I'm going to just act this way. No, stop acting based on your own thought process. Really have a conversation with people and then know for a fact that's where you stand. Okay, I know where you stand now. Man, double tap your screen, guys. Let's get the likes up, guys. Let's get the likes up, man. Somebody says Ukraine is winning.
So 4 days after President Biden allowed Ukraine to strike parts of Russia with U.S.-built and proffered missiles, Putin is threatening to retaliate with strikes against U.S. facilities and says his military hit Ukraine today with a medium-range hypersonic ballistic missile. The Pentagon just responded moments ago. Watch this.
We've seen this type of dangerous, reckless rhetoric before from President Putin. What we're focused on is continuing to support Ukraine with what it needs.
Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yingst reports live from Kyiv. He has been watching all of this up close and was in the tunnels with President Zelensky just the other day. Trey, what about this new development?
Yeah, Martha, good afternoon. We know that overnight, Russia launched a new missile into Ukraine, targeting the southern city of Dnipro. This was the first time that such a large weapon was used on the battlefield since this conflict began 2.5 years ago. And it raises questions about the message that Russia is trying to send. Ukraine initially claimed the missile was an intercontinental ballistic missile, but Russian President Putin says it was an intermediate ballistic missile. The Russian leader said in the future, civilians will be warned to leave areas where more advanced missiles will be launched. Putin added this about the involvement of the West.
We consider ourselves in the right to use our weapons against those nations that use their weapons against us. And in terms of escalation, we will respond as surely and clearly.
The escalation comes as Ukrainian forces are now targeting deeper into Russia using U.S. and British-supplied long-range missiles, while overnight, the Biden administration approved the transfer of anti-personnel mines to Ukraine. These moves are seen by the Russians as crossing a red line, prompting officials here in Kyiv to brace for an increase in missile and drone attacks. Martha?
All right, Trey, thank you very much.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
So I spoke to the great Senator Ted Cruz of Texas a little bit earlier today, about an hour or so.
Man, Biden needs to chill, bro. Biden needs to chill. That's all I can say. Biden needs to chill, relax. Biden needs to chill and relax, okay? Because this isn't funny. This right here is not funny. You heard Putin. This isn't funny at all.
Ago, we talked about a whole bunch of issues, including the blue-collar boom in Bitcoin. Take a listen to what he had to say. So we welcome Senator Ted Cruz of Texas back to the show. Senator Cruz, thanks for doing this. We appreciate it.
Larry, always good to be with you. Thanks for having me.
So let's have some fun, sir. Let's have some fun. The Dow Jones today is up 600, almost 600 points as of this taping. It's up 2,000 points since the election. People are calling it the Trump trade. Now, even more fun, I think, for you, Bitcoin is moving towards 100,000, okay? So it's at 98,000 and change today. It's up 30% since the election. There's a crypto boom. There's a Trump trade. There's the hope of a blue-collar growth boom. What do you make of this, Senator Cruz? Put your economic hat on, sir.
Well, it's a return to common sense, and I think it's the market betting on good policies that are going to be coming from a new administration and a Republican Congress. And if you look across the board for economic growth, the two biggest levers that government has for economic growth are tax reform and regulatory reform. We're going to see both. When it comes to tax reform, if God forbid Kamala Harris had won, we would have seen a massive tax increase on job creators, on working families, on the entire economy. Instead, what we're going to see is this Republican Congress working hand in hand with President Trump. We're going to extend the 2017 tax cuts. My hope is we're going to make them bigger and bolder. That is great for economic growth. Secondly, regulatory reform. We have an enormous burden on our economy from government regulations that destroy jobs. And we are seeing now, with leaders being appointed by the president with a commitment to pull the job-killing regulations back, I think we're going to see small businesses take off. And in particular, we are going to see an American energy renaissance. We are going to return to American energy dominance. The war on oil and gas that came from Joe Biden and the Democrats, that ends on January 20th. And I think you're seeing the market react to that in a powerful way.
So as I recall, and I know I'm old and infirm, but as I recall, you're a big crypto advocate.
Yes.
And I want to come back. I mean, this Bitcoin thing is unbelievable. As I say, I mean, the number, it's up $30,000 since $30,000 since the election, 43%. What do you make of that? Where do you think this is coming from?
Well, listen, I am one of the leading defenders of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency in the United States Senate. I myself am a Bitcoin investor. Not only that, I'm a Bitcoin miner. I own 3 miners that are hashing right now. They're out in West Texas, and it is an incredible thing. Look, the single biggest threat to Bitcoin and cryptocurrency generally is the federal government, and in particular the federal government, radical leftists in government that hate Bitcoin and hate cryptocurrency. Elizabeth Warren hates Bitcoin. And a point I make frequently is that Elizabeth Warren hates Bitcoin for the same reason that communist China hates Bitcoin, because they cannot control it, because it is decentralized. That is the reason I love it. I want it out of government control. I don't want federal bureaucrats having control over it. And I think you're seeing people responding to what's going to be a favorable regulatory environment. I want Texas to be the oasis for Bitcoin and cryptocurrency generally. And we are seeing miners and innovators from all over the world coming to Texas to invest and create new jobs when it comes to Bitcoin and crypto.
Well, I would think it's a lot better than having the Federal Reserve. You know, they talk about these central bank digital currencies.
Yes.
So this is like Hayekian currency competition, which I think is probably going to be a great thing.
Amen. Hallelujah. I've introduced legislation to ban the Fed or the federal government from creating a central bank digital currency. I think a CBDC would be a disaster.
How many of you guys have crypto in the chat? Chat, let me know. Chat, let me know if you have crypto. I probably have like $200 worth of Bitcoin. I don't have, look, I'm telling you. I'm not like a big investor in Bitcoin, but I have a little something going on there. But look, guys, let me know in the chat if you have Bitcoin, and if you bought it way before this wave started. If you bought it, like, let's say in August or September, or way before in like 2016, 2017. Let me know, man.
Disaster. And you're right that it is. Hayek, I'm sure, is smiling right now at the competition. And look, Bitcoin is often referred to as digital gold. One of the reasons people go to Bitcoin and crypto is that they don't have faith in politicians who spend like drunken sailors, who debase the currency. And so it's an inflation hedge, among other things. And I think you're seeing that's drawing a lot of people there. And it is, I think the future is very, very bright.
Can I just raise one point that's bothering me? The last couple of shows we've talked about it regarding the central bank, the Federal Reserve. Okay.
Yeah.
There's a poll that was taken, or I'm sorry, not a poll, Federal Election Commission. And actually, Semaphore first put this out. It's a left of center site, as you probably know. But here's the thing. In the last 2 presidential cycles, 2020 and 2024, get this, 92% of the Federal Reserve Board donations to the campaigns went to Democrats. 92% of the Federal Reserve Board staff donations went to Democrats. This is new, Senator. This was not true in the early decades. This was not true during the Bush years. It wasn't even true during the Obama years. It kind of started in 2016, and then it explodes in 2020, and it keeps on exploding in 2024. Well, I mean, the Fed says it's independent, but if 92% are given to Democrats, how independent is the Fed? And might somebody want to look into that?
Yeah, look, that is certainly concerning. I hadn't seen that particular report. But, you know, I will say, you know, there are certainly Democrat governors, and that's not surprising that they're supporting Democrats. But particularly when Donald Trump came in, I think there were a lot of establishment Republicans who Trump scared the hell out of him. And Trump is a disruptor. You went and worked in the Trump White House, but coming out of the world of Wall Street, that took real courage, Larry, for you to do that. As you know, a lot of people, Trump scared the living daylights out of. And so I think that's one of the factors driving it. It will be interesting to see how much that changes during the second term, because I do think a lot of the things that seem revolutionary and even to some people scary in a first Trump term, after 4 years of Biden and Harris, people are ready to end the madness and get back to common sense. And I'm hopeful, you know, when you combine it with where we started this discussion, talking about efforts to rein in government regulations, to have more sensible taxes, I think people are going to see real economic benefits to job creation, real economic benefits to their family's bottom line, and that may change the overall assessment. We just saw an election on election day where Donald Trump won the popular vote by millions of votes. Of all 7 battleground states, he won all 7 decisively. We have a Republican House, we have a Republican Senate, 53 Republican senators. My race, as you know, I was running for re-election in Texas. I won by 9 points, by 1 million votes statewide. And one of the things I'm most proud of, I won in Texas the Hispanic vote statewide by 6 points. And we saw South Texas, the Rio Grande Valley, which has been a bright blue bastion for 100 years, flip red. That is an historic and generational change. And I think it gives President Trump and the Republicans in the Senate and House a real mandate to deliver on our promises.
Okay, yeah. By the way, congrats on that election. Two things quickly, Senator. Two other things quickly. In view of this working class coalition, and I call it the potential blue collar boom, but things that you're talking about, you know, the Hispanic vote, the black vote, young people voting, middle income blue collars, wouldn't it be wise to take up the tax cuts and the tax reform right away, first on the agenda? It doesn't have to be the only thing, but you're going to slog through this. Wouldn't it be wise to go tax cuts first?
Look, I think it is going to be the central and biggest legislative priority next year. As you know, I am going to be the incoming chairman of the Senate Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation. Commerce Committee has jurisdiction over about 40% of the U.S. economy. If you care about jobs, there are very few positions in Washington with a greater impact on job creation. I can tell you last week, I already sat down with the new Republican Senate Majority Leader and with all of the incoming committee chairs, and our entire discussion was about moving forward quickly with the tax cut, using it to bring in regulatory reform at the same time, thinking big and bold to make a real difference. I think that is absolutely a priority, and I think we're going to hit the ground running.
All right, well, that's great. Last one. Deportation of criminals, deportation of possible terrorists and illegals and so forth. You've got all these liberal sanctuary cities, mayors and governors, and they're all standing up and they're going to fight Trump and defend illegal immigrants. Now, you tell me, you're a scholar. You're a legal scholar, constitutional scholar. I'm not. I didn't go to law school. I'm not a lawyer. But I thought federal law beats local law, point number one. And point number two, there are any number of statutes that will allow ICE to come in and identify these criminals and deport them. I mean, this is getting to be an out-of-hand discussion, but it seems to me the law, the federal law, overrides the local law.
Look, that's unquestionably right under the Supremacy Clause of the Constitution. Federal law preempts state law. But more fundamentally, look, what's happened to the Democrats in the past few years is they've gotten radical and extreme. On the border, Under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we saw an open border, 12 million illegal immigrants invading this country, the worst illegal immigration in our nation's history. That is going to end, and it's going to end on January 20th. And we're going to secure the border, and it's not going to take a year. It's not going to take 6 months. I believe we will do it in January and February of next year. And you are right that you have blue state governors and mayors that they're acting like Bull Connor. They're just engaged in open defiance. They looked at Election Day and they didn't hear a word from the American people. They still embrace open borders, and they still don't care about releasing murderers and rapists and child molesters that jeopardize the safety of everyone's families. Now, the good news, as you said, is federal law enforcement has the authority to go in and arrest the criminals, even if Gavin Newsom decides that he wants to bear hug every murderer in California. That's not going to stop federal agents from arresting criminals and deporting criminals.
Don't you think
I mean, one thing is for sure. I mean, what in the world? Why would you even support open borders? Why would you even support someone to come in here illegally and then try to say, give them amnesty? I mean, people are going through a lot of stuff worldwide. I get it because, I came in here to the United States legally. I came through the airport, JFK to be precise. I went through Homeland Security. It took me 5 years through USCIS to become a United States citizen. So I would say, look, someone who came into the United States legally, I would say, do not try to come into the United States if you're not going to come in here the legal way. You can't be coming here. Your first move into the United States cannot be illegally. That's like, bro, whatever happens to you, then it's like, if you come in here illegally, that's bad, bro. That's bad for you. That's bad for the country. That's bad for everybody. Okay, try to come in here the right way, and the future is definitely bright for you. You're gonna go through a lot of stuff in the United States because you have to learn about taxes, you have to learn about insurance, you have to learn about credit, you have to learn about just the way of life. Okay, is just the facts, and you have to learn to eat some junks. But regardless, if you apply yourself, the United States is a great country for you. All right, what's going on here?
A new report. Politico says President-elect Trump plans to do a blitz of executive action starting on day one to fix the mess that Biden left. Joining us now, O'Leary Ventures Chair, the great Mr. Wonderful himself, Kevin O'Leary. Kevin, it's great to see you. So let's go through it. At least 5 executive orders on day one to shut the border, do deportations, plus bring back the Keystone XL oil pipeline. So, Kevin, it looks like a pushback against Biden. He did the opposite. He got rid of all of that on his day one.
Yeah, look, he's been given this mandate. I don't think he has any choice. I mean, he campaigned on it. He won, as many are calling a landslide, and it was. So he's got to do this stuff. They're expecting him. The constituency that voted for him is expecting it. The Keystone pipeline is a very interesting development because that thing was scrapped, but now he's got a movement up in Canada with Premier Smith of Alberta all the way down through the governors in Oklahoma. They're going to bypass Montana on this thing, which was so contentious. I think you'll see that thing revived. I think it's actually going to happen. I think it's going to be great for energy independence. They're not going to call it Keystone XL, I can guarantee you that. I think it'll be something like the Freedom Line or the Independence Line. But that was a bad name. They'll fix that. But I love it when the policy's getting aligned up in the Canadian energy sector. They got the new Prime Minister probably there, Poulevier, he's going to lift the ban on pipelines. And Smith, Premier Smith, she's a rock star up there, and she's meeting with all the governors. This thing's going to happen.
Really interesting. So increase domestic energy supply, maybe take crude to $50 a barrel. That's deflationary to lower inflation, unleash U.S. energy, lower all the input costs and utility bills, lower interest rates and mortgage rates. We've got news coming in. Kevin, I want to show you what is happening coming out of Barron's. You know this big fight from Democrats, Trump's tariffs are inflationary. Barron's is saying no, that won't. We had the president of the Richmond Fed claiming Trump's tariffs would be inflationary. But this news story out of Barron's said they were not. Trump had $300 billion in tariffs. Inflation stayed at a record low 1.4%. Watch this. They paid for a third of the 2017 tax cuts. And, they also caused the dollar to move higher by the exact amount the tariff rate went up. That offset the tariffs. So this whole idea from Fed officials and Democrats that Trump tariffs are inflationary, Biden kept them, by the way.
That's right, but they were also used as weaponry during the election battle, and they are not sales taxes. They're not value-added taxes. They're economic weaponry to get alignment with adversaries. And it's pretty well benign in every other country because we kind of match each other's tariffs like Germany or France. But the one that everybody's focused on, and should be, is China. China, we need that weapon. We need to squeeze them. We need to squeeze them, and I think it's going to work.
Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful, thanks for being with us tonight. It's great to see you.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. God bless you for tuning in. Okay. Do you want us to keep going or you want us to end the live show? We've been streaming for almost 2 hours right now. You know what? Let's keep going. Who cares, bro? Who cares about time?
About this and some other things, Florida Congressman Byron Donalds, New York House Member Claudia Tenney. Thanks to both of you. Claudia, I'm not the lawyer. You're the lawyer. Okay? But I don't know. We've talked about this before. 287G. Also, what is it? 212F is another one. These are federal statutes. They're sections of the Immigration and Naturalization Act, or now the Nationalization Act, that expressly give federal authority to remove these criminals, incarcerated or not. Furthermore, federal law supersedes local law. And so these liberal whiners, I don't care, let them whine. They'll just keep on losing elections, Claudia. What the heck? But am I wrong here? I mean, there are probably other statutes you can cite.
Well, you're absolutely right on the law, but New York State passed this thing called the Green Light Law in 2019 under Governor Cuomo, which actually prohibits sharing between local law enforcement and federal law enforcement to determine if they're illegal immigrants. Not only that, it also gives them the access to a driver's license. But I will tell you, there is one county in the state of New York out of 62, Rensselaer County, and my good friend is the county executive, who refused to enforce the law based on what Cuomo and the New York Democrats wanted. And he's a standout. But guess what? Letitia James, our Attorney General, has threatened to go after and pursue and sue any of these counties that actually try to interfere with the law that was passed to protect illegal immigrants and prevent ICE from intervening, which would have saved Laken Riley, by the way. Had Laken Riley, had her murderer been detained and allowed to be detained by the New York Police Department, he never would have been shipped at taxpayers' expense, as you accurately point out, to Georgia, where he was able to murder Laken Riley. It is New York State law, Governor Cuomo, the left wing that runs New York State Assembly and Senate, and the Governor Hochul, who continue to allow this to happen under threat from the lawless, malicious prosecution of Letitia James, who I think should be disbarred and removed from office for a number of things, not to, the least of which is what she's done to President Trump.
Well, Byron, you know, politically, it's interesting. All these sanctuary city people, you know, the mayors of San Francisco lost in the last election. The mayor of Oakland, California, lost in the last election. We did pretty well. Trump did pretty well in our home state of New York, for example. I don't know, the politics here, it sounds futile to me. Go ahead, let them complain. The country has spoken. The voters have spoken. And they didn't speak by just a little, Byron. They spoke by a lot, okay? This really wasn't a cat's whisker. This was a landslide.
Larry, you're absolutely correct. Donald Trump has a mandate. He has the greatest presidential mandate probably since Reagan in 1984. So to have these blue state governors and these blue city mayors decide that they're going to interpret federal law how they see fit in the face of Donald Trump's overwhelming victory is egregious. But who really suffers are the good people who live in these cities and live in these states. They are American citizens. They deserve to be protected. The commander-in-chief incoming, Donald Trump, is going to secure the border, and he's going to eliminate illegal aliens from our country. He's going to expel them. He's going to make sure that they are removed from the country. That's what he's supposed to do as commander-in-chief, following the law. For them to stand in the way of it is egregious. So at this point, the question is, should they be getting federal funds? Because if they're not going to follow federal law, why are you getting federal dollars? Because federal dollars do not belong to any one state or any one city. It comes from the pockets of the American people. And if dollars are going to be going to municipalities and to states, the least they can do is follow the law and help President Trump uphold the law.
Yeah, you know, I like that. Claudia, I like that a lot. If the locals won't, and By the way, I don't know if you're sure that New York State can actually supersede federal law. That just didn't sound kosher to me. But you're the lawyer. I'm going to let that sit for a minute. The bigger point is what Byron mentioned. Why not? Mr. Trump, he's going to be bold. He's going to do what he was elected to do. People in New York want him to stop criminals, whether they're illegal criminals or they reside in the United States. People are sick and tired of this problem. But why not? Stop the cash. Stop the cash to these states unless and until they start cooperating with the federal authorities. And one last point, Claudia. You know that the blue line, the police, and uniforms, they would love to cooperate with ICE. You know that, Claudia.
Absolutely. And Larry, it's not a question of whether or not the law supersedes. It does. It's just a matter of we have to sue in order to get it enforced with the type of judges that we have, with the prosecutors that we have, with the AG, and that's the problem. Look, President Biden, under the very statutes you just cited, he has the power right now to close the border. All Tom Homan wants to know, and as you know, he's my constituent, he lives in my district, wonderful guy. He wants to seal the border, deport illegal aliens who are criminals, and he wants to find and save the 300,000 children who have been human trafficked throughout our country and coming across the northern border. Huge problem. We started the Northern Border Security Caucus because of the huge problem and the cartels taking over the northern border as well as the southern border. This is what President Trump will do, and it's the reason you're starting to see everybody starting to fall in line. And let me tell you something. I've done numerous law enforcement roundtables throughout my district across the northern border. They are celebrating the day that President Trump walks into office and he can finally enforce our laws and stand up for them, because that's exactly what we need.
I know. Byron Donalds on another subject, but not altogether. You had your FEMA hearing. The head of FEMA was there. Are you convinced now that FEMA won't discriminate against people with Trump lawn signs, which I really think is something in the face of, life-threatening hurricanes and so forth? Is FEMA, and was it really up and down, FEMA? It wasn't just one person in the lower levels. It started from the top.
I'm not convinced at all, Larry. I think there's serious problems at FEMA, frankly, throughout all of the federal agencies. This is why all of the appointments that are being made by Donald Trump for cabinet posts are critical. They all must be confirmed. The United States Senate needs to do the right thing and let the president make his picks. He's the one with the mandate to get the job done. What's happening at FEMA, in my view, is pervasive. Administrator Criswell in committee yesterday could not unequivocally state that they have finished their investigation and they know that this does not go on. They're still in the middle of that process, still working with the IG. I believe personally this is very pervasive through that agency, and unfortunately it's been this way under Joe Biden, because this is what we're seeing in terms of their equity agenda that they were pushing, the DEI agenda that they've been pushing, the political use of the federal government, not just at Main Justice, but all through the federal government. This is what we've been seeing from top to bottom, and it has to stop. That's why Donald Trump needs his cabinet picks to be confirmed. I call on the Republicans in the U.S. Senate to step up and do the right thing. Listen, Larry, I'll cut to it real quick. If you could vote for Merrick Garland to be Attorney General, I mean, come on. You could vote for Matt Gaetz.
Yeah. Okay, so this is good. You opened up that Pandora's box, and I want to take it there. Because, listen, this is what Democrats do. This is what Merrick Garland does. This is what the Democratic liberal media does. It's called false sex smearing. Okay? In this case, they're going after Matt Gaetz. They're going after Pete Hegseth. They hate every single cabinet. It's like a chorus. This one's terrible. Oh, wait a minute. This new one's worse. No, wait a minute. This new latest one is absolutely worse. Right? One after another. They're all worse. And it's a bunch of smearing. And that's what they do. Claudia, not even you know this, Claudia, not even the Justice Department could bring those charges against Matt Gaetz, okay? I don't know everything there is to know. I don't know. I acknowledge that. I'm just saying I do know that a former tax collector in Seminole, Florida, who's now serving out an 11-year jail term, is the guy behind the accusations. He and his two, shall we say, sex worker friends. And the Justice Department under Merrick Garland couldn't even weaponize Gaetz. All right? I don't understand this because
Matt Gaetz already, said it wasn't going to be the AG anyway, so that's like in the past already. Pam Bondi is the new nominee for Attorney General. Okay, guys, thank you for tuning in to the live stream. Let's get the likes up. We have over 800 people viewing the live show right now, but we have less than 100 likes. All you have to do to like the show is double tap your screen twice. That's all you have to do. Double tap your screen twice, and you will be able to like the live show. For some reason, I don't know why people find it hard to like the live show. Like the live show, guys. And some people complain about not seeing the like button on their screen. Just double tap your screen and you would have given this video a like. What else? Okay, so Doge, Department of Government Efficiency, Musk and Ramaswamy. Elon Musk, obviously, who is a blessing to the world, not just the United States. He was born in South Africa. Elon Musk is a blessing to the world, to Earth. Okay. And Vivek Ramaswamy, the businessman who has a net worth of $1 billion, young guy, also ran for to be the president of the United States, but dropped out and supported the president, the 45th and also the 47th. It is what it is. What is Doge going on? What's going on with Doge right here?
Elon and I, we're not politicians, we're businessmen. We're not going in as government bureaucrats or even employees. We're outside volunteers. And perhaps most importantly, we have set a finite expiry date on this project. We don't want Doge to exist forever. Elon and I are going to start a separate track of Dogecasts that explain exactly what we're doing to the public to provide transparency in what is a once-in-a-generation project. We want to bring the public along with us, to lift the curtain, to take us behind the scenes of what actually that waste, fraud, and abuse in government looks like. However bad you think it is, it's probably worse. But we don't want to do this to just expose the problem. We want to do it to solve the problem.
That's Vivek Ramaswamy on the Department of Government Efficiency, Doge. We got to deal with a new Democrat right now. Senator Elizabeth Warren is attacking it. Let's welcome to the show economic advisor to President Trump, Steve Moore. Always wonderful to see you again, Steve. First, how much can Trump do with Doge with executive actions? Because we got Senator Elizabeth Warren falsely claiming they want to cut Social Security benefits. They don't. I mean, so you know what I mean? So we're talking 3.7 trillion in green crony capitalism, government overpayments since 2003. Yes. What can Trump do with executive actions?
Well, by the way, when they start using this phony argument that Trump wants to cut Social Security benefits, it's actually we want to cut all of this waste and inefficiency so we don't have to cut Social Security benefits, so we don't fall off a cliff. And look, you mentioned earlier this idea of getting this was in the clip that you played by Vivek Ramaswamy saying we got to get the public behind us. Well, the public is behind them. The public, everyone knows. Everyone watching this show knows there's hundreds of billions of dollars of waste in the budget. We know that. We've known that for 20 years. And finally, we have a president who's going to do something about it.
But can he do it with executive actions? Can he do it with executive action?
Well, right. So we'll see about that. Some of the things, yes. Some of the things he can do, for example, a lot of those regulations that you were talking about and that Vivek was talking about were never approved by Congress. And we know from the Supreme Court decision earlier this year, those now have to be approved by Congress or they go away. So I think the president could get rid of a lot of those. But I'm here to tell you that we're also going to need the support of Congress for a lot of these things, for defunding a lot of these programs. And let's see if these guys have the backbone and the spinal fluid to get rid of wasteful spending.
I mean, the government has grown. It's inflationary what's going on. And I know that we're hearing that Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, they're going to bulletproof what they're doing with Supreme Court rulings to ward off Democrat lawsuits and court battles. But the thing let's go through it, how bad Biden, this White House was. He went around Congress to change the entire economy.
Yeah, I always said if they have the backbone, the spinal fluid to get rid of the spending. Vivek, for sure, this man is a smart businessman. He's into, I think, pharmaceutical or something like that. That's what he's into. And he's been a successful business guy. And Elon Musk, obviously, trying to save the world, trying to save the environment with his electric cars. So,
extremist, unconstitutional electric car mandates, banning gas cars, cutting it to oil and gas, student loan bailouts, firing workers who didn't get COVID shots, indoctrinating students with far-left ideologies. He did that with a lot of it with the stroke of his pen. And we have the highest grocery inflation since the 70s, since Nixon, with a lot of inflationary government spending. So are we going to see government workers fired? Are you going to
in the chat, guys? Let me know in the chat. Let me know in the chat, guys. Okay, so for some reason my connection stopped. Okay, what I was asking was, does anybody in the chat drive an electric car? Or do you drive a hybrid car? Let me know in the chat. I don't drive an electric car, a hybrid car. I drive a full gasoline car. But the goal is to buy one of them. But let me know in the chat if you actually drive a Tesla or any electric cars. Because I also do not support the mandate to, 100% make electric cars the only cars to be driven. That's like, Jesus, what in the world is going on here?
Agencies, and many of them have existed since World War I, for goodness sakes, and nobody even knows what they do. I mean, there's $300 billion green energy slush fund in that Inflation so-called Reduction Act. Right. Let's get rid of that. We can't afford it. My God, we're running a $2 trillion deficit. There are tens of billions of dollars of COVID money, Liz. Tens of billions of COVID money. Well, let's not spend it. COVID is over. So yes, they can do this, and the American people are totally behind them. And that's the way you prevent having to cut the programs that Americans care about. You've only got less than 10% of federal workers showing up on the job 40 hours a week. If they're not going to come in, Vivek is right, fire them.
Steve Moore, we hope you stay around a long time. Trump economic advisor Steve Moore. Appreciate you so much, Steve. Thanks for joining us.
Well, there you have it. They're talking about how to cut down budget, which, I mean, Elon Musk has done a great job with X. Some people are saying, well, they're losing money on X, so how great of a job has he done? X was always losing money anyway in the first place. So it's not like he was the first person to start it losing money on X. However, if you actually check the reports, he saved a lot of money on taxes with X. So it's sort of like kind of like a strategy. It's sort of like a strategy. What is going on here with RFK and Trump, and also being, would it be hard for RFK to get the, no, well, he already got the nomination. Is it going to be hard for him to actually get picked by Congress? I mean,
come on. And he did it up until he made the deal, right? Until he got out, he was quite critical of President Trump. Yeah. But, he can have a come to Jesus moment and decide the mainstream media made him think that, but we all know that by the way, he's very educated. Yeah. That was an astonishing number of words that were well put together. So, yeah. I don't know.
Up until basically the summer, he decided that Trump was going to give him what he wanted, which was the power over the food conversation, power over the health conversation. In return, Trump made him eat McDonald's on an airplane, which is kind of par for the course for Trump.
Well, it's the humiliation ritual.
Right. I think that this is the question. It's like, what does it take to get back into Trump's good graces? And I think a meal is perhaps one of them.
Did they just say Trump made him eat McDonald's? And she said that's the humiliation ritual. Did she just say that? Did she just say that? Because that's what I heard.
Things, if you ask Mitt Romney.
Historically, it's always the breaking of bread, right? That's how we come together around the table.
Bread?
We'll use air quotes.
Bread.
It's bread or
Right.
bread-like products,
Right,
you know.
yeah.
But listen, this is something we've seen happen many times. President Trump seems to have this gift for turning adversaries into allies. Marco Rubio is going to be Secretary of State. He said some very negative things about President Trump when he was running, for president. You see, Elon Musk was critical of him. Now he's going to be his biggest ally. Is going to be leading up Doge. So there seems to be very much a pattern with President Trump. People have a caricature in their mind, but then they see him govern or they get to know him personally, and he's very persuasive.
Or
the opposite.
Or he has something that they want.
Yes.
This
But there's
is
also
politics,
the
so we're
opposite
not
when they leave,
Pollyanna.
right? There's two parts.
The reversing of looking at someone
like someone that he hated, and then being somebody that he likes, or at least he welcomes into the camp, doesn't come without a cost, because you talk about the humiliation. He makes them bend the knee. He makes them, jump through hoops. He makes them come to Mar-a-Lago and kiss the ring, right? It's not a pretty sight when it happens, when that person decides to put their political
shadow
future
dance, bro.
or their own interest before, right, what their character is, where they stood before, which is probably how they really feel. They focus on, I need to be transactional. If I want a future in this party, if I want a future in politics, if I want to be a cabinet secretary, if I want to have control over my issues, I need to go and bend the knee. And they don't care about that.
To me, these are the things that the American people should pay attention to.
Mm-hmm.
So first of all, to get back in Trump's good graces, it's easy. He just makes you do the thing you said you wouldn't do.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing that you said you wouldn't do, the thing that you said was absolutely true about him, that one scathing indictment that you made.
This is what the American people paid attention to, and that's why he is the 47th president-elect. This is what you guys need to pay attention to. You never pay attention to the things you're supposed to pay attention to. You always tell the American people what they should be paying attention to. They already paid attention to the economy from 2017 to 2021. And they saw how the gas prices went up. They saw the grocery prices went up. They saw how the border went to hell, basically. And they saw how this whole thing happening around the world, Israel, Ukraine, the Palestinian people, Iran, Russia. None of this was happening from 2017 to 2021. All of a sudden, we give you a chance. 2 seconds later, everything goes to shit. Like, Jesus, relax. Stop telling the American people what they should pay attention to. You need to look and learn and listen to the American people. They already told you what they care about. They want the border safe. They want low gas prices. They want low grocery prices. They want peace worldwide. They don't want to keep sending money to some country because they have some sort of situation going on that can be fixed by just having a conversation, dog.
You walk it back or you do the thing that you said you wouldn't do. But to me, paying attention to people who tell us about morals, values, God, country, what they do when the rubber meets the road, when there's something in it for them, that is what you pay attention to when you're choosing your leaders. You can pay attention to votes, you can pay attention to policy, all of that stuff matters. But when you're choosing a leader, what you should pay attention to is what someone does when there's a carrot being dangled in front of them. And these people fail this test. They fail this test because when they think that they can beat them, they want to beat them. But when they know that they can't, they join them.
But Nikki Haley came back into the fold. I'm curious about your thoughts on this. So Nikki Haley came back into the fold, but Trump didn't forgive her.
Well, and I agree but the question I keep thinking about this, so you're questioning the character of all of these people, that they didn't genuinely change their minds when they got to know Donald Trump. This was because a carrot was dangled in front of them.
So what I'm saying is...
And I'm not trying to ignore your question.
No. It's one thing to go from, hey, this guy is not qualified to lead. This guy is too boisterous or rude. That's one thing. But to go from Hitler...
Yeah.
To me and him are cool.
Road.
That is a gigantic leap. I thought you were Hitler.
What is the definition of this guy is not qualified to lead? What does that mean? Oh, this guy is not qualified to lead. Why? For giving us Abraham's Accord, for opportunity zones, for all of the list of long things that he did. Like, what do you mean by, First Step Act? So many things. What do you mean by he's not fit to lead? Right to try for veterans? Like, when you say he's not fit to lead, what do you mean? You mean because he tweets and the tweet hurts your feelings? Who cares about your feeling, cowboy? Nobody cares, bro. Nobody cares. We have bills to pay. Our kids need to eat, okay? The bills don't care about how we feel. How you feel, none of that concerns your bill. Your electricity bill isn't going to say, oh, Genesis he doesn't feel like himself today. Let's just hold on to the bill and let him feel good so he can pay. No, my bills just come in my email, boom, have to pay. Or the light gets shut off. The internet, that's how it goes, bro. So the emotions don't matter. Somebody tell Cowboy that.
But now we can eat dinner.
Didn't Vice President Harris called President Biden a racist to his face on the debate stage?
She absolutely did.
So isn't she guilty of doing the same thing?
Whether she is or whether she's not, she very well may be. Whether she is or whether she did it or she didn't do it.
So then why didn't it disqualify her from being a candidate for president in your mind?
Look, so what I don't want to do here, though, is get too into the tit for tat, both sides do it. Look, I'll tell you right now, I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Democrat. Let's say that all the Democrats are messed up, too. When I said choosing a leader, I didn't say choosing a Republican leader or choosing a Democratic leader. When someone has the opportunity to further their career, and they go back on things that they said that were fundamental. I'm talking about threat to democracy. I'm talking about Hitler. I'm talking about nationalism. I'm talking using words that are that charged. And then you're doing about
RFK Jr.
things.
doesn't need the government. Neither does Elon Musk. He's a multi-billionaire. They don't need a government position.
The one thing I'll say, hang on a second. The one thing I'll say about RFK Jr. is that he was very clear about this when, right before the election, he told his supporters, you need to not vote for me and vote for Donald Trump because this is the only way that we will get what we want, which is control over the health agencies. He was, the sort of quid pro quo, so to speak, was pretty transparent. He said it. So he clearly told his supporters, we're getting something out of this. Vote for Trump.
It couldn't be more transactional.
But that's what every campaign's about.
I know. We're just saying politics. Trump is the distillation of politics.
Right. But it's
in a human
saying
form.
that Donald Trump is just this corrupt human being and that everybody else he associates with, he corrupts them and they compromise every moral that they have in order to be on his side, I just think is an unfair characterization.
We didn't say everyone. We're saying in this case.
But you said Elon Musk, RFK
Elon
Jr.
Musk has shifted his personality. I know him. I've interviewed him more times than anyone, I think, for many, many years, for 30 years. I never knew what his politics were until he was sort of an Obama person. He was sort of this. That shift was significant, but it was much more complex. It had to do with COVID. It had to do with his child. It had to do with a lot of things. This RFK one feels very transactional, and I think Abby's right.
Look at now, they're crying because the wealthiest man in the world, who most people even believe is one of the most brilliant person in the world, and some people say he's the greatest innovator that we've had in a long time after Steve Jobs. Now you're crying. You had your chance to keep him. Now he's with the Republicans. You had your chance, people. Now you're crying. You better keep crying.
It is a very long road from Hitler to I didn't mean Hitler. It's you don't have to do that. Same thing with J.D. Vance. I've been at events when J.D. Vance didn't like Trump. He really didn't like him, so much so that I was at something where he was so anti-Trump that I was like, hey, there are some good things about this guy. And if I'm the one saying it, I was sort of surprised by the vehemence. And so the vehemence was then shifted into utter support. It is suspect, and you should suspect.
I just think it's unfair. It's unfair to question people.
What's unfair?
Questioning their character, that they're giving up all of their character.
This guy is actually saying facts. This is the reason why the Democratic Party actually lost in a landslide. This is why you lost the election in a landslide, people. This is why Democrats may never win like a majority election in like the next 8 years, because you keep lying and trying to let people hate on Trump, and they're saying no, we've seen your BS and we love this man regardless. Man, we love this man regardless, bro. I am brown skinned and I like Trump. Okay, what you gonna do about it? Nothing, because you don't pay my bills, bro. You don't pay my bills, bro. I wasn't born in the United States and I love Trump. And they're going to say, well, he's going to deport you. He's going to deport you, bro. You don't even speak English the right way, bro. He's going to deport you, bro. What else you going to say? You ain't got nothing else to say, bro. There's nothing you can say. We like Trump because we actually experienced 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, and in 2020. We experienced it. We saw how life was. We saw the gas prices. We saw the mortgage rates. And people are going to say, well, the president is not in charge of mortgage rate. Is the economy going to determine what the mortgage rate is? Or is it just the feds? So if the economy is doing great, does that affect the mortgage rate? Man, quit playing, bro.
In order to get a position in somebody's cabinet. I just think it's an unfair
You think that, just to be clear, you think that people are just having profound
to
change
Damascus.
of heart.
I think that when
all of
looking
these
at
people.
I think
Do you think none of them are
No,
being
I'm not saying
transactional?
there's nothing transactional about it. I'm saying that when they're looking at the options that they had for the presidency, they chose this path thinking it was a better path. I don't think
Because
it was
they were getting something better out of it.
I'd agree with you that some of the voters did that. Not to cut your wisdom, but I think that some of the
They still think they have some sort of leverage. These people, they still think they have some sort of leverage, guys. They are not still understanding. I don't think they will ever understand. This is what they were doing during the election for Kamala. They were like, yo, Kamala is bringing it home. She's doing this, she's doing that. Nobody's going to vote for Trump. I mean, who? I mean, people know it's better when it comes to the economy, but we don't really think it's going to win the election. This is why you lost the election. And this is why you may never win another one. Because you never listen to the people, the actual everyday American, just going to work, struggling to pay bills, struggling to buy food, gas, just normal everyday Americans. You never listen to them. You're so inside your own self that we don't like this guy. We're not supposed to say good things about this guy. Who cares? The normal everyday guy don't care about all of that stuff. You guys are Man, you guys have money, bro. Y'all are rich people. This is just the fact. You guys are rich, wealthy people, just like Oprah, Usher, Fat Joe, Beyonce, Taylor Swift, the whole Hollywood gang that went to support Kamala Harris. Well, she's fighting for her daughters. My daughter didn't even know who the first woman vice president was. I had to tell her her name because she was hidden for like 4 years. Nobody even knew what she was. Same thing. You guys are doing the same thing right now. You guys are doing the same thing right now. You still want to tell the American people how to think, what to say, who to like, who not to like you're paying their bills? Man, you guys need to chill.
It is one of those kind of key moments of that era. And what was striking to me is that the Jussie Smollett of it all is still brought up today.
Yeah.
I mean, when Kamala Harris was running over the summer, she was ridiculed for this tweet that she put out saying, this was back in 2019, Jussie Smollett is one of the kindest, most gentle human beings I know. I'm praying for his recovery. This was an attempted modern day lynching. I'm not sure she, as far as conservatives were concerned, ever lived that down.
Well, she believed it at the time,
Yeah,
right?
she wasn't the only one.
She believed it. A lot of people did.
lot
It's
of
a
people
really
believed
sad situation. I have a friend who was very involved with Empire, and I think I asked them today, and they said, it's just much sadder than you realize what happened here. And I know, I don't think what he did was right in any way, and it was terrible that he did it. But this is probably the best outcome for something like that.
But it's also the origin story of like the backlash to the sort of like racial justice moment that was happening at that time.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, Jussie back up. Jussie back out here. This is vindication. Jussie needs all movies restored, all roles back, all records back in play right now. We needed a victory. We've been on a losing streak for a couple of weeks. Jussie's back. I think that people overreacted to this, and I told people this before. Even if Jussie did do this, even if he did do it, it's just not that big of a deal to me.
But they're not saying he didn't lie. They're saying he shouldn't have gone through with the prosecution.
Because of double jeopardy.
Because but I'm saying it's not like saying, oh, he's clear, it's fine, he never...
And he, at least I don't think his people aren't declaring that. They're just saying, from what I understand, it's time to move on.
But there were,
there
were real consequences to
there
this.
Well, that's why.
There were
That's why there was a
resources,
backlash,
money spent.
Absolutely.
And it was like this dominant national conversation. I mean, I think that's really what happened.
And it also, unfortunately, it calls into question other stories that happen where there is legitimate problems.
Don't you think, Van, that it hurt the cause?
No, it didn't hurt the cause. First of all, it shouldn't. I am a person, a sentient being of my own. If I have something that happens to me, it is the police's job to enforce and investigate the law. It doesn't matter whether 10 people lied before me. The veracity in which you investigate something, I'm not always going to be the arbiter or the standard bearer for black men from Louisiana, black men from Baton Rouge. And if somebody else lies, And then the cops decided, okay, well, God lied a couple of weeks ago, so we're going to let that one pass. What are we talking about? The only time that people are actually held to that standard is when they are black, is when they are a woman. Because if one woman has a claim of sexual assault or something and it is not true, then, okay, well, the cops don't have to do it the next time. No.
Well, it's less to do with the cops, so it also has a lot to do with the court of public opinion. People are less likely to take things seriously when all these accusations.
George Floyd was killed in front of the entire world, and you watched the knee on his neck, and you still had documentaries, talking points, all kinds of things that try to exonerate Derek Chauvin. It don't matter what they see.
Let me tell you something. We have to start taking responsibilities for a lot of stuff rather than just giving people the power to use us and, get all the credit. Sometimes you have to go out there and take your power back, okay? Instead of just trying to, be victims. I do not want to live a life being a victim. I want to be my own person. I want to be able to do the things that I love. It's going to be hard, I know, because I wasn't born into a rich family. However, it's like, am I just going to live a victimized life? No, I'm not going to live that kind of life. Hell no.
Attorney previously to Donald Trump, Jim Trusty, is here. And Jim, what do you make of what Ellie just brought up there? I mean, you obviously represented Trump previously, but you also ran the Justice Department's organized crime section at one point. Do you think having multiple people who previously represented Trump at the top layers of the Justice Department is an issue?
Not particularly. I mean, look, there's a couple of things. The Attorney General position, which I view as a very, very important position for the country, from being around criminal justice for 35 years, from being at the department for 17, I view it as a critically important job where there was great need for independence and competence. But historically, you had a president that picked his brother. More recently, you had a president whose AG said, I'm his wingman. So this idea that they're going to be thoroughly, perfectly independent is always a little bit of a myth. You do want a strong personality, somebody that'll stand up for what's right. I'll tell you, my criteria, though, drifts from where you guys are. What I would say is, number one, the president clearly wants somebody who's willing to throw a grenade under the tent. Somebody who's going to blow up the politicized culture. And I'll tell you, I think that's right. I think they need someone who's going to go in and say, let me hear about all the misconduct that was affiliated with the Trump investigation and others to find out if heads should roll. But beyond that, every morning, and Ellie knows this too, every morning, like 7:30, the Attorney General gets a briefing where they're being asked questions about, what do we do on this terrorism case? Do we have enough to pull the trigger? Or what about this counter-espionage? Or what about this senator? And those are really nuanced, difficult questions of procedure and judgment. And I like the thought of someone with some prosecutorial experience. And Bondi may not have had that level, that exact altitude, but I think she's pretty well equipped to do the daily job that's so important, and that's frankly much more important than kind of bald notions of political allegiance.
So you do think Pam Bondi is a good choice for this role?
Look, I think, for me, and maybe it's a function of me being old, I value experience. I like people that have some inside experience. I know you don't want somebody from the swamp to manage the swamp, but I like the fact that she's got serious prosecutorial experience. She's obviously a political figure and a media figure, too. But, 20 years in a large state handling an office with significant cases and being in the trenches trying cases, those are good signs from my perspective.
Can whoever Trump puts in at the DOJ, I mean, it's very clear, as you just pointed there, about someone who would go in and throw a grenade into the department. Can you do that, though, and do the actual work of the Justice Department, which is maintaining that layer of independence that has existed, but also you're managing 93 U.S. attorneys, the FBI, the DEA, ATF. There's a lot of employees. Can you do, I think that's the question of what Trump wants and what the DOJ requires in a leader.
Yeah, look, it's a tough balance. I think typically the Deputy Attorney General is the guy that's really, or gal,
that's more involved in steering this giant aircraft carrier full of personnel. And generally, when you're moving a giant ship, it only moves a little bit at a time. And obviously, you have AAGs, the people that run things like the criminal division, civil division, that also have important managerial roles on kind of the day-to-day operations and the judgment calls. But again, the Attorney General himself or herself is going to be asked to make some really difficult calls, maybe ones we don't hear about for years. And I think that, thankfully, I suspect that her temperament and her experience can serve her well in that position.
Todd Blanche, John Sauer, Emil Bove, Will Scharf, and now Pam Bondi, all people who have represented Trump in some form that are going in. You also represented him. Would you take a job in the administration? You waiting by the phone?
I'm not waiting by the phone. I don't know what's left, dog catcher? I mean, maybe. I'll give it some thought. But look, I'm happy doing what I'm doing. I enjoy doing what I'm doing. I enjoy having a good relationship with a former client. We still get along, and I still am very happy for him in terms of persevering the lawfare that offended me and that caused me to even testify in front of Congress about it. So, I think changing DOJ is something that is conceivable. It is something where the culture can be changed, and it might take a lot of time and a lot of fighting, but it's worth pursuing.
Former Assistant U.S. Attorney Ellie Honig. Ellie, Pam Bondi is not a household name for everyone. Obviously, those of us in Trump world know her very well. When you look at her qualifications, how does she compare to previous picks for Attorney General?
Well, Caitlin, she's way more qualified than Matt Gaetz. Let's start with that. Last week when Matt Gaetz was announced as Trump's original pick, you and I said there's two main things you have to look at: qualification and independence. So on the first of those qualifications, Pam Bondi is, without a question, qualified to be Attorney General. She's been a prosecutor for 20 years in Florida. For 8 of those, she was the Attorney General of the state. That's a very big, very complicated job. And that level of experience is on par with or better than most United States attorneys general that we've seen over the past 50 years or so. When we get into independence, though, things get a little more complicated. Now, there's nothing wrong or unusual with an attorney general who shares the same politics and ideology as the president. That's the way these things work. But I think the big problem with Pam Bondi is she was a vocal 2020 election denier. And I think that raises legitimate questions about her independence and her credibility. And I expect that to be a sticking point when she goes in front of the Senate.
But I guess the question is, has the curve changed? We all know when we were in school, you got graded on a curve in some cases, and it would help you a lot with what ultimately how you scored. Could that be a dynamic here, given maybe 4 years ago or 8 years ago, she would not have been a conventional choice for Attorney General, but in the dynamic of who is being put up for the cabinet now, I think that's a question of whether that changes this.
Yeah, I think that's a great observation. I think if we compare her to Matt Gaetz, she exceeds him on every level by far. But if we go back to sort of a normal curve, I think it's a closer call. One person who I think is an interesting historical comparison for Pam Bondi is Janet Reno. Now, I'm not saying Pam Bondi will be Janet Reno, but Janet Reno had a similar background. She had been a state-level prosecutor in Florida for about 15 years at the time when Bill Clinton nominated her to become Attorney General. Now, I think the difference, though, is Janet Reno was probably the single most independent Attorney General we've had in this country for at least the last 75 years and maybe beyond that, often to the consternation of the Clinton administration. I think every indication is that Pam Bondi will not be anywhere near that independent, if she'll be independent at all. But again, this is a Republican administration. Donald Trump won the election. We're not going to have an Attorney General, Eric Holder or Sally Yates or Pete Buttigieg or Elizabeth Warren. Elections have consequences.
Well, what does that look like, though? Because that has been the norm for the White House ever since the Nixon era of this independence between the Justice Department and the White House. Last I checked, President Biden and Attorney General Merrick Garland had not spoken in quite some time. He was actually quite frustrated with him. But that independence layer is there, obviously, for a reason based on past historical precedents. We'll see what that looks like. I do want to mention, though, because you talk about her what this looks like. You mentioned her role in filing those election-related lawsuits in 2020. She also previously has been a registered lobbyist for Qatar. There was the time when she faced the scrutiny over the $25,000, the campaign contribution she got from Trump at the same time her office was
considering signing on to other litigation investigations into Trump University. Are those questions that you would expect to come up at her confirmation hearing?
Oh, absolutely. That is all fair game. If you're going to go put yourself up for Attorney General, you have to assume everything you've done is going to be fair game for questioning. And I think that latter thing that you mentioned, Caitlin, is going to be a big deal. What happened was Donald Trump's charitable foundation made a $25,000 donation to Pam Bondi's super PAC. At the time, Pam Bondi, which is Attorney General of Florida, was considering joining a lawsuit against Donald Trump for his university, quote unquote university. Now, ultimately, the state of New York brought that lawsuit, but Pam Bondi decided not to bring it. And when that transaction came under scrutiny, originally the party said, whoops, it was a mistake. We actually didn't mean to donate it to Pam Bondi. We meant to give it to some other entity, some other nonprofit in Kansas. Ultimately, though, that was disproven. That was proven to not be the case. That got them into some trouble with the IRS. They had to give the donation back. So that's exactly the kind of thing that I think is fair play here. And Caitlin, it's important to know, we are now looking at a possible situation where the top 4 officials at the Justice Department, and that could be Pam Bondi, could be Todd Blanche, who's nominated for Deputy AG, could be John Sauer, who's up for Solicitor General, and it could be Emil Bove, have all represented Donald Trump in some personal capacity. And it's important to know it's a very different job than being AG. When you're the personal lawyer.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. Double tap your screen. Let's get the likes up. But what do we have here? Do you want us to keep going, or you want us to call it a day? Well, it's already morning already. Let's get the likes up, people. Let's get the likes up, people. Get the likes up. So, everybody has been throwing World War III into the chat like it's been something like it's so easy. World War III. Like, no, we don't want that. Okay, can everybody just relax on that notion? Can we relax on that?
Joe Biden, or whatever's left of him, catching flack for checking out during the last 2 months of his presidency. There he goes. Polling nerd Nate Silver opining on X, quote, "Is there any particular reason to assume Biden is competent to be president right now? It's a very difficult job, a dangerous world, extremely high-stakes decisions in Ukraine. He should resign and let Harris serve out the last 2 months. That's even scarier." Silver was reacting to a report on how Biden's been avoiding reporters at the G20 summit in Brazil, despite repeated efforts like this to engage him.
For your birthday, will you talk to us, sir? As a gift to the press, will you please talk to us? Mr. President, President Biden, please, we haven't heard from you all trip. Mr. President!
That was actually Karine Jean-Pierre shouting. You know, he doesn't even remember her now. All right, Harold. So all it takes is a proxy war with Russia to remind us that maybe we should have a functioning president. We're firing missiles into Russia, and our press is more obsessed with Tulsi, being accused of a Russian asset. This insanity is terrifying. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Well, I have a slightly different opinion on this. I think a couple of things. I think the escalation of activity in Ukraine is not on our side, it's on the North Korean side. The fact that you now have North Korean troops working alongside and fighting alongside Ukraine, I don't blame President Biden for making the calculation that we should give more flexibility and more authority and more military autonomy to the Ukrainians to make these decisions. Two, I would remind everybody, there's been a big group of Republican and Democrat-leaning voices in the military over the last several months that said we should have given this authority to the Ukrainians long before. Now, had he not given them the authority, and the North Koreans are fighting alongside the Ukrainians, and worse things happen, there would probably be those criticizing him then. Three, I think with the president-elect, I don't want to hear from the current president, if you have a new president coming in, if he doesn't have to say other things. I think his actions speak loud. You've not heard the incoming president speak with the kind of objectionability that some are about what he's doing. And frankly, the idea, Nate Silver, who I respect, the idea of him resigning or the notion or the reality of him resigning and giving the job to the vice president, the man already decided he wasn't going to run. Let's give him a little grace here as he finishes his term.
I agree with you. Biden's actions speak louder than words, especially when he falls. Martha.
That hurt him.
Yes, you can hear it. It's a fall run. Martha, imagine if the media had been covering Biden honestly at the start of his, dementia. Instead, we have a cover-up. If you didn't have the cover-up, we wouldn't be in this situation. The Democrat Party would be in a far better situation. They would have had a better candidate. We wouldn't be worried about all this stuff. Isn't it on them?
All these things that are happening post-election really should have happened before the election. If he really felt that this was the right policy to give Ukraine the weapons and the capability to use them, he should have acted upon that as president. This is a window that is extraordinarily dangerous, and he's enacting policies. I mean, every morning you look at what's happening next, and I say, wait, why now? We are, and I'm wondering if President-elect Trump and President Biden are speaking about what they're doing, because they absolutely should be. They should be coordinating these efforts. This is a very frightening potential World War III scenario that is going on right now. North Korea is fighting alongside the Ukrainians. Russia has just fired an intermediate-range ballistic missile into Ukraine. This is the most powerful weapon that they have used throughout the course of this war. I always knew that this was going to get hot and ugly in this interim period. And now these people like Nate Silver, who are coming out of the woodwork and saying, oh, maybe he shouldn't have been president this long. You should have spoken out sooner. I mean, honestly, when I think about the fact that George Clooney was pretty much the person who turned the tide on this conversation with the, aid and nudge of President Obama. A lot of people knew a lot about how capable he was a long time ago, and that is a very frightening story that we're going to hear a lot more about.
I just want to say, Koreans are fighting alongside
F said
Russia.
Biden took his plane to Ben and Jerry's.
Yes.
I said it wrong too. Russia, forgive me, not the Ukrainians. I said it incorrectly too.
We'd like you to leave.
It's Harold's fault that I said it wrong.
Yeah. So Judge, they know that if he were to resign, then the next story will be, why did he do it sooner? And they don't want that question.
Well, it's not only that, but if I'm like Mike Donnellan or one of the Biden advisors, I mean, there's no way I'm going to allow Kamala Harris to be the president. And talk about Kamala Harris being the president. I mean, that's like a participation trophy. Okay. I mean, she's a DEI candidate who rises to the level of president. What a metaphor for what this country is going through. She cannot be the president. Now, we've been operating without a president for a long time. And the pathetic part of that sound that we had, Mr. President, would you talk to us? Would you talk to us? He's just walking away like, I don't have to talk to you. I mean, he's missed the group photo at the G20. He's avoiding the reporters. He's begging for a word. And yet they're begging for a word from him. And yet what is going on? He's sending the missiles to Ukraine that can go into Russia. So we're going to be on the edge of World War III. He's losing.
I feel like Biden is just tired, bro. He's just like, look, that's it. I am absolutely tired of all of this stuff because I need to go home and rest. That's what he's going through right now. He just needs to relax, rest, and he needs to, in my opinion, stop making decisions and wait for the 47th to make any other decisions that he's trying to make, because he's tired, bro. He's tired of all of this stuff. All right, guys. Double tap your screen. Let's get the likes up. We have like 700 people watching a live show. We have 100 likes. So to like the live stream, let me show you one more time. I've been showing you through the stream. You just double tap your screen like twice. And that's how to like the live show. Twice, okay? Double tap your screen twice, and that's how you like the live stream. All right, let's get it.
Up the immigration policies. So when Trump comes in, it's worse than we even thought. You've got Gina Raimondo, I think, in Commerce, who says she's going to make sure there's no money in the Commerce Department when Trump comes in. I mean, these people are Trump haters. And the bottom line, in addition to being Trump haters, they're Kamala hater. Jill Biden would rather walk on hot coals than allow Kamala to be the president.
Last word to you,
I'm so
Jesse.
tired.
Make
I
it
can't talk.
semi-intelligent.
I can't do that, Greg. It's just funny to watch this lame duck get lost in the jungle and
Yes.
like play hide and seek with Trudeau behind palm trees and miss photos. They're rolling out the red carpet for the Chinese in Latin America. Ever heard of the Monroe Doctrine? He shouldn't even be allowed to be there right now. Joe Biden's going to be in Nantucket next week celebrating Thanksgiving, trying to figure out what the best day is to pardon Hunter Biden, racing up the escalation ladder with the Russians, still flying illegals into the country. And on his birthday, he gave the Presidential Medal of Freedom to the
Wait. Where was he going in there? Like, where was he going, guys? Can somebody tell me where it was going? Can somebody tell me where it was going? But there's nobody back there, guys. There's nobody
He shouldn't
back
even
there.
be allowed to be
Where
there
is he
right
going?
now. Joe Biden's going to be in Nantucket next week celebrating
Where is the president going over there? Where is he going there, bro?
Thanksgiving, trying to figure out what the best day is to pardon Hunter Biden, racing up the escalation ladder with the Russians,
Did I say he was
still
going to
flying
sleep?
illegals into the country. And on his birthday, he gave the Presidential Medal of Freedom to the Planned Parenthood chief and wouldn't let the media in because they weren't allowed to ask him questions. This man's an embarrassment. It looks like he's more of like just a dreadful halftime show between two Trump terms, kind of the last gasp of the establishment, going out with quite a whimper. And where was Nate Silver? Bravo, Nate. Hi-ho, Silver. We could have used you when this guy was falling off bikes and shaking hands with ghosts. He let 10 million people into this country, spent $7 trillion a year, and Chinese diamonds are falling out of his family members' pockets, and we're the only ones making a stink about it. The only reason they said anything was because this guy blew the debate, and then his understudy got cooked in the general. This guy should have gone a long time ago. The Democrats are like the kind of people that show up after the fight's over. Oh, yeah, let me at him. Let me at him. Hold me back. No, okay?
I literally have people that I've had conversations with. Oh, I like the sun. The sun is hitting me. Blessings from God. 7:25 a.m. the 22nd of November 2024. That is great. Okay. I've had people that I had conversations with. Even after the debate with Biden and Trump, and people still said Biden is so fit to go again. What? Biden is fit to go again? Bro, I promise you, I had conversations with people and they were telling me, you know what? One night does not determine person's legacy. One night for Biden is 4 years for Trump.
You guys lied the whole election, and then when you lost, you want credit for telling the truth. Now all these people sound like Hannity.
Yeah, they do. You know what? Can you show that picture of him, of Joe in the jungle? I'm looking at it.
Joe in the jungle.
Joe in the jungle. It's great. It's like he's the host of Survivor Cocoon Edition. You know?
He looks like a drug kingpin.
Yes, he does.
No, not quite.
It said Joe in the jungle, bro. This guy. Joe. Joe in the jungle.
People sound like Hannity.
Yeah, they do. You know what? Can you show that picture of him, of Joe in the jungle? I'm looking at it.
Joe in the jungle.
Joe in the jungle. It's great. It's like he's the host of Survivor Cocoon Edition. You know?
He looks like a drug kingpin.
Yes, he does.
No, not quite.
Bro. Joe in the Joe jump the jungle, watch out for that tree. Oh man. This is just on another level, guys. What is going on here, bro? Y'all remember Empire? Y'all remember Empire?
It's law and disorder in liberal cities. Illinois Supreme Court overturning the conviction of hate crime hoaxer Jussie Smollett, ruling that special prosecutor's decision to retry the Empire actor violated his rights after left-wing Cook County, Illinois DA Kim Foxx gave Smollett a sweetheart deal and dropped the charges. So Smollett gets away with staging an attack where he hired a pair of Nigerian brothers who shouted, "This is MAGA country," while putting a noose around his neck and pouring bleach on him. Here's a refresher of what went down.
So I saw him out the corner of my eye, and I was like, okay, that's him. Let's go. We gotta go get this Empire Yeah, that's him. That's him. Is that him? That's that neck. And that's when we started yelling the famous slurs he wanted us to yell. Hey, aren't you that Empire Empire Nick? It's MAGA country.
Here's what Jussie's attorney had to say.
This was a vindictive persecution, not a prosecution. Let's not make any mistake about that. Jussie is back to where he was. He's presumed innocent. Even though this is over now and Jussie absolutely wants to move his life forward, I think people should start asking questions. How did this happen? Why should this even happen? What can we do to make sure this doesn't happen again? And what were the facts that we never bothered to look at because everyone was distracted with public opinion?
And that's not the only liberal city injustice. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg has been wasting time and money prosecuting a Good Samaritan like Daniel Penny, while dangerous criminals run wild through the city he oversees. Just this week alone, a tourist getting slashed in a random attack, homeless man with ice picks shoving an elderly victim, a career criminal got killed in an NYPD shootout, and a homeless maniac with 8 priors randomly stabbing 3 people to death. Okay, Judge Jeanine, please explain this court decision in Illinois.
Well, the court said that they made this decision based not on the merits of the case, not on the substance of the case, but the fact that Kim Foxx, there had been a grand jury indictment, and Kim Foxx did what we call a null pros, which means you don't admit to doing it or, committing the crime itself. And as part of that null pros, he was going to agree to a forfeiture of the $10,000 bail that was set. That then was considered a resolution of the case because a null pros is a plea. And so when the special prosecutor comes in and indicts, they say, no, you can't do that. You don't get 2 bites at the apple. It's double jeopardy. This is a situation where we're not taking a position on whether he lied and what he did and what the stress or the problems that he caused for the city and the police department. It's just a procedural mechanism that should not have occurred based upon the fact that it was null pros and there was a resolution where his bail was forfeited.
And do you agree legally with that decision?
Yeah, I do. Okay. I do. I mean, that's just a fair way to do it. But, he's not the most important person in the segment. I mean, when you hear about all these people running around free and able to be on the streets after they stab and kill people, and they randomly select a victim, whether it's a nurse or someone who's working in a bodega, and they're free to walk around. And I've been in the trial downtown at 100 Center Street watching the Danny Penny trial, where you've got a guy who's been indicted by Alvin Bragg. His case is being put ahead of everybody else's case. And today was an incredible day for the defense with a medical examiner who just did circles around the prosecution medical examiner, who apparently was making up some things that this expert medical examiner had never heard of, like a jugular choke. He said there's nothing in the literature about this. He said, I've never heard of it. But, I mean, this is what's happening. It's the politicization of the criminal justice system, where this guy, Danny Penny, who was a savior to everybody on that train, who thought they were going to die, when a guy ends up coming on and says, I'm going to kill somebody, I don't care if I go back to jail for life, everyone was petrified. And the last thing I'll say is that, we owe this guy a debt of gratitude for what he did. And the medical examiner, by the way, made it clear that he died of sickle cell, as well as being in a psychotic episode, as well as a toxicity from the cannabinoid, a K2, which was similar to a cocaine.
Harold Ford Jr.
Glad to be back with everybody. Thanks for having me. I cannot agree with the judge any more than I ever have. We spent a lot of time disagreeing, but I thought the way you characterized what happened in Illinois is exactly right. And I hope whatever people may think about the underlying facts that made the original resolution or the initial resolution of the case, maybe that should not have been what happened, but it is what happened. And legally, he was entitled to the decision that the Supreme Court rendered. We have a new police commissioner in the city, Jessica Tisch, who I wish nothing but the very best. She's had a big job over the many years developing and implementing all of the new technology and innovation at the police department. I wish her the best as she now has the day-to-day hand-to-hand combat job of dealing with crime in our city. I agree with you on Daniel Penny as well. What I've seen in the trial, I'm not in the courtroom like you are, but what I've read and all the public narratives I've been able to construct and bring together, I'm not seeing anything that suggests that he didn't act within his own right. Trial's not over yet. We will see. But I think your analysis around it, I've been watching you, has been excellent. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Harold.
Thank you for that. Why don't you guys just kiss?
Stop it.
Jimmy, Jesse.
Let's put the legal stuff aside. You know, you see a guy like Jussie Smollett, everybody knows what he did. Even the witnesses said he did what he did. And he doesn't really have to face the kind of justice that a lot of Republicans have to face with made-up charges and messed up prosecutions.
He was in jail for 6 days.
The fact that this lady, Judge Janine, she's 73 years old, and she looks that gorgeous. She looks really beautiful for 73 years old. Yeah, she really took care of herself for sure. I mean, I know they go through a lot of makeup process to get on screen, but she looks really good for 73 years old.
He was supposed to do 50 days. What bothers me the most about this Jussie Smollett case, based on what you just said, is the sheer lack of humiliation and embarrassment on the part of this individual. He needs to come forward and say, look, I used up police resources. I made up a story. I was worried about my job. I can't put words in the mouth. Whatever he wants to say. When you watch the Ossendario brothers, I mean, it is a hilarious, embarrassing, but abuse of the use of law enforcement, of legal, wrapping up this in a legal way. We need to have shame sometimes in our lives and in this country. And when you do something this embarrassing, egregious, I don't know where he found the wherewithal to go on ABC and to say, tell this whole story. And he's got a little tear in his eye, and I left the rope around my neck because I forgot it was there. I mean, and then, Robin Roberts is like patting him on the knee. I'm so sorry. Kamala Harris comes out and says, you're the victim of a modern day lynching, and no one should be judged on the basis of their sexuality. Wake up. Wake up, everybody. I mean, this is a very embarrassing thing, and I would like to see a little embarrassment evident.
That's not happening.
Not here, anyway.
You've made this point before. Remember the time period this was happening. This country was like a tinderbox, Greg. If this thing had actually gone the way he wanted it to go, who knows what would have happened.
This is a bigger crime than what he was even. He was trying to foment a race war. And we talk about hate crimes. Well, a hate crime hoax is a hate crime. It was a hate crime against whites. And this case was important because it was providing an incentive against committing hoaxes. And now that evaporates. Now there are no disincentives for fomenting race wars, racial division, or hate crimes. It's just I can't remember how many hate crime hoaxes actually ended up with a punishment. They always say they seek psychiatric counseling. This guy admitted basically the guilt by forfeiting bail. So he is guilty. But I want to talk about the crime. There's an unholy pattern. It's a three-step pattern that happens with crime, immigration, and even with trans radicalism. 1, something bad is allowed to happen. 2, nothing is done about it as it grows. 3, finally something is done, whether it is Daniel Penny or someone else. And then the media industrial complex cares. When you reach the third step, which is action, then they pay attention. Then they follow the law. Then they arrest Daniel Penny. They're fine with the first 2. But then it's a crisis when there's actually someone who steps in. Daniel Penny took the third step, which was action, a place where Alvin Bragg has never been to. He happily lives in the first two, coddling criminals, releasing them to an unsuspecting public, including his own employees. One of his own prosecutors was assaulted by a sex maniac. As long as you enable these policies without experiencing the risk, you will always seek to punish the people who are willing to take action. And this pattern is in everything: immigration, in crime, in dealing with hate crime hoaxes.
Yeah, Gutfeld be speaking facts. Everybody knows Gutfeld always speaks facts. Everybody knows Gutfeld always speaks facts. I mean, it's been known. It's been known. It's been established. So Pam Bondi. Okay, now for Jussie Smollett, I mean, what he did was just, bro, why would you already had a good life going for you. You already had a good life going for you. Why would you, want more attention that you don't need, especially on doing something that out of touch? That's wild. Okay, Pam Bondi, Pam Bondi, who is the replacement for Matt Gaetz. CNN always has something to say about anybody Trump picks, or even Trump himself. Here we go, Pam Bondi.
Donald Trump has his new pick for Attorney General after Matt Gaetz dropped out.
While this is sad news for Gaetz and his fans, it is potentially very exciting news for Judge Jeanine Pirro, who will be our next Attorney General. Poor Rudy Giuliani. He has to be on the twin bed in the office his son converted into a guest room right now going, "What about me?"
Trump is now choosing his longtime ally and the former Florida Attorney General, Pam Bondi. Trump allies telling CNN they are breathing a sigh of relief, believing that Bondi will face a much easier confirmation process than Matt Gaetz. Bondi, who became Florida's top prosecutor at the height of the Tea Party movement, has a reputation as an effective litigator. She served as a member of Trump's impeachment defense team, and she joined him on the campaign trail. Bondi has also spent a lot of time on the president-elect's favorite news channel.
This is just one big press conference trying to smear Donald Trump, trying to hurt Donald Trump.
It's really unbelievable what they're doing.
Right.
They are obstructing the candidate, President Donald Trump.
The Department of Justice, the prosecutors will be prosecuted, the bad ones. The investigators will be investigated because the deep state, last term for President Trump, they were hiding in the shadows. But now they have a spotlight on them, and they can all be investigated.
All right, joining us now, criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Mark O'Mara. He knows Pam Bondi from her time as Attorney General. Mark, I'm so grateful to have you on the show this morning. Thank you so much. What can you tell us? I first got to cover Pam Bondi back in 2012 when she was a surrogate for Mitt Romney when he was running for the Republican nomination. What can you tell us about her evolution, and most importantly, what it would mean for her to be at the top of the Department of Justice, considering what former President Trump has said he wants to do with the department?
Well, first I had several cases against her with Ms. Bondi way back in the day when she was a line prosecutor. First and foremost, she's a prosecutor. She's a good trial attorney, formidable in a courtroom, quite honestly. Now, as an attorney general, she's not going to show up in a criminal courtroom very often, but she does have that ability, that style, and that presence that I think is going to serve her very well as the attorney general.
So, Mark, how would you say her experience stacks up for the job that she has been nominated for? Because there have been sort of two parallel tracks here as we've been trying to cover Trump's nominees for these positions. Some of them have very problematic personal issues. Matt Gaetz is a good example, the one who obviously just was pulled to make way for Bondi. But the other is questions about, okay, what experience do you bring to the job? Does it line up with the types of experience that others have brought to the job in the past? How does Bondi's experience stack up in terms of others who have also been attorneys general of the United States?
Well, if I compare it to the most recent nominee, Matt Gaetz, they are worlds apart. Matt Gaetz, I don't think had any experience in a courtroom. no real trial experience. And although trial experience in and of itself isn't necessary for the job, the idea of being comfortable in the courtroom and presenting yourself, it has become pretty apparent, not only when she was a prosecutor over in Hillsborough County, but since, that she has a great presence. And after all, the Attorney General job is sort of just that. So I think she, comparing to Gaetz, also comparing to some of the other nominees for the other positions, she has the pedigree. She truly does, because she's, again, been in a courtroom, presents very well. I think she's going to be an easy nominee approval by the Congress, because she doesn't have some of the downside, it seems, that people like Mike Gaetz may have brought into it. So I think it's going to be a pretty smooth, and if you compare her to all the other candidates, I think she's going to be an easy choice to be approved.
Mark, one of the other things that Bondi did in the course of her time working on behalf of Donald Trump was lawsuits related to the 2020 elections and what she has said about who won that election, namely that Joe Biden didn't win the election, that Donald Trump did. Let's play a little bit of a few of the things that she said in the course of that, and I'll ask you about it on this side. Watch.
We are still on the ground in Pennsylvania. I'm here right now, and we are not going anywhere until they declare that we won Pennsylvania. We know that ballots have been dumped. There were ballots that were found early on. We've heard that people were receiving ballots that were dead. The thing that's happening all over the country. Were they legal ballots?
It is about the integrity of this election. And every vote, as Mayor Giuliani said, in every state must be counted fairly. We need to fix this. We need to remedy this now, because we've won Pennsylvania and we want every vote to be counted in a fair way.
So, of course, we know that Donald Trump did not win Pennsylvania in 2020. What does her role here have? What kind of implications does it have going forward if she's confirmed as Attorney General?
Well, again, I've had problems and troubles with the election deniers just because of my view of it from not a political, but from a legal standpoint. Everything we've looked at, everything that was vetted out seemed as though the election was properly done. And yes, it is somewhat problematic, generally speaking, that any candidate, Attorney General, or any other cabinet member who still maintains this concern. But let's face it, she is sort of also preaching to the choir of who is now going to be our next president. That was always the position of Donald Trump. It's never going to change from that. I find it concerning, because the Attorney General is the lead of not only the Department of Justice, but when you hear about the justice system in America, you think about the Attorney General. Has to be trusted, has to be believed, has to be respected, so that we know that we can place our trust. Every one of us can place our trust in her, and therefore place our trust in the criminal justice system. So a little bit troubling, and I'm hopeful that she's going to move forward as an Attorney General, not just as a continued election denier, because it is problematic for the trust in the system.
Yeah, trust in the system, of course, being the key, one of these foundational things we've all just been grappling with as a country for the last, I guess, going on a decade now since Donald Trump emerged on the stage. Mark O'Mara, thank you very much for your time this morning. I really appreciate it. All right, our panel's here. Molly Ball, senior political correspondent for the Wall Street Journal. Dana Milbank, political columnist for the Washington Post. Kate Bedingfield, CNN political commentator, former Biden White House communications director. And Brad Todd, CNN political commentator, Republican.
The fact is, Trump said what he said, okay? He said he believed he, won. So it's like, just like the election in Georgia, the other lady said she thinks so everybody says what they believe. Even Hillary Clinton said the same thing. So it is what it is, okay? It is what it is. It's called freedom of speech. Now, if you do your own research and then you maybe take it to court and you lose, then okay, you can rest your case. But freedom of speech still exists, okay? All right, ladies and gentlemen, double tap your screen, like the live video. Let's get the likes up, guys. We have like 600 people watching the live show right now. Double tap your screen. Let's get the likes up, guys. Let's get the likes up, man. Let's get the likes up, people. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up. What do you think about Pam Bondi, though? What do you think about Pam Bondi? I didn't know anything about Pam Bondi, really. I'm just getting to learn about her because I was already thinking in my mind that Matt Gaetz was going to be the AG. I was just like, but now it's like Pam Bondi. Who is Pam Bondi? What do you know about Pam Bondi? If you know anything about Pam Bondi, put it in the chat. Put it in the chat. Shout out to Curtis. Shout out to Jack. Shout out to everybody watching the live show right now. Empathic veteran says freedom of speech is not absolute. What do you guys think about that comment? Freedom of speech is not. Empathic veteran says freedom of speech is not absolute. What do you guys think? Let's get the likes up, guys. Let's get the likes up. Let's get to 500 likes, people. Let's get to 500 likes, people. We have 600 people watching. Let's get to 500 likes. Pam Bondi, guys. Let's learn about Pam Bondi.
President-elect Donald Trump picking a new attorney general nominee just hours after Matt Gaetz' decision to withdraw. Fox News Digital's political correspondent Brooke Singman live now with the very latest. Brooke, good morning.
Good morning, Maria. That's right. So President Trump appointing Pam Bondi to serve as attorney general. Bondi served as Florida's attorney general from 2011 to 2019, and she was the state's first female attorney general. Before that, she served 18 years as a prosecutor. Now, as Florida AG, Bondi led efforts to combat opioid abuse and end human trafficking. She also helped recover more than $1 billion in consumer protection, antitrust, and false claims matters. Bondi is a longtime Trump ally, and the president says she will, quote, refocus the DOJ to its intended purpose of fighting crime and making America safe again. She is smart and tough and is an America First fighter who will do a terrific job as attorney general. Now, this nomination comes just hours after Trump's first pick, Congressman Matt Gaetz, dropped out of the running. This after Trump reportedly told him he did not have the votes to get confirmed. Gaetz congratulating Bondi, saying, quote, Pam and I worked closely together when she was Florida's AG, and I chaired criminal justice in the State House. She is a proven litigator and an inspiring leader and champion for all. Meanwhile, Oregon Congresswoman Lori Chavez-Derrimer is reportedly being considered for labor secretary. She met with the president at Mar-a-Lago this week, and she also has support from Teamsters president Sean O'Brien. Trump will also name new leadership for the Securities and Exchange Commission and the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. Now, SEC Chair Gary Gensler announcing yesterday that he does plan to step down on Inauguration Day, while FDIC Chair Martin Gruenberg will resign the day before. And we are still waiting on a pick for Treasury Secretary, but the president-elect is reportedly closing in on Kevin Warsh, with the intention of him later taking over the Federal Reserve once current Chair Jerome Powell's term ends in 2026. Trump is also reportedly considering appointing investor Scott Bessent to lead the White House National Economic Council. He would later replace Warsh as Treasury Secretary. Maria?
All right, Brooke, thanks very much. Brooke Singman, a lot of plans here in place. Interesting to have somebody at the Treasury knowing that you're going to take over for the Fed when Jay Powell's up. Caroline Downey, your reaction.
Good morning, Maria. Yes, The Spectator described Trump's cabinet nomination process as musical chairs. And I think the sweet spot for Treasury Secretary for him is, as The Spectator said, someone who loves tariffs but will calm markets. And that's a compromise he has to look for. You know, Warsh seems like a very competent pick, but in 2018, he wrote against protectionism in the Wall Street Journal. And he warned that Trump could be leading us into economic isolationism, but he may have changed his tune. As for Pam Bondi, Trump on purpose has picked nominees, Maria, that have an axe to grind against their respective departments, and that's a good thing. Pam Bondi is no exception. As Florida Attorney General, where I'm from, she's very battle-tested because she fought against human trafficking, cartel smuggling, pill mills, and the opioid crisis. These are things that Kamala Harris only paid lip service to. She's going to work with border czar Tom Homan with blue states that restrict and oppose, border enforcement, and she's just as devoted as Matt Gaetz to Trump, but she has the necessary legal experience to reform the DOJ that's been weaponized against Trump. And the last thing I'll say is that this is the fifth woman that Trump has nominated. So I don't remember this part of The Handmaid's Tale, Maria.
Yeah, I love it. It's so many strong women around Trump. I agree with all of that. I think both Pam Bondi, highly regarded, as Kevin Warsh, also highly regarded, but also highly regarded is Senator Bill Hagerty. John. And Haggerty wanted the Treasury job, I think, and he would certainly apply his strength to the sanctions part of the role. But maybe Trump doesn't want to lose another seat in the Senate. That could be one of the reasonings behind his thinking here. But we'll see. We'll see how it all shakes out, because all of these people were certainly top of mind and in the final list for Trump on Treasury, John.
Yeah, Warsh is going to be a great choice. You know, he was at the Fed previously. He knows a lot about monetary policy, and he knows darn well that the Fed has to do what is necessary in order to, prevent another inflationary run-up by the money supply, an inflationary run-up by interest rates being cut too aggressively, though that is something that Trump might be pushing for early on in his administration. Let's not forget that one of the greatest policy mistakes made in the recent past had to be the fact that the Federal Reserve went ahead and basically very much supported this massive increase in the budget deficit related to the funding of COVID. And it was this Fed's cutting of interest rates, allowing the money supply to grow at a rate not seen since the Second World War, that got this latest bout of rapid price inflation started.
Yeah. No, Kevin, Warsh is.
Pam Bondi, she's sounding like she's a solid person. She's sounding like, the news surrounding her. Still have to do my own research on Pam Bondi for sure, but it's looking like she's a solid person. She's fought for, kids, women's rights, and all of this stuff. And, she might be the attorney general. And some people are even saying she is even more, she's maybe, I don't want to say more capable, but some people are saying she's more capable than Matt Gaetz. And if that's the case, this swamp that Trump has been talking about is about to go down. And Poop Dog says, was Matt Gaetz just a cover? That's what people are saying, bro. This man wrote a book back in the 80s. Was it in the 80s or 90s? The Art of the Deal. Trump wrote a book called The Art of the Deal. And of course, if you read the book, you would see that this man prides himself. Trump prides himself in being a good deal maker. So it may be a front.
Yeah, let me make this as simple as possible. What Bragg's office is saying here is, let's drag this out for as long as we possibly can.
Now, New York criminal case against Trump could drag on to 2029. 2029. This man will be what? 82 years old? 82. So at 82 years old. So at 82 years old, this man is going to be still talking about this.
Whether Donald Trump is president or not, which I think is quite something, considering, as you just said, the will of the people is pretty clear. Lawfare didn't work. Donald Trump was reelected, and he was resoundingly. But are we that surprised? Think about it. The top official, one of the top officials of the Department of Justice, left that prime spot, took an incredible job downgrade to work for a local prosecutor here in the state of New York. Why? Because he wanted very much to finally get Trump. They did, and they are not willing to let that go. And that is what their filing is all about that we just received.
Okay, so when do you expect we're going to hear from the judge?
We could hear from the judge at any point. I would note that in this request, they've asked the judge to set a hearing for Trump's request, a motion to dismiss. Obviously, Donald Trump's lawyers are asking for this case to be thrown out altogether. They've asked for a hearing to be set on that. But they did say, we plan to oppose that motion to dismiss. And they're asking for that to happen in a few weeks. And in the meantime, to stay the proceedings, meaning that sentencing for now is off the table as they proceed forward with this request from the Trump team to get rid of the case altogether.
I mean, when you look at this in its totality, you had a misdemeanor here that was bootstrapped into a felony through a very suspect legal process. You've got the president being reelected with more votes than any Republican has ever received before, 76.5 million votes. And now you've got Alvin Bragg's office saying, we're willing to wait 4 years to sentence him. Do you really think this is what the American people want?
Yeah, I don't even know how long they're willing to go because they know that the immunity question still has to be fleshed out. There are a lot of things. And because if you remember, because of that immunity decision, there are certain pieces of evidence that were introduced during the business records trial that are probably inadmissible now, which is quite a heck of a job to unravel all of that. And so that could take quite some time. That's just on that. So what they're saying is, hey, we'll wait as long as we need to. Let's keep going forward with this. You know, if we have to delay because, you know, the guy happened to become president in the meantime, fine with us, but we want to move forward.
Okay, so just reading directly from the Manhattan DA office's filing, which we know the judge said was due today. So here we are. It says Trump's forthcoming presidency is not grounds for dropping a case that was already tried. It reads, quote, but given the need to balance competing constitutional interests, consideration must be given. This is the prosecutors in this case to potentially freezing the case until after he is out of office.
Yeah, but Sandra, look at the rest of that sentence.
I am now.
Look at what the options are that they are suggesting, such as not let's just take this case off the table because that's what the Department of Justice and everybody else seems to be doing, but let's just defer all criminal proceedings until after the end of the defendant, Donald Trump's, upcoming presidential term. Meaning, let's have this hanging over his head for the next 5 years. We're completely good with that. This is quite something.
So, I mean, Judge Merchan is no fan of Donald Trump. I mean, that's pretty clear. But I'm sure he's a fan of the law. And when you take a look at the Supreme Court ruling on immunity, when you take a look at the fact that he's about to be inaugurated the 47th president of the United States, when you take a look at the fact that 4 years will go by before he's sentenced on what every legal expert we have ever talked to says are bogus, trumped-up charges, is that something that Merchan, you think, is going to agree to?
So look, Juan Merchan, I think we know at this point, is a political animal. And we know that because he donated to Joe Biden in 2020, despite the fact that Trump cases were pending before him. You know, he didn't care about the appearance of fairness there. And so my only point in pointing that out again is that clearly this man thinks about politics. I have said all along that he has a couple of off-ramps. He should take them because otherwise he is going to be an outlier clinging on to dear life for a case, as you said, John, that is a real problem. And he'll be the only one out there. So it'll be interesting to see how he responds to this. I suspect, though, he will go forward with this hearing for the motion to dismiss, and we'll find out more maybe in a few weeks from now.
Carrie, if you could just, sorry, go ahead, John.
I was just thinking, if you're a political animal and your goal was to keep Trump from becoming president, you failed at that. So, I mean, what's the political upside to continuing to pursue this?
Well, that's right. And does he want to be responsible for the Republicans winning again in 2028? Because that's what lawfare did a few weeks ago. And so I would imagine he's considering all of this.
Okay. Jump on in here as I read further from this letter. Prosecutors telling the judge in this case they're mindful of the demands and obligations of the presidency and realize that Trump's return to the White House will, quote, raise unprecedented legal questions. Your reaction to the news?
Well, I think it's absurd. And I think that, you know, Juan Merchan was originally, in my mind, a pro-prosecution judge. Now Juan Merchan is an anti-Trump judge. There is sufficient basis to dismiss this case. But instead, Juan Merchan, who was conflicted from the beginning of this and should never have been allowed to handle this case by the administrative judge of the courts, was allowed to handle this case. He gets a conviction on an absurd case that's not real. It's a make-believe case barred by the statute of limitation, bootstrapped by a federal crime over which he has no jurisdiction, and then with a verdict sheet that no one understands. And now he says, look, I'm willing to wait the 4 years so that we can continue to have Donald Trump, the president of the United States, be awaiting sentences on his conviction for 34 felony counts that are ridiculous, absurd, and everyone knows it. Now you've got Bragg who's saying, we want, actually that's Bragg, we want to continue this thing. So Juan Merchan now has to have a hearing and decide whether or not those arguments of Bragg are appropriate to continue this case. The Supreme Court's decision within a month of the conviction, and again, there is no conviction unless and until there's a sentencing, that decision reels right into this case because so much of this case was part of the Oval Office, Hope Hicks, Madeleine Westerhout. So much of that evidence the prosecution admitted was essential to their case goes out immediately based upon the Supreme Court's decision. Now, let's talk about the fact that there's a 330 motion for dismissal of the charges, which Merchan could grant immediately by establishing some kind of precedent and saying, you know what? From now on, when there's a president in the Oval Office, irrespective of when the jury verdict came down, the case has to be dismissed. And, temporary immunity, according to Alvin Bragg, doesn't require dismissal post-trial. I mean, this is so full of hate. This is so out of sync with the American public and what they want. Alvin Bragg, Juan Merchan, the two of them brought Donald Trump, they thought, to his knees. They thought that they would put this man in jail. They thought they were heroes and would swing an election. They are one of the reasons that Donald Trump got elected, because the American people do not believe in this kind of justice. This is what happens in third world countries, and Alvin Bragg continues to prove it. And Juan Merchan right now doesn't have the spine. He doesn't know what he's going to do. But right now they want a hearing. They'll have a hearing. They want a motion scheduled, Alvin Bragg, to decide the motion to dismiss. So Bragg is now putting it on Merchan, but is opposing it.
Here was the great, I don't know if you want to call it an irony or a tragedy or what you want to call it, Judge, but you've got a district attorney in Alvin Bragg who was willing to wait 4 years for some sentence to come down on Donald Trump, and it could be anything from a fine to who knows what, while at the same time, the justice system in New York let walk on the streets a homeless man who's mentally ill, who stabbed to death 3 people in the Big Apple yesterday.
3. Yep. Yeah. Look, I am standing in front of 100 Center Street. I am in front of the courthouse right now where Donald Trump was tried. And one of the defense attorneys came up to me. He said, you know what? I'm not a Republican. He said, but what they did in that Trump case is absurd. He said, I've got 10 clients whose crimes were committed, allegedly, he said, before this Trump case. He said, we can't even get them to trial. We can't even get the DA to talk about it. They rushed this case for the purpose of destroying Donald Trump. And the American people wouldn't have it. And this case has to be dismissed. It is a violation of everything we hold dear. It's unconstitutional. It is insufficient in terms of evidence, and it is reversible error. There's enough error in this thing to reverse a ship.
Fox News contributor. So if all of this lawfare was designed to take Donald Trump to the point where nobody would vote for him, that task failed miserably, or that strategy failed miserably, because the president so far is closing in on 77 million popular votes. So, I mean, if you failed at that, why would you draw out the failure by saying we're willing to wait until January of 2029 to try to pronounce sentence on him?
John, respectfully, I think you're making everyone's interests here monolithic, and I don't think they are. The New York Democrats have a different set of interests than the national Democrats do. No one's been a bigger critic of lawfare than I have, and I do think it was a flop. I think it was counterproductive. I think it helped get President Trump elected. But you can't say that in New York. In Manhattan, Kamala Harris won by 65 points. There was a report that came out in the last couple of days that says that Bragg, who is an elected official, not an appointed official, is the favorite to be reelected. He ran on going after Trump. He's gone after Trump, and the voters in Manhattan are likely to reward him for that. So if it was a failure at the national level, that's one thing. For progressive Democrats in New York, they like the prosecution of Donald Trump. I don't think this is hurting Bragg at all.
So how should we be looking at this, Andy?
Well, Look, it's an unprecedented, complicated situation. Being president, every single court, including the Supreme Court, says the president is not above the law, right? So the idea that the case should be dismissed because he's president, and mind you, I am someone who thinks that the case should be thrown out because I think there were 100 errors in the trial that are worthy, any one of them, of having this reversed on appeal. But being president is not a defense. And the most you would get out of that, if you're just going to be strictly technically legal about it, is the proceeding should be suspended while he is in office. Because otherwise, what you're taking the position of is that the mere fact of his being president means that he is untouchable by the criminal law, which as a constitutional proposition just isn't right. Now, I totally agree that under the facts of this case, it makes no sense to me in terms of public resources and common sense that you would freeze the case for 4 years and then pick it up at the point that it's at now. And Donald Trump would be like 82, 83 years old, a twice elected American president, hopefully coming off a good term in office. And then a prosecutor would pick up this case. That seems absurd to me. But it also seems absurd to me to say that the fact that he's president as a matter of law would trigger the dismissal of the case. I think as an act of prosecutorial discretion, it ought to be dismissed. But I think we also have to remember we're dealing with political actors. Bragg is not an appointed prosecutor like we have in the federal system. He's an elected prosecutor, and this case is good for him, even if nationally it's not good for Democrats.
I was just going to say, but even if you're dealing with political actors here, is it in the people's interest to drag this thing out for 5 years?
Which people, John? The people in Manhattan? The people in Manhattan think it's in their interest. That's why they're electing Bragg.
Kerry's trying to jump in here. Go ahead, Kerry.
If you're asking me if I think it's in the national interest, no, I don't think it's in the national interest. But I'm trying to deal with the fact that we're dealing with a local Manhattan prosecutor for whom this is political gold, and who the most recent reports say is likely to be reelected, probably because of this case.
Go on, Kerry.
Well, in some ways, the position of the Bragg's office is what I've been worried about, and we spoke about it early this morning, that the worst possible scenario, in my view, is to keep this matter pending during the 4 years of the administration. You cannot have a local district attorney treat a sitting president like a freak on a leash, where he just is able to say that I will finish this work once you're out of office. It elevates the district attorney to a grotesque level. It also leaves this local judge as determining the ultimate outcome of the president of the United States. It doesn't serve the nation or justice to have that type of lingering question for the next 4 years. Now, it certainly serves everyone in New York politically. It serves Bragg. It likely serves this judge politically. But it doesn't serve the nation. And so the question that we'll be looking at with this new hearing that's likely to occur is whether the judge will listen to his better angels and dismiss this case. As I've said before, I do not believe that the mere election or re-election of President Trump is the basis for simply dismissing this case. I don't think that the local judge will view it that way. He has a jury verdict on all of these counts. However, he does have an off-ramp. You know, after this case, the Supreme Court did hand down its immunity decision. Now, many of us have been saying that it's likely the court will say that that was harmless error because there was a great deal of evidence that had no connection or overlap with the president's first term. The problem is that Bragg's office doubled down on the evidence coming from the White House. They used it, emphasized it in the closing argument. That allows the judge to find a way out of this. Judge Merchan could say, look, you're the ones that didn't just ask for this evidence. You then brought it to the attention of the jurors, emphasized it, and I just can't unravel all these different strains of evidence to ensure that the jury was not impacted by something that you said the jury should take particular interest in. That would allow him to dismiss the case. But once again, to return where I began, the worst option for justice and for this nation is to do what Bragg is suggesting, to allow him to hold this leash on a sitting American president for 4 years. This is, I just wrote a book on how this was an age of rage. This is the face of rage. It's addictive. It's hard to let go. And they want to drag this out for 4 more years.
Well, Jonathan, as you say, it may be the worst thing in the nation for this case to be held in abeyance for 4 years. But as Andy was pointing out a moment ago, it could be the best thing for Alvin Bragg's political career, based on the fact that he will be running again as district attorney in the city of New York. But is there, Jonathan, any precedence in American law for holding in abeyance the sentencing of an American president until he completes his term in office?
No, we've long been in uncharted territory. So all of the available maps became useless about 2 years ago. But, you know, to use the old pirate phrase, there's monsters that lie at the end of that map that you do not want to go off this map in this way. To say that Alvin Bragg will sit there and just watch a sitting president on a pendency of a sentence that could send him to jail. It's just a perfectly appalling idea. I'm hoping that the judge will understand it as such. But the other dynamic here, and this has been raised by Andy as well, is that this case is riddled with error. I mean, it's an absurd case. It should never have been brought. It's raw lawfare. It's rage. And that's what this is all about. And many of us that covered this trial stood outside that courthouse in Manhattan, and you saw the face of rage and people dancing in the streets with the celebrating this conviction. Those people want the party to continue, and they want it to go on for 4 more years. The rest of the country does not.
House Oversight Committee Chairman and former federal prosecutor Trey, always good to have you with us. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you.
Your reaction to what happened today under Judge Merchan and Alvin Bragg?
Well, I have 2 legal reactions. Number one, the adjudication is not final until you're sentenced. So for those of us who were at the trial and thought that there was lots of reversible error committed by this trial judge, you can't appeal it because he hasn't been sentenced yet. The other legal issue is more if you and I waited 4 years to try someone, they would be screaming due process violation. You can't leave somebody in jail or leave pending charges for 4 years. So how can you leave someone sentenced in abeyance for 4 years without that being a due process violation? And then there's just the practical political nature of holding the sword of Damocles over a president's head. I mean, if he makes a decision that Juan Merchan doesn't like in foreign policy, is the sentence going to go up? If the tax rate goes down, will Juan Merchan put him on probation? It's a crazy position to put the leader of the free world in for the next 4 years.
Yeah. You know, I think a lot of people here in New York, Trey, have been reading the cover of the New York papers. This man, Ramon Rivera, has a rap sheet as long as his arm. He was charged on Monday with fatal stabbing attacks, 3 counts of first-degree murder. On October 17th, just last month, he was released from Rikers Island on a time-served sentence. And they look at this. They also look at Daniel Penny, who is now on trial, the former Marine, for, he says, trying to protect people on a subway from someone who was endangering all of them. And they wonder, you know, about what's going on in the halls of justice in New York City, Trey.
Well, I don't wonder is exactly what you get when you have public defenders masquerading as prosecutors. Alvin Bragg is no more of a prosecutor than the guy that cuts my front yard. He's a defense attorney who just wanted the gears of power, which is where prosecutors are. So this whole progressive prosecutor movement is failing all over the country. Look at California. George Gascon's now in private practice. Everybody's getting the message, with all due respect to my friends in New York, except New York. They have not gotten the message. I mean, of all the things that you ought to be spending your time on, a bookkeeping error, That's the best you can do in New York? A bookkeeping?
Thank you for tuning into the live show. God bless you, man. God bless you. Look, let me tell y'all something. I was just speaking to a family member in the hospital. She was diagnosed with GBS, Guillain-Barré syndrome, and she has lupus nephritis. And she's immobile. She can't really walk. She can't move her neck down. She can move her head, but she can't move her hands. She can't use her legs. She's literally like just laying there, and we're just trying to make a conversation with her, and it's just it's something we take for granted is our health. If you have good health, never take it for granted, man. Never ever take your health for granted. And if you have good health now, make sure you start doing things to keep your good health. Don't be thinking your health is just gonna stay that way if you just keep doing whatever you want to do. Make sure you try to eat right. Make sure you try to exercise your body, and just make sure you stay moving, man. You stay moving, because you never know. You just never know. We think we live forever, but I mean, we're not gonna live forever. Everybody's gonna go one day or the other. But before that, let's just make sure we live a long life. Everything falls to God anyway, But let's make sure we take care of ourselves, our health, love our people, hug our people, and just be the best we can be, okay? All right, so what is going on here, man? Are they trying to hold this man down until 2032? Huh? Because what? Or 2028? What in the world is going on here?
Yeah, it has been an enormous case. It still drags on, and we'll see where all of this goes.
DA Alvin Bragg announcing that Trump's Manhattan conviction will be paused until 2029, when the president-elect will be out of office. His defense plans a motion for dismissal once and for all, but Team Trump is calling it, quote, a total and definitive victory for President Trump and the American people who elected him in a landslide. Okay, Jesse, I'll start with you.
Also, guys, I wanted to say this. Have you guys seen any ads while you're watching this live show? I just want to know. Have you guys seen any ads while watching this live show? Because I don't want you guys to... Because I want to know, because YouTube keeps sending me like a message talking about ads. Have you guys been seeing ads or been trying to skip some ads while you're watching this live show? Let me know. Put it in the chat. Anybody who has seen ads, let me know. Whichever of you have seen ads while you're watching this live stream, let me know, guys.
The district attorney, Alvin Bragg, who's up for re-election now, writes a letter to the judge, and he says, you know what? As far as I'm concerned, we intend to oppose the prosecution's we intend to oppose the defendant's motion to dismiss. And what we want to do, since the appeals cannot be finished in a timely manner, is we want to move this case until 2029, when the president is no longer in office. And the Trump's team is calling that a victory. Is it a victory?
No, I think a dismissal right now would be a victory.
Yeah.
And then to hang that over his head for 4 years is unbecoming of the office. And I urge the district attorney to reconsider.
The district attorney is running, Greg, and will not reconsider.
Yeah, I mean, lawfare may be dying off, but it's not a victory if the loser stays. As a New Yorker, this is what bothers me is that Bragg, like you said, is favored to win re-election. This is after a deranged maniac, a repeat offender with 8 priors, murdered 3 people yesterday morning at 8 a.m. in Midtown and Lower Manhattan. Just moved freely with a huge steak knife, killed 3 people. Under different leadership, under a different DA, this person would not have been on the street. Alvin Bragg has more blood on his hands than all of MS-13. And I guess what kills me most about New York is we all have friends that are liberal and we talk to them, even Jessica. The disconnect between what happens on the street and voting is so vast. I have a friend of mine that complains all day about crime and homelessness and the mental, as he's in real estate, so he has to deal with this whenever he's doing showings. still votes liberal down the line. It's like, it drives me crazy. It's like, you live this. How can this guy still be in power?
Okay, so Jessica, Alvin Bragg, okay, he's not going to drop the case, but if there is a hearing before the inauguration, should Judge Juan Merchan, who was conflicted from the beginning of this case because of his daughter and the money she made for Biden-Harris, should the judge dismiss the case based on a motion to vacate after the verdict?
I think I'm supposed to say yes to that.
Thank you. On to
Wait,
Katie.
can I just say there's a difference between saying I'm going to continue to vote for liberals and drawing a distinction between the kind of liberals that you're voting for. So the new DA in Los Angeles, who has a real tough on crime platform, or the new mayor of San Francisco that's coming in, campaigned on this is unacceptable, what's been going on here. And I've always said this, the idea that we're going to convert to the other side is far-fetched, but you can find people within the party who have a more moderate
So
take
what
on
should
these
Juan
things. And it
Merchan
wasn't a
do? That was
landslide.
the question.
I just said, listen, he's not going to just wipe it away. But by 29, it's not going to exist. It's not going to be a thing. I don't think Trump is staying up at night worrying about this, especially because it's the hush money case.
Go ahead, Katie.
Well, Alvin Bragg is up for re-election next year, so New Yorkers have a choice to make.
Senior correspondent Eric Shawn has the latest tonight from New York. Good evening, Eric.
Good evening, Brett. New York prosecutors say the case against President-elect Trump should not be dismissed. But Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg says it could wait until after his second term is finished. Trump was set to be sentenced next week on 34 felony counts of falsifying business records to hide those payments to adult actress Stormy Daniels during the 2016 presidential race. Bragg says being president is not grounds to drop the case, but he says the weight of the office must be considered, saying in part, quote, no current law establishes that a president's temporary immunity from prosecution.
I mean, this man is 78 years old right now. Do you think it's like what she said? Nobody's waiting up at night thinking about, oh, when I'm 82 years old, they're going to take me to court and I'm going to probably go to jail. No, he's not thinking about that because, first of all, he would have been 2 times president of the United States, the 45th and the 47th. You think he's going to go to jail for that hush money? No. No. Hell no. Nope.
Requires dismissal of a post-trial criminal proceeding. In July, the Supreme Court ruled that presidents are immune from criminal prosecution for official acts. Prosecutors, though, say Trump was acting as a private citizen. The president-elect's lawyers, though, say the whole case should be thrown out, quote, to facilitate the orderly transition.
And yeah, this is another one. Like, look, they're saying that the president is immune to any issue. So it's like, why is that? Or is it like different for federal and state? Someone in the chat, let me know. Is it different for states and federal when it comes to this immunity for commander in chief? Let me know, guys, in the chat. Is it different for states or different for federal? Because how does that work?
Position of executive power and in the interests of justice following President Trump's victory.
You cannot have a local district attorney treat a sitting president like a freak on a leash, where he just is able to say that I will finish this work once you're out of office. It elevates the district attorney to a grotesque level.
Trump spokesman Stephen Chung saying this in part, quote, this is a total and definitive victory for President Trump and the American people who elected him in a landslide. The Manhattan DA has conceded that this witch hunt, in his words, cannot continue. Well, Trump's term would end in January of 2029.
The American people elected the 47th, who happens to be Donald Trump. And yet, these same people don't want to agree with the American people. This is why they lost the election. This is just why they lost the election. This is why I think in 2028, I don't think Republicans are going to leave the White House. I think if JD runs, if Tulsi Gabbard runs, if Bobby runs, if Vivek Ramaswamy runs, if Ron DeSantis runs, they're gonna win. They're gonna win the presidency. They're going to win the presidency because the Democrats always say the same thing. Well, Trump is a bad person. Trump is that. Trump is this. Trump is that. Instead of actually listening to the American people and see the things that they actually care about: the economy, the border, foreign policies. These are the things Americans want. Americans don't want to facilitate, dispute amongst countries. For example, Ukraine and Russia, Israel and the Palestinian people, Iran. Americans don't want that. Americans just want to have food on their table, be able to pay bills, feed their kids, take care of their loved ones, the elderly ones. Those are the things Americans want to be able to do. They don't care about all of these issues that doesn't benefit their families. Man. Now, take a look at this. The White House press secretary talks about escalation between Russia and Ukraine. This is quite a long video, so buckle up.
So on Monday afternoon, President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden will travel to the U.S. Coast Guard sector, New York, for a Friendsgiving dinner with the service members and military families as part of the First Lady's Joining Forces initiative to support military families. This year's dinner, hosted by the Robert Irvine Foundation, will be prepared by Chef Robert Irvine and his team. The U.S. Coast Guard sector, New York, is home to over 500 active duty members and their family members and represents the largest military presence in New York City. During their visit, the President and the First Lady will thank service members and their families and help serve Thanksgiving meal. This is an annual tradition that is very special to the President and the First Lady. They look forward to yet another Friendsgiving dinner with some of the men and women who serve our country and their families who sacrifice so much for our communities. And on a related note, as Americans prepare for Thanksgiving, there's one more thing to be thankful for.
All right, shout out to everybody watching the live show. Let's get the likes up, guys. Let's get the likes up. So key questions. Say, Genesis, you want to ask questions, but you don't read the chat. Key questions. What do you want me to read? Let me know what you want me to read. Put it back in the chat. What do you want me to read? Shout out to Average Joe. Shout out to Zyro's Garden. Shout out to Kyle Lewis. Shout out to Curtis Gold. Curtis. Shout out to Curtis, man. Curtis has been watching for like at least an hour right now. Shout out to Curtis Gold. Yes, man. Everybody watching the live show right now. Let's get the likes up. Okay, so people have been asking, how do you like the live show? All you have to do is, we have about 700 people watching right now. All you have to do is double tap your screen twice, and then you would have loved or liked the live show. So let's get the likes up, guys. Let's tell YouTube that a lot of people are watching this live show, and they need to send more people coming in here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning into the live stream. It is your boy Genesis, and we are about to see the White House press secretary talk about the escalation between Russia and Ukraine. Even though we don't want it, it is happening.
Much needed relief at the grocery store and the gas pump. For the second year in a row, the average cost of a Thanksgiving meal is falling, and many grocery chains are offering deals.
Shout out to Wayne Hamblin. Wayne Hamblin said, I've been here for 3 hours. Man, shout out to you, Brody. Wayne, this is for you. Shout out to Wayne, bro. Shout out to Wayne. God bless you, Wayne.
For the holiday. According to the American Farm Bureau, the average price of the typical Thanksgiving dinner.
And shout out to Key Questions. Key Questions says, thanks, Genesis. You asked about state or federal immunity. So the President of the United States has immunity on federal cases for the most part, but none for state cases. And that happened to be state case, the one in New York. So they're trying to hold it against him. Shout out to Key Questions one more time. Zyro's Garden, you know what time it is. Wayne, one more time. Curtis, let's get it.
Fell 5%, with turkey prices down 6%.
I got to go check on my daughter. It is currently 8:30 a.m. It's just my daughter and I the crib, so I got to check on my daughter. I'm going to leave for a little while, so thank you guys. Don't forget to double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, and let's get it.
And as more Americans are getting ready to travel to see family members and loved ones, the price of gas has fallen to its lowest point in more than 3 years. Prices at the pump are down about 25 cents per gallon compared to this time last year, and below $3 per gallon in almost 30 states. There's more to do, and we're fighting to further lower costs and grow the middle class. President Biden will continue to use every tool available to help American families put food on the table and keep money in their pockets. And as you all know, the first week of December, the president will travel to Angola, where he will meet with President Lorenzo, recognize Angola's role as a regional leader, and underscore the true transformation of U.S.-Angola relationship. Together, the United States and Angola are working to address a full spectrum of pressing challenges, from narrowing the infrastructure gap in Africa and growing economic opportunities and sustainable development in the region, to expanding technologies and scientific cooperation, bolstering peace and security, strengthening food security, and among others. While there, he will also meet with African and private sector leaders and reaffirm U.S. partnership across a host of high priority issues, including security, health, and the economy. As you all know well, President Biden has made revitalizing our international alliances and partnerships a key priority, recognizing that today's challenges require global perspectives and collective responses. The visit reflects his promise to visit the continent during his term, which he made at the U.S.-Africa Leaders Summit, and we will have more to share in the days ahead. With that, Colleen, it's good to see you. I feel like it's been a while.
Karine, can you talk about the decision to loosen restrictions on long-range weapons for Ukraine?
So just a couple of things there that I do want to add is I want to be really clear. I'm not going to get into specifics about Ukraine's operation from the podium today. That is not something that we're going to do, and that's not something we normally do. But what I will say is something I'll just reflect on something that the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, said earlier this week, which was the major escalation we're seeing is that Russia has gone to another country from another part of the world. North Korea brought in thousands of their troops to the front lines and have added them into this war. This is a significant change, and one that we warned the Russians about before they did it. We continue to talk to our allies and partners about this, and as it relates to any operations on the ground, this is something for the Ukrainians to speak to directly.
Just staying on Ukraine for a second, with regard to escalation, is there concern that Putin changing Russia's nuclear rules is sort of suggesting that the president's initial instincts on allowing long-range missiles further into Russia could amount to a dangerous escalation of the war?
I mean, look,
this is right. Wasn't right.
And just to kind of reiterate what the National Security Advisor said, right? And you've heard this from other members of the NSC team, which is the escalation at every turn, at every step, is coming from Russia. They're the ones who are escalating this. They're the ones who started this war. It is because of their aggression into a sovereign territory, Ukraine. And this war can end today. You hear say this over and over again. It can, if Russia would stop the war and stop what they're doing with their aggression. So this is an aggression from their side, and we've been very clear about that. You just heard me lay out a couple things that the National Security Advisor said just earlier this week. What they're doing, thousands of troops from another country that is now part of what Russia's doing with their aggression into Ukraine.
Long time, the White House argued that using these long-range tactical missiles into Russia to attack targets inside Russia would escalate the war, would really invite retaliation. So why now? Why change the policy now?
I'm not going to get into specifics. I'm just not going to get into specific about Ukraine's operations. Not something that I'm going to do today. But I want to be really clear.
But I guess I'm asking about the specifics of the White House's decision to change policy.
I'm just telling you that I'm not going to get into specifics from here, from the podium. I'm going to be very clear about that. And what I have said is when you're thinking about bringing in thousands of troops to the front lines to add to the war, right? These are North Korean troops, as you know. That is the aggression from Russia's part. That's their aggression. And we're going to continue to be there for Ukraine. This is a president that has led on making sure Ukraine has what it needs in the battlefield. He's the one that rallied countries, more than 50 countries, to make sure that Ukraine got what it needed. But when we're talking about aggression here, or we're talking about escalation, pardon me, more so escalation, this is Russia's the one who's been escalating every step of the way here.
And so if I'm hearing you right, it was that escalation, the North Korean troops.
I wouldn't.
That was
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I'm not going to get into specifics about Ukraine's operations from the podium today. You asked me about escalation, and I'm being very clear where the escalation is coming from, but I'm not going to get into specifics.
2 more months left to this administration. Are there new goals or definite goals that the president has in how to support Ukraine in these final 2 months? Realistically, what difference can he make in these last 2 months of his term?
I mean, look, I think the president has made a whole lot of difference. Let's not forget, as before Russia invaded into Ukraine, the president was the one that warned about that happening. He was the one, and we were able to share that information with Ukraine. He's the one that made sure that NATO was stronger, the NATO alliance was strengthened. He led that effort. He was the one that helped rally more than 50 countries to get back to Ukraine. Let's not forget, and you all reported this, within days, we were hearing over and over again, within days, Kyiv would fall. We were hearing that over and over again. And today, because, yes, of this president and what he's been able to do, but also the bravery of the Ukrainians, they continue to fight. They continue to fight on. And so the president in September, as you all know, we've talked about this from the podium, talked about surging the security assistance. We made an announcement yesterday about the next assistance that we were providing, and we're going to continue to do that, surge that assistance, make sure that Ukrainians have what they need on the battlefield to push back against Russia's aggression. Okay, Nancy.
Thanks. A couple questions about that aggression. Has the U.S. determined that Russia used a ballistic weapon last night in retaliation for the U.S. authorizing the use of ATACMS by the Ukrainian government?
So a couple of things. So obviously we are aware of Russia's launch of an intermediate range ballistic missile against Ukraine. Ukraine has withstood countless attacks from Russia. We have seen that repeatedly over the past more than 2 years now. We briefed Ukraine and our close allies, partners in recent days to help them prepare. As the president announced earlier this year, the United States is providing Ukraine with hundreds of additional Patriot and AMRAAMS missiles to strengthen its air defense. Many of these are air defense missiles have been delivered already as a consequence of that president's decisions to divert air defense exports to Ukraine, and deliveries of additional air defense missiles to Ukraine are ongoing. And as I just stated, the president in September, on September 29th to be more exact, he talked about surging continued assistance, security assistance to Ukraine. And so we're going to continue to do that, and that is going to make sure they're strengthening their capabilities, including air defense, and put Ukraine in the best possible position on the battlefield. And just yesterday, as I mentioned moments ago, we were able to announce another security assistance. And so that's going to continue. And so we will not be deterred here. We are going to continue to make sure that the Ukrainians have what they need on the ground.
Now that Russia says it is changing its nuclear doctrine to essentially lower the bar for when it can use nuclear weapons, does the U.S. need to change its nuclear posture as well?
So let's not forget, we said earlier this month that we were not surprised by Russia's announcement that it would update its nuclear doctrine. And so Russia has been signaling its attempt to update its doctrine for several weeks, and observing no changes to Russia's nuclear posture. We have not seen any reason to adjust our own nuclear posture or doctrine in response to Russia's statements. So this is more of the same irresponsible rhetoric that we continue to hear from Russia, which we have seen for the past 2 years now, if you think about their aggression, their war against Ukraine. And so and I've talked about it a little bit moments ago about the use of DPRK soldiers in combat operations against Ukraine. It presents a significant escalation of its war. Again, they are the ones, they, meaning Russia, are the ones that are escalating this war. And so we are not going to be deterred here. We're going to continue, we're going to certainly continue to be there for the brave people of Ukraine.
Have U.S. officials been able to determine what Russia is giving North Korea in exchange for North Korean soldiers fighting in this war?
So I'm not going to certainly get into specifics on that. What I can say is what we have been very clear about is our determination to be very clear here about our continued support certainly for the Ukrainian people as they continue to deal with this aggression, this escalation from Russia. And so we have said that we're certainly concerned about Russia's decisions. We see it as it being born out of desperation, what they're doing. And it's born out of desperation because they now are seeing high casualties, right? The Russians are, and so now what they're doing is they're turning to DPRK to supply them soldiers to continue their brutal war against Ukraine. And so, look, it's not going to deter us. They're the ones escalating. We're going to continue to provide support to the Ukrainians as they continue to push back against Russia's aggression. That is not going to stop us from doing that. Okay.
Does the White House have any reaction to Matt Gaetz withdrawing his name for consideration to be the next Attorney General?
So what I'll say is, and we've been pretty steadfast on being consistent here, not going to comment on every personnel matter or all personnel matters here that the president-elect is deciding or is nominating people for at these respective agencies. We really, truly want to respect the transfer of power. We want it to be efficient. We want it to happen in a way that the American people deserve. And that's what we've been trying to do. We believe that is very much part of our democratic principle. And that's what you're seeing this.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. God bless you guys. It's a beautiful Friday morning, the 22nd of November, 2024. Christmas is right around the corner. I pray for you and your family. Everything that you've been praying for, may God bless you with it. And one question, guys, before I say get the likes up, okay? Because we need to get the likes up. Where's Kamala Harris? Where is Kamala Harris again? Because it's like after the election, nobody is talking about Kamala Harris. Where's the vice president?
President do and lead by example. More broadly, as we talk about the Department of Justice more broadly, look, the president has said when it comes to investigation, that department should be independent. There should be no partisanship. There should be no loyalty to one party or the other. The loyalty should be to the Constitution, and the loyalty should be to the rule of law. And that is something I believe and we believe the president has led also on that particular issue by example.
And then on that topic, our understanding is that the Trump transition team hasn't signed the MOUs that are outstanding still. Is there any update that you can provide on your end? Any progress there? Or is there concern now about how that may impede some of that transfer of power you're talking to?
Yeah, and so, and look, as you know, President Biden met with the president-elect to show that transition of power and obviously offering any assistance needed to make sure that happens in a way that is peaceful, obviously, and efficient. And so that was one part of it. Our teams continue to stay in touch. As of now, to your point, the Trump-Vance transition team has not yet entered into the agreements with the White House and the General Service Administration. And as you know, the Chief of Staff Jeff Zients here has reached out to the co-chairs and have consistently reiterated the the wanting to work together and making sure that they have what they need. So we're going to continue to engage with the Trump transition team to ensure that we do have that efficient, effective transition of power. And in those conversations, we certainly are stressing that the White House and the administration stand ready to provide assistance and that access to services and information certainly outlined in the GSA and the White House Memorandum of Agreement, those MOUs. So those conversations continue, and we want this to go smoothly, and that's what we're trying to get to.
And just finally, what is the White House view on Speaker Johnson saying that he will bar transgender women from using Capitol bathrooms as something that Congresswoman Nancy Mace has clearly raised in regards to Representative-elect Sarah McBride?
So I would, when I think about that question, I think about what the Congresswoman-elect said, and who, as you know, the president has a close relationship with and is very proud of her. And what she said is, I'm not here to fight about bathrooms. I'm here to fight for Delawareans and to bring down costs facing families. And we agree with her. We think that's incredibly important to focus on the American people. Obviously, for her, it's the Delawareans who she represents. And so, again, the president is proud of her. I'm not going to add to that.
Has he called her in recent days over this?
I don't have a conversation to speak to. As you know, they had a moment to speak on the night of the election. He was able to call her and congratulate her. I don't have anything else to add. But I think her words speak volumes.
Thanks, Green. U.S. prosecutors charged Indian billionaire Gautam Adani over his role in an alleged bribery scheme this week. Is the administration concerned that this will damage U.S.-India relations?
I think she's ready to really stop this job. She's ready to go. She's tired.
Intelligence official being charged in an assassination plot aimed at a U.S. citizen.
So obviously we're aware of these allegations, and I would have to refer you to the SEC and DOJ about the specifics of those allegations against the Adani Group. What I will say is on the U.S. and India relationship, we believe that it's stands on an extremely strong foundation, anchored in ties between our people and cooperation across a full range of global issues. And so what we believe and we're confident about is that we'll continue to navigate this issue as we have with other issues that may have come up, as you just stated. And so the specifics of this is something that SEC and DOJ can speak to directly. But again, we believe that this relationship between India and the U.S. has been built on a strong foundation.
I wanted to ask you also about the ICC's issuing arrest warrants for several top officials, including Netanyahu, over Israel's conduct in this war. I know that the U.S. rejected this decision. Does the administration see this ruling as a threat to Israel's ability to defend itself? And also, Republican Senator Lindsey Graham is calling for the Senate to sanction the ICC after this decision. Is that a measure that the White House would support?
Yeah, so a couple things. Let me just say, because it's the first time I've had an opportunity to speak to this at the podium, so let me just say more broadly that we fundamentally reject the court's decision to issue arrest warrants for senior Israel officials. We remain deeply concerned by the prosecutor's rush to seek arrest warrants and the troubling process errors that led to this decision. The United States has been clear that the ICC does not have jurisdiction over this matter. You've heard us say this before. Whatever this prosecutor might imply, there is no evidence, none, between Israel and Hamas. There's just none. In coordination with partners, including Israel, we are discussing certainly those next steps, but that's going to look like. And to your question about sanctions, that's basically kind of just answered it in that last part of what I said. We're in consultation with our partners and also, which include Israel, about our next steps. We fundamentally reject that the ICC has jurisdiction over this situation. And so that's something that we've been pretty clear about, and we'll continue to do so. Okay, MJ.
At this point, with 2 months left in the administration, does the White House see a real value in President Biden directly engaging with members of the press?
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Look, I think we have worked really hard, and I hope you all have seen this, to make sure that we brought back the norms that was taken away from our predecessor on how we engage with the press. The president respects the freedom of the press, and he actually enjoys engaging and going back and forth with all of you. And that is something, and he's done that extensively, and that is certainly something that he's going to continue to do. We have less than 60 days, I think you just said.
This man doesn't even do press conferences. He hasn't done it extensively. Stop saying he's done it extensively. He wants freedom of the press. No, he doesn't even do press conferences. How many has he done for the past year? Trump is not even the president of the United States. He's done more press conferences. And the media is actually happy that Trump is the president-elect. My mic keeps cutting off the T when it comes to Trump. Okay, so the media is happy because now there's going to be a lot to talk about because Trump is going to keep everybody on their toes, and there's going to be so many things to talk about. Just take a look at him picking out his cabinet. There's so much to talk about, from Matt Gaetz to Pam Bondi to Tulsi Gabbard to RFK to Elon Musk. This is the best ratings that the press would have in the next 4 years. This is the best thing to ever happen to the press. Talking about Biden does press conference. No, man, please.
2 months left. That is plenty of time for the president to continue that engagement. He will, this is something that we respect. Bringing back the norms, working with the White House Correspondents Association, making sure that we have that healthy back and forth with the press corps. And so we believe it is important when the president engages with the press. He's done, I believe, more than 50 interviews just this year alone. He's taken hundreds of questions in his back and forth with all of you, and that's going to continue.
If all of that is true, why on a 6-day foreign trip where the president obviously had a robust American press corps traveling with him, did he not have a single engagement, whether it is a press conference or maybe just speaking on the tarmac or really anywhere where he took questions from the press?
I mean, as you all just stated and wrote about, the G20 and APEC was his last opportunity to deal with some of these world leaders that he has built a close relationship with. Has some of them he's known certainly more than his almost 4 years in this office. And so he truly wanted to spend time engaging and listening, having that one-on-one engagement that the president believes in and trusts in. And so he wanted to spend time doing that. And so that's what you saw the president do. And I get it. I get that you all want to hear from the president. I get that. I understand that. And I'm not saying that you won't. You will. He will certainly continue to engage with all of you. And it is. When I say it's something that he actually enjoys doing, it is. He enjoys having the back and forth with all of you. And that's going to continue.
Just to be clear, you mean the explanation is that he, on this trip, was extra busy meeting with world leaders because this is one of his, last big
what I'm saying is, as you know, this was one of his last opportunities to speak to many of these leaders. There were 20 leaders at the G20, more than 21, or about 21 leaders at APEC. And so he wanted to spend that time, certainly doing what he normally does at these conferences, obviously, but also, speaking directly to them as one of his final times as president. And again, putting that aside, I think your question was, do we believe that he should engage some version of that? I apologize if I'm not quoting you directly. Yeah, we think it's important for him to engage with the press. He thinks it's important to engage with the press, and that's going to continue. It is. You will hear from the president and have an opportunity to do those back and forths that you normally have done with him.
This is related but separate from just the trip itself. It's been more than 2 weeks since the election. This was an election that elected a man that President Biden has repeatedly referred to as an existential threat. So why is it that the American people have not heard President Biden talk about this threat since the election?
Because there was an election and the American people spoke. Mm-hmm. The will of the American people were very clear. Right? right? And so the president is now in a situation where we have to deal with a peaceful transfer of power. We have to respect the will of the American people. And that's what you have been seeing from this president, trying to lead by example to make sure that that happens. And that's what the American people deserve. That's what the president deserves. And that's what I think he was very clear about in Rose Garden when he delivered his remarks 2 days after the election. And he said, he was very honest. He said, these, you know, and again, I'm not quoting him exactly, but these were not the results that we had wanted, right? And that's just being honest. They weren't. But we are now in a position where he believes he has to lead by example and show what a peaceful transfer of power looks like. And so that's what you're seeing from this president. And, you know, to the points that you made, you know, I've been asked about existential threat. I've been asked about threat to our democracy. The president is always going to be honest with the American people. He feels like he is obligated. What he said still stands. But we are now in a different place. We are. The American people spoke. They deserve a peaceful transfer of power. That's what this president wants to do.
Does he have a message for people on what they should do about this existential threat? Assuming that he still believes Donald Trump is an existential threat.
Look, his thoughts and what he said, his thinking on that has not changed. It has not. And I think he was very clear about what he believes should have been done or how we should move forward. How, you know, he was very clear during those moments that he spoke about it. Right now, he wants to lead by example and talk and show the American people what it looks like to have an efficient, effective transfer of power. And he believes that is what the American people deserve. And I'm just going to leave it there for now. Okay, Joey.
Yeah, thanks, Corinne. President-elect Trump this week confirmed he intends to declare a national emergency and use U.S. military to pursue mass deportations of undocumented immigrants. Does the president believe this is an appropriate use of the military?
So look, I'm not going to go into what the state attorney general, or state elected leaders might do in the future as a response to this next administration's policy, how they're going to move forward. I'm not going to do that. What I can speak to is our administration is focused on arresting dangerous criminals and threats to public safety. We do not believe in separating families, and what I can speak to is what we have been able to do and how that has worked out, right? In our remaining time, we're going to continue to fight to secure our border. Since the administration took strong actions back in June, encounters have dropped by more than 55% and are lower than they were 4 years ago. So what we're going to do is we're going to continue to enforce our laws, remove individuals who do not have a legal basis to be here, to remain in the U.S., and we're going to do that while making sure we're treating people with dignity that they deserve.
With that said, I mean, does the president, though, have concerns about using the military to carry out, you know, Trump's talked about these mass deportations.
I heard your question. You're just repeating the question that you just asked me. I hear that. I know, I hear you. I appreciate the effort. I don't want to get into what attorney generals or other elected officials might do in the future. What I'm going to stick to is what we're doing right now. And what we are going to continue to do in the next less than 60 days in this administration. Go ahead, Karen.
Green. Yesterday, the president met with North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper to talk about the ongoing disaster recovery down there, and state and local officials were there as well. The administration this week, the president has asked Congress for about $100 billion for disaster relief, emergency disaster relief. How does the White House want to see that get done? Do you want to see that done quickly as a standalone bill, or later as tied up with the government funding that's likely expected later in December?
So what we want is Congress to act, we're going to continue to urge Congress to act quickly to pass a supplemental funding package to assist communities obviously impacted recent hurricanes and other disasters. And what we have seen and what we know when we've seen these types of previous natural disasters in the past, we've seen Congress come together in a bipartisan way to get that done, to help out communities in crisis. And so that's what we want to see. That's what we look forward to working with our congressional partners and delivering that for American people, for the folks again who are in crisis, who need that additional funding. And so obviously you saw the letter from OMB, and so certainly they can go into more details and specifics of the breakdown of our ask, but that's how we want to see it moving forward.
Would you say this is the top legislative priority right now for the president in this lame duck session?
So I think right after the election, I talked about 4 or 5 legislative priorities. Obviously, this was one of them. Getting our judicial, we think our very qualified judicial nominees through is a priority. The NDAA is a priority as well. So we have a couple of key priorities that we want to work with our congressional partners on getting through, and this is certainly one of them. And again, FEMA has the money to respond to Hurricanes Helene and Milton, and that's assuming there's no new large, obviously, hurricanes or natural disaster. But as you know, when it comes to SBA, that funding is fully exhausted, and you have, that type of funding is critical to businesses, homeowners, and renters, and they really rely on that funding, that SBA funding, to certainly deal with recovery and rebuilding. So there's a real need here, a real urgency, and so we're going to work with congressional members to get that done.
Did you hear a dire message yesterday from those North Carolina officials?
Look, I think they're trying to recover and rebuild. And I think that they were devastated by the hurricane, as we all know. I think some of you were able to come with us on that trip, whether if it was us or with the vice president, and you saw what they have to deal with here. Devastated by the hurricane. So I don't want to speak for North Carolina, but certainly there is an urgency. I would refer you to obviously the North Carolina Governor Cooper, on this particular question. But we saw how devastated they were from this hurricane, and it is important. It is important. It doesn't matter if you're from this president. It doesn't matter if you're a red state, blue state, rural. If you're part of a rural America, urban America, all American people deserve to have the assistance that they need, especially when a crisis like this occurs.
Thank you. Can you detail how the White House is thinking about clemency in these last 2 months? Is there a process for how those pardon decisions are going to be made, and is the president expecting to make any sort of statement with the pardons he does in the next 2 months?
So look, the president has certainly been committed to reforming the criminal justice system, and has done that through clemency authority in a manner that provides second chances, ensures equal justice under the law, and strengthens public safety. And so he's going to continue to elevate clemency petitions in a thoughtful and deliberate manner. I'm not going to get into specifics here on that process, but he's going to do this in a way that he believes is the right way to move forward. But I just don't have anything about the process and getting into the nitty-gritty of this. But I think you've seen how the president has treated this over the last almost 4 years.
I have a question about Venezuela, but first on Brazil, the federal police have just indicted former President Jair Bolsonaro for an attempt coup d'etat after he lost the elections in 2022. Does the U.S. do you have a reaction from this? And did the president discuss this when he met with President Lula da Silva?
So I have not spoken to our teams about this, so I would have to connect with them. I don't have a response. I want to make sure I give you the right response. I don't have a response. And also we can talk about this after the briefing. What's your next question?
Venezuela, the U.S. recently called for the first time President-elect, the opposition leader Edmundo Gonzalez, and I was curious a little bit about the timing, if it has something to do with the inauguration in Venezuela is January 10th. What message is the U.S. trying to send with this?
So I will say since July, it has been clear to us, the United States, to democratic nations around the world, and to independent international organizations that observed the July 28th elections, that opposition candidate, Edmundo Urrutia, won the most votes. And we said this repeatedly. You've heard me say it a couple times at the podium, and so we've been pretty consistent about that. Winning the most votes makes him what? The president-elect. And so that's what we believe. It does not change our position at all. We, the United States, currently recognize the democratically elected 2015 National Assembly as the legitimate government of Venezuela. And so we do not intend to change that posture during this administration. And again, the people spoke.
But even though it doesn't change the position of the United States, it has been 4 months since the July elections. So why now? Why? What did you see that made you make this decision, or why it's happening?
Look, it should be up to the people, and it was, and that's what we saw on July 28th. And we were very clear about that. And so, and again, when you win the most votes, that means, in this instance, obviously, that makes him the president-elect. But we've also been very, I think, very consistent on saying what we saw on July 28th, and that the American people, that the people in Venezuela spoke. Again, Michael.
That's great. Just quickly following up on MJ's questions.
Yeah.
Have you
Which one?
They sort of
there were a few of them.
Have you spoken to your named successor? And if so, what advice do you have for her?
Oh, I didn't know that was where you're going. Following up, I didn't think it was that follow-up. Look, I'm not going to speak to every personnel pick, specific personnel pick. I'm going to reiterate a little bit of what I just shared with MJ, which is that, over the past 4 years, we have done the best, I think, to stick to expected norms of the office. We've had over 500 briefings from this podium with gaggles also on Air Force One and abroad. And, we hope that they will continue to answer the questions of the American people. That's what we hope. And I will just add that
Curtis says she needs a date.
I have not spoken
Curtis.
to my successor. What I will say is that I certainly wish her luck. And this was a great job. And it is an honor to speak on behalf of the President of the United States. It is a privilege, and it is something that I am very proud to have done for almost 4 years. So I'll leave it there. Go ahead, April.
I have 2 questions. One to follow up on the person who's going to take your place.
Oh, goodness.
When Donald Trump was president the first time, there was a period of time where we had no press briefings. In the space that you're in this moment and have been in for a while, do you believe it's significant in this moment in time for the American public to hear from the spokesperson on a daily basis? Or do you believe that the president can do it himself?
I mean, who is happy anyway?
Look, I'm not going to speak how any administration decides to do the business of the American people, how to decide to communicate with the American people. What I can speak to is what we've tried to do, which is bring back the norms of how this all works, how we communicate with the press. And we've tried to do this in a very respectful way. I've mentioned we've done more than 500 briefings proudly. Some have been tough. Some have been tougher than most, if you will. But it is a privilege to stand at this lectern. It is behind this lectern at this podium. It is a privilege. It is a privilege to speak for this president. It is a privilege to actually talk about what we're doing to you and to the American people. I can't speak to what any administration is going to do. I'm not going to look into the future. What I can say is what we have been committed to, the freedom of the press, respecting the press, having tough back and forths, but this is what democracy is all about.
And lastly, on Africa. The last Republican president to travel to Africa was George W. Bush. And since Bill Clinton, except for Donald Trump, every president has traveled there. Is there a concern that with all of this, these last 4 years, having the vice president, your secretaries, and now the president go to Africa to highlight the importance of the continent on so many levels, is there a concern that you will lose ground in the next couple of years? Because Donald Trump didn't go last time, and he said some very harsh words about sub-Saharan Africa before.
Again, I have no idea what the next administration is gonna do. Really, truly. I mean, I don't know what they're gonna execute. I don't know what they're gonna do.
What I can say is the president's going to Africa because he made a commitment. You saw his commitment to the continent when he had the leaders of the African leaders here about almost 3 years ago now, I believe. Maybe a little bit longer. And he did that because we believe there are shared interests between the continent, the countries obviously, and the U.S., and wanted to continue to transform those relationships, right? And work on those relationships. And so that's what you're going to see from this president the first week of December when he goes to Angola. I will add that this president believes in respecting people. Again, doesn't matter where you come from. It doesn't matter if you voted for him or not. He believes every American has an opportunity to be uplifted, to have opportunities to have a better life for themselves. That's why he believes in this country, what this country is founded on, what this country is all about. Getting opportunities, being able to, to live that American dream, whatever that is, however that is defined for you. And so that is something that this president will always respect, not just as president, but moving forward. Obviously, he did that as vice president, senator. And so that's what I can speak to. And that's what he's going to continue to do. And there's a lot of things that we're going to cover in Angola, right? Whether it's infrastructure, growing economic opportunities, expanding technology. There's a lot to talk about, a lot of shared interest. And so we'll have more to share certainly on his trip to Africa. Okay, Jenny.
Firstly, on MJ's question slash comment, I was on the South America trip, and I just want to know if your explanation was that he was engaging with leaders. There was quite a bit of downtime, and of course, opportunities on the tarmac, which he has used before the election. So I don't know that really explains why he didn't.
I appreciate that you don't appreciate my explanation. But what I'm saying to you is that the president is looking forward to engaging with you all in less than 60 days. He's done it extensively. It's not going to stop.
What?
And he will do that. He will continue to engage with all of you and take your questions. He's done, I believe, more than 600 back and forths with you all this year alone, done more than 50 interviews. That's not going to stop. It's not. He's going to engage. And I'll just leave it there.
One actual topic, sorry.
Actual topic?
Well, this one was, I just had to
what does that mean?
I just had to get this one comment. Does the administration have a prevailing theory on how the undersea cables in the Baltic Sea were damaged, and do you think that China may have been responsible?
I'm just not going to get into any type of theories from here. I will let the NSC team respond to that directly. I'm just not going to get into speculation from here. Okay, Nadia.
Thank you, Corinne. On the statement you just mentioned about the ICC issuing an arrest warrant against Mr. Netanyahu, the defense minister, you said that you found the process has troubling errors. What errors do you think it has? And second, sorry, you talked about the partners. You want to discuss with partners the next step on the ICC decision. Few of your closest allies, France, Italy, Netherlands, and Canada so far, said they are abiding by the court decision, and they're going to arrest Netanyahu if he steps on their soil. So did they have a different interpretation of international law than you?
So a couple of things. You asked me a couple of things. So the first thing that I will say is that obviously we reject, and we certainly have different opinions on that, and we're going to let other countries speak for themselves. We're speaking for ourselves. And so we're not going to be executing any arrest warrants. That is not something that we're going to do from here. And I do have some examples on when you ask me about the process and why we think it's essentially a flawed process. And so in contrast to how this is the prosecutor, how he's treated others, including Nicolas Maduro and his associates. The prosecutor failed to provide Israel with a meaningful opportunity to engage constructively and to properly consider its domestic processes. This calls into question the credibility of the prosecutor's investigation and the decision today. But we've been very clear, not just today, that we do not believe that the ICC has a jurisdiction here, and so over this matter. And so we've been very clear about that, and that stance has not changed. But I just laid out an example of why we think that what process the ICC did not follow.
On 19 Democratic U.S. senators voted to block sending offensive weapons to Israel. And Senator Bernie Sanders said basically that we cannot criticize human rights violation while the U.S. itself is violating its own laws. So where is he wrong on that?
So look, we strongly oppose this resolution, and we have made our position clear to interested senators. We've been very clear about that. We've been also very clear about this. We are very committed to Israel's security. That has been ironclad, and we believe that these resolutions are counterproductive as we are working to secure a ceasefire in Lebanon and ceasefire and hostage deal in Gaza. And so we have strong reason to believe that terrorist groups like Hamas and Hezbollah want to see Israel in a position of weakness, and we don't want to see that happen. And so, look, we appreciate that the concerns that the senators raised. Obviously, we respect their position. We just do not. We strongly oppose the resolution. Again.
Following up on your comments on the change of nuclear posture by Russia, and you said it's another example of irresponsible rhetoric. Is it a way to kind of dismiss what Russia said, to say there is no real reason to be concerned, these are only words?
Say that one more time. There's no...
That there would be no there's no real reason to be concerned, that this is just like Putin.
Oh, you're talking about their nuclear doctrine that they put out. Look, here's what we're saying. We haven't seen any indications of Russia preparing to use a nuclear weapon in Ukraine. We just have not seen that. And so this is more of the same, right? More of the irresponsible rhetoric from Russia, which we have seen the past 2 years. We've seen this before. But it doesn't stop what we have been saying, that the escalation is coming from Russia here. They're the ones who are escalating. This is their war. They're the ones who have, went into a sovereign territory, which is Ukraine, and started this war and pushed forward with their aggression. And so this is a war that they can end. They can end it today. And we've been very clear about that. I know I have to wrap it up. Okay.
I wanted to follow up on the Trump transition team not signing the MOUs. Have they provided any reasoning as to why?
They can speak for themselves. I'm not going to speak for the Trump transition.
Are you concerned about the implications of the delay of the transition?
I'm not going to get into. I'm not going to speculate from here. We are continuing to have our discussion with the Trump transition team. I'm just not going to speculate. All right,
good afternoon. Two topics: one on immigration, one on unions. Immigration. New York Post is reporting that ICE is quietly loosening some of the restrictions on how migrants would have to follow the asylum procedure. Basically, they wouldn't have to do the physical check-ins with, Customs Border Protection. The former head of Customs and Border Protection is calling it obstructionist transition. Is there any effort by the current administration to kind of curb any of the immigration overhauls that Trump is likely to go for?
I don't have any policies, new policies to speak to at this time. I just don't have anything.
As far as we know?
I don't. I would refer to DHS for any specifics on that particular question. But if you're asking us if we are doing any policy changes, I don't have anything to announce. I laid out for one of your colleagues what we have been doing, especially since we moved forward with our executive action since in June, and what we have seen. Encounters have dropped more than 55%, and they're lower than they were even 4 years ago. And so that is what we're going to continue to do. We're going to continue to force our laws. That's going to be our focus, but I'm not going to speculate on, again, what the next administration is going to do or not do. Anything specific about loosening of what's happening at the border, I would have to refer you to the Department of Homeland
My second
Security.
question was just on unions. The president has talked so much about being the most pro-union president ever. This week, the DNC staff union put out a pretty scathing note saying that so many DNC staffers have gotten laid off, no severance, they were shocked. I'm just curious, from an optics perspective, the vice president left town to go to Hawaii on vacation. Does the president think that's appropriate when so many DNC staffers are literally wondering what they're going to do for work?
All right, let's not twist this in so many knots here. First of all, to your first part of your question, it's not the president who called himself the most pro-union president. It's other unions that have called him that, and he is proud to be called the most pro-union president ever. That is something that he was given to him, and he is proud to own that. And it's not because it's a frivolous statement. It is because he has shown, he's not just spoken, but taken action, and has had the back of union members.
This whole thing is just like a joke, bro. Biden has always said he's like one of the best union presidents ever. This whole thing is just like a joke, bro. Now she's saying no, he didn't call himself that. How does this even work? Ladies and gentlemen, we have about 1,000 people watching the live show. Let's get the likes up. All you have to do to like the live show is double tap your screen twice because there's no like down here or where. So just double tap your screen twice and you would have given the video a like. So double tap your screen and get the likes going. I give you the White House press secretary, guys. She's about to leave soon, I promise you guys.
And union workers throughout his presidency. As it relates to the DNC, I would have to refer you to the DNC.
But does it look bad for the vice president to go to Hawaii while DNC staffers are just wondering what they're going to do for work?
The vice president has taken time off to go spend time with her family. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think she deserves some time to be with her family and to have some downtime. She has worked very hard over the last 4 years, and her taking a couple of days to be with her family, good for her. Good for her. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
She's worked very hard for the past 4 years. Past 4 years, she's worked very hard, guys. That's why we have Ukraine and Russia. That's why we have Israel and the Palestinian people and Iran. And that's why we have the highest inflation. And that's why we have the border going wild. She's worked very, very hard. Such a great vice president. Thank you for tuning into the live show. God bless you guys. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never, ever, ever give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself. Believe in your dreams. And believe in God. Ladies and gentlemen, can we get the likes up? Can we get the likes up, people? Can we get the likes up right now? I told you how to get the likes up. Ooh. Oh, wait. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I would have to. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back to the stream. I think I have to check on my browser. Thank you for tuning in one more time. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up. Let's get to 200 likes. All you have to do to get the likes up is double tap your screen twice, and we would have given this video a like. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, we have gotten to the end of the live show. Thank you to all the veterans in the chat. Thank you to the veterans in the chat. Thank you to everybody who tuned in. Nature One, Evelyn, Curtis, Average Joe, Lisa, everybody who tuned in. God bless you guys. God bless you guys. Every single one of y'all. God bless you. All right, we've come to the end of the live show. Thank you for tuning in one more time. It is your boy Genesis, and I am signing out. Wait. Let's get the likes. Let's get the likes to 200 likes first. Okay. Let's get the likes to 200 likes. We have 7 more likes to go. Okay. 7 more likes to go. 7 more likes to go. Man, no. We're not gonna have that. Yes, boo. 7 more likes to go. We have about 300 people watching the live show right now. All you have to do to get the likes up is double tap your screen twice. Just double tap your screen twice. 2 times, double tap your screen twice. That's how to get the likes up. Let's get the 200 likes real fast before we go. Let's get the likes up twice. Curtis says, good show. Shout out to Curtis. Great show as always. I'll catch you all next stream. Proud cat owner. Shout out to you, Birdie. Nature's warm. Hit that like to boost this on the algorithm. Yes, Nature's warm. Nature's warm. Shout out to Nature's warm. He said, hit that like button to boost this on the algorithm. Okay. Like the live stream, guys. We've been here streaming for a long time. Okay, we've been streaming for 4 hours and 55 minutes, and we've had over 1,000 people like watching at a go. But for some reason, people are like, we don't know where to like your live stream, bro. We don't know where to like your live stream, and it's like, all you have to do is double tap your screen twice. Yes. Okay. What else do we have here? Wayne said, shout out to Wayne. Wayne said you'd have 1,000 likes if they counted all my, bro. That just melted my heart, bro. Thank you so much, Wayne. God bless you. God bless you, Wayne. Yes. Wayne, God bless you, bro. What's that smell, bro? You okay? Can you get some aquafina on your lip? Can you make some? I'm gonna make you food. After you make some aquafina on your lip. You hungry? Okay, I'm gonna make you breakfast.
Fridge.
Linda, shout out to Linda. Linda said, hey, I just found you, Jan, and I like and subscribed. God wins, definitely. Thank you. Thank you so much, Linda. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hey, my daughter is like, Daddy, I gotta eat. I wanna eat breakfast. So I gotta go make breakfast for my 5-year-old daughter. And I wish you guys a wonderful, wonderful.
I hear you blessing me. Hey, Daddy.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are signing out. It is 9:27 a.m. and today is the 22nd of November 2024. I love you guys. Who's the president of the United States? Who's the president?
Donald J. Trump.
Who?
Donald J. Trump.
That's right, Donald J. Trump.